Hey, good morning, everyone. Sure, a quick little story. I was looking at the capital budget late last week on the couch, and my daughter looks down and says, she sees, like, it says cap 130 or something like that, and she says, what does that stand for, Daddy? And I said, oh, it stands for capital, honey. It's pretty confusing. Maybe when you're a little bit older, I'll explain it. And she says, her face scrunches up, and she says, Daddy, I'm 5. I know what capitals are. So with that, we're going to start with Mr. Chapman.
Good morning, Chair Davey and members of committee. We're pleased to be here to review the capital budget and forecast in detail with you today. As is our custom, I'll present the overview slides, and then Mr. Haggie will walk you through the details in the presentation. And as we did on operating budget and in previous years, we'll track the direction that you give us today, and we'll bring it back at the end of the morning or the end of the afternoon with a final resolution. This slide outlines all of the public meetings regarding budget. You can see that there are 2 formal public meetings scheduled after today's date. I would like to follow up before we get into the details on one issue that was raised by Councillor Gazzola last week during operating budget. And there was a question that came around whether or not operating actuals would be available for final budget day. We advised that they would, and that is true, but it leads to a discussion on timing, and I'd like to seek your direction at the outset on that issue. And it may be helpful, actually, if you have a calendar of meeting dates with you, just to refer to it as I'm referencing the dates. Our 2014 final figures will be available on February the 17th, which is the Tuesday after Family Day, and it's just about 1 week from final budget day. Typically, we would issue the final budget package the Friday before, which would be Friday the 13th. But our recommendation is that we hold off and that we issue the full package on Tuesday the 17th, which would give you approximately a week to review it. The alternative is to split the package, give you part of it before the weekend and the rest of it with some updated slides on the 17th, but we think that may just create more confusion than it's worth. And so absent any direction to the contrary, we'll issue the final complete package on the 17th.
Okay, do I see any concerns with that? Councillor Fernandez?
Not concerned so much as is it possible at all to flag the major changes? Because I know that essentially the final budget has the majority of what we've already seen in capital and operating. Is it possible just a first page saying these are the major, on these pages you'll find the major changes, so that we're not flipping back and forth, going through all the old material and saying, okay, these are the pages we need to focus on if we only have a week?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We could do that in the covering memo that we put with the package.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no further questions.
So we'll take the presentation in the order shown on the slide. I'll cover the first bullet, and as indicated, Ryan will cover the balance of the slide deck. I won't belabor the first couple of slides. We've covered them with returning councillors many times, and I'll just touch on them briefly for the benefit of new councillors or to remind current councillors the highlights of the capital budget. But essentially, the capital budget relates to costs that translate into the creation of new assets for the most part, or rehabilitating existing assets. And the distinction between capital and operating fundamentally is that capital investments provide a long-term benefit, whereas operating investments typically are consumed within the budget year that they are spent. As you know, the capital budget reflects estimates, obviously not actual costs, but estimates to purchase or construct assets, and a range of different cost types can be included in the capital budget, some of which are outlined on the slide before you today. We believe that the budget before you responds to a number of priorities that have been identified by Council recently and over the past few years. Some come through documents like the Strategic Plan and the Development Charges Study, which are completed either once a term or every 5 years, respectively, while other master plans or ad hoc reports can give direction to inform the capital budget. Regardless of how they're identified, most often they're referred to the capital forecast so that we can assess the relative priority and the timing of them and then fit them in over the 10-year period. And I'll circle back later in the presentation to address a point that Councillor Singh had raised around how the 12 priorities identified in November are reflected in the capital forecast. We've added a slide, as you can see, to speak to that this morning. The budget that you're seeing today has been reviewed a number of times prior to coming forward. It's been reviewed within the divisions by the directors, then at the department level by departmental management teams, then by finance staff to reconcile all of the funding over the 10-year period, And finally, there are 2 full days allocated for the Administrative Review Committee internally to review it in detail prior to bringing it forward to Council. The budget before you today has almost 500 projects with a combined value of roughly $1 billion over the 10-year period. And I just would want to make a point that often we use the terms capital budget and capital forecast interchangeably. We probably should be more precise than that, but the distinction fundamentally is that the budget represents the budget that you are approving for the 1-year period in 2015, whereas the forecast represents the 10-year window. Every year you reassess the forecast and you're only ever approving a 1-year budget, but the forecast provides a longer-term perspective on capital priorities and how they're balanced out. We believe that there are 3 key achievements that are associated with the capital budget that you're reviewing today. First, it's balanced. Second, it does provide new investments which we believe are aligned with your priorities and community priorities. And third, it reduces the city's debt. And this is a point that Councillor Yaneski pursued last week in operating and we'll cover in more detail this morning. The next few slides elaborate on each of these 3 points. First, the capital forecast is balanced, and by this we mean it's balanced financially, and we also believe it's balanced in terms of the priorities that are contained within it. Financially, it means that there are funding sources identified for all of the projects in the forecast. And I want to stress this point. It may not seem significant to you that we've identified funding for every project. That may just seem routine. But you'd be surprised at the number of municipalities, both large and small, that don't actually have a plan to fund all of the projects within their capital forecast. So in that respect, it represents much more of a wish list for the municipality than an actual plan that can be executed upon and funded. We believe this is a strength of our capital forecast. It always has been. And so we would encourage Council to maintain that discipline to ensure that funding is always attached to projects in the forecast. In terms of priority, it means that we've done our best to ensure that high priority projects are scheduled to be completed first, and that lower priority projects are deferred in their timing or in some cases have been removed from the capital forecast. Many of these priority setting decisions have already been made by Council for staff, either through things like the development charges study process, the Leisure Facilities Master Plan, or the session that you conducted in November to start setting priorities for the term. The second highlight that I'll touch on is the fact that this budget provides for investment in a few key areas: new amenities, renewed amenities, council priorities, and one separate issue which we've called customer service and community engagement through technology. So in the following 4 slides, I'll highlight the projects that fall into each of these categories. There are a number of new amenities which have been added into the capital forecast, and I would say that a number of them focus on parks and the needs of the growing southwest portion of the community. They've either been maintained or they have been increased to ensure that we maintain a focus in those areas. In terms of renewal of important community amenities, you can see that we've added funds to a number of public facilities to address much-needed repairs to the aging infrastructure. And in a few minutes, representatives from the Centre in the Square will come and talk in more detail about the first bullet on the list, being the increased investment in Centre in the Square. Council has identified a number of priorities for the 2015 budget since the last one was approved, and we've ensured that they are picked up and addressed. If you take a look at the first 5 bullets ending in the glockenspiel, these are all priorities that were identified outside of the budget process. So these are things that came forward over the course of 2014 that staff were directed to address in the budget. And so in keeping with Council's direction, we've built them in using the funding that was identified at the time. As well, in the November strategic session, you identified 12 priorities, 4 of which resulted in new investments in the capital forecast, and those are the bottom 4 on the slide that you see, starting at community-led traffic calming. On the previous slide, I referenced the 4 council priorities which resulted in new investments in the capital budget. These are highlighted again in this table in orange, with the page number in your budget package referenced in parentheses. But in totality, the table shows all of the 12 priority projects that Council identified in November for 2015. And last week, Councillor Singh asked a question around whether or not or how these priorities were addressed or reflected in the 2015 capital budget. And the simple answer is that yes, they are addressed in the budget, either with existing staff resources, new capital allocations, or in one case, through a proposed strategic initiative. There is one potential exception, which is highlighted in blue. The scope of the item, which is highlighted in blue, being incentives for affordable housing, has not yet been sufficiently defined by Council to determine if there is any budget impact. If and once it is better defined, any budget implications associated with that item highlighted in blue can be better defined. The final area of investment deals with improving customer service and community engagement. Council has repeatedly identified these two areas as being a high priority, and we're pleased to report that the draft capital budget makes some very meaningful investments in these areas. The third highlight that I'd like to address is the fact that the proposed budget reduces the city's debt levels. Mr. Haggie has more slides and more detail on this later in the presentation, but you can see from the graph that the city's debt levels reached a peak in 2013 and are planned to decline steadily over the next 10 years. We believe it's critical that we maintain the discipline to see this projection realized, and that in the meantime our reserve levels also recover in parallel to return the city to a more balanced financial position. This concludes the overview, Mr. Chair. I'd be pleased to take any questions, after which Centre in the Square and the Library Board have delegations to make with respect to their own budgets.
Thank you. There are two at present. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Through you, the question I have is for Mr. Haggie, and it's relating to this slide. How much of the city's debt is pertaining to the Rangers loan?
Mr. Haggie?
Through the chair, it would be reflected in the red bar in the middle, and it's approximately $10 million. So if you look in 2011 at the red bar and then the 2012 right beside it, essentially that uptick in the red debt is related to the Rangers debt.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I had some questions on number 5 of Council's top 12 priorities that Mr. Chapman referred to. That's the incentives for affordable housing in some multi-unit buildings. I just wanted some more detail on this as to why we are not going ahead doing anything on this, and give me some explanation on what would be involved if we did go ahead with it. And I have a few other questions related to that.
Pardon me. Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that this is one item, as Mr. Chapman's alluded, just requires further direction from Council. And so perhaps I can lay out briefly 2 quick options that staff see to proceed on this item and get some sense of direction from Council. So if Council is looking for the city to fully develop and implement a comprehensive process of incentives for affordable housing units in 2015. That is going to require additional capital dollars. We simply, if you'll recall the workload of our planning staff, we simply do not have the in-house staff able to do that work in 2015. And it's complex work, it's difficult work, and it's work that has to be defendable at the OMB, and so it's not something that can be done quickly or without much forethought. So if Council is interested in having that incentive program built and implemented in 2015, we would require additional funding and would bring an issue paper back as part of final budget day. While we're still ballparking the numbers, I would suggest it would be between $80,000 and $100,000 that would be required. In addition, we would need to look at delaying some of the other priorities within the planning division, because we'll need to assign somebody in the planning division to work with that outside consultant to complete that work. So that's option 1, and if Council gives us that direction today, we would bring back a issue paper for final budget day. The other option if Council is interested in learning more about what could be done in the way of this type of an incentive program, and whether that's by reviewing what other municipalities are doing or by hearing from the region in terms of things they already have in place for this type of incentive. If that's your interest for 2015, that's a body of work that staff can complete within existing resources. So we could bring a report back to Council later this year that talks about what other municipalities are doing, what some of the challenges might be, and then get a decision from Council as to whether or not you do want to proceed with this type of incentive. And so all I'd suggest is likely through a motion, if we can get some sense of clarity as to which is the option Council prefers, the first or the second, we're happy to proceed to do that work.
Councillor Ellington?
Yeah, my other question to Mr. May, are we aware of anything in Waterloo Region that is similar to this, Mr. May?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, the region certainly has a program that is probably not well known, and so part of what I would see in that option two is to have somebody from the region come and present to council to educate you and to educate staff on the program already in place. I would say that for the first time ever, the city's new official plan does contemplate allowing this type of bonusing for things like affordable housing. What is required now are the detailed regulations that will come through the comprehensive review of zoning. So we've already done work on this, and as you know, we're reviewing our zoning bylaw now, and when that work is complete, we feel we'll have the framework required to offer this type of incentive.
And one comment, Mr. Chair, I think that this particular item should get higher priority than some of the other items we're talking about. So I would certainly like to see us move ahead with the second of those alternatives, the co-op student. But I'd also be in favor, if council is in favor of that, of doing a more thorough, deeper research job, even if it means an additional position. That's where I stand. So I look for guidance on where we go with this item.
Okay, so to clarify then, Mr. May, my understanding, Councillor Ellington could either request the issue paper for quick implementation this year. He's indicated he'd rather get more information, which I don't think requires any specific motion because it's already in the strategic initiatives.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you know, I've spoken to individual councillors. There's a wide variety of opinions on this. My preference would be if council's looking to go with that second option, which is within existing budget, that we have some kind of a council motion to say, go away and do this work, do this additional research, and come back to council later in the year. Okay.
So consistent with past practices then, Councillor Ellington, I would ask that you refer that to the final budget day, that question. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, sorry I was late. I just had one question, and it's with respect to page 24, which is the same as the council priorities. And I see that number one is the traffic calming option, which is perfect, and I see that you've changed the language on this slide that you've provided for us today with regards to development of alternative traffic calming options. I just want to make sure that that's what it is, because as I read through the capital package and we kept referring to it as community-led traffic calming, I had concerns that we didn't really understand what the ask was about traffic calming. So there may be opportunities where it is community-led, but I think it's overall looking at shorter-term options for traffic calming. I just want to make sure the direction is clear on that.
So through the chair, this is the wording in the draft business plan, and the scope that was originally defined by council was as follows: develop short-term solutions, in brackets temporary, for streets that are not a high priority under the traffic calming policy. Consider new options. So neither references them necessarily being community-led. That may have been additional language, but I would say the original description plus this one provide a clear scope.
I just wanted to make sure, because throughout the capital package it kept saying community-led, and I was concerned we were headed down a narrow focus of that it had to be community-led. As long as that's not the case, then I am fine, I believe, with the overview. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Vabenovich.
Thank you very much. And just in terms of Mr. Chapman, in terms of the list that's here, and for the benefit of those who are listening, I'm wondering if there would be just some benefit in terms of outlining the process that we go through internally at the staff level to identify what the priorities are. So, I mean, in slides 20 and 21, you talked about high priority projects and so on. But I'm just wondering if you can just briefly talk about how this aligns with our strategic plan, the work that's done internally between the departments, because I think it's beneficial for the community to understand that.
Through the chair, you're correct. We look to council through various plans and studies to set direction, and then we base the capital forecast on that direction. So while some comes from the strategic plan, I would say it's perhaps a level down that we get the detail. So most recently, council set a number of priorities through the development charges study. There was limited funding, as you can recall, and so council identified and sequenced projects. That has all been reflected in the budget before you. Prior to that, the Leisure Facilities Master Plan, Council by resolutions set a number of priorities, and we've reflected those here. And various master plans and studies prior to that have outlined council and community priorities. So we've tried to reconcile all of that and ensure that the budget today reflects those relative priorities set by council and the community.
Okay, great. I have some additional questions and comments on some of the specific ones, but I'll wait until we get to them later on in the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, that was one of my questions because, we jumped straight to CAP 13. I have some questions on the first few pages, and I can, of course, include them in questions further on. Is that what your hope is?
Right. Yeah, it's generally covered in, like the last meeting, if anything isn't covered, we go through the regular package at the end of the session. Anything relevant,
okay.
Certainly ask.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, that concludes your questions. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, I'll turn it over to Centre in the Square. I believe they have a delegation on their budget submission.
The person with the clicker has the power, by the way. Just thought I'd point that out. Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors, again, good morning. My name is Bruce Gordon. I'm the chair of the board of Centre in the Square, and with me is Sandra Bender, the CEO. I want to remind everybody here that in September of this year, Centre in the Square will be 35 years old. That is relevant as we talk about capital budgeting. It is still considered to be one of the best acoustic halls in North America. So it's a very visible and asset of this city and of this community.
In terms of just background to today's conversation, the Centre received a significant amount of federal funding from ISF funding between 2009 and 2011. And after that, the city actually had projected matching funds to our CRF, which is our Capital Reserve Fund, that we generate per ticket. It's $1.99 plus HST, so $2.25 per ticket that we sell. And that's largely what the projections have been in 2013, 2014. In 2015, the recommendation was a doubling of those funds to respond to the growing demand that we had in the program of capital for the Centre in the Square. And at the same time, I'll just mention that we'd also undertaken conversations at the federal level with a program called Cultural Spaces. And it's a dedicated program to capital upgrades and improvements for facilities like Centre in the Square. And as we sort of continue this conversation, if we're able to grow the local support for capital funding, we have eligible projects to the tune of $1.2 million from the federal program, and that's matching funds, so we could come together with around $2.5 million.
The Capital Reserve Fund is declining as it responds to the growing capital needs of the Centre in the Square. As chair, and I think I'm speaking for the board, I cannot endorse a budget that reduces the Capital Reserve Fund to zero. As a production house, the organization needs a healthy reserve as a contingency to respond to major issues that would affect ongoing performances and rentals. The venue has contracts confirmed for 2 years forward. In some cases, something is broken that impedes a performance. It just needs to be fixed, and that's what the Capital Reserve Fund is for. The organization just can't simply cancel one of these prearranged performances without financial consequences. The board is responsible for overseeing the business operations, maintenance, and care. This includes the entire building and the grounds. The organization has managed the capital requirements primarily through private donations and resources generated through the Capital Reserve Fund. The private donations were not specifically intended for capital. They were unrestricted, but they have been used as they were part of the Capital Reserve Fund. In the full year 2014, the amount from the Capital Reserve Fund that was spent on capital was just under $300,000.
The organization was also hoping to launch a capital campaign in 2010-2011 when they realized there was such a significant level of deferred items. And during that feasibility study, which was conducted by Ketchum, a number of issues were raised by local business as well as other stakeholders, being government and philanthropists locally. And unfortunately, the campaign, which was around $40 million, was just seen as far too prohibitive, even though half of it was around the reserve fund and half of it was tied to deferred items. The major question or concern that was often raised at the time was largely around the ownership of the building and what the relationship was to the city. So that program was actually deferred and put on hold until now. The inventory lists that have deferred over the years are largely around 8 years of deferrals that we've had. And for the largest part, we've conducted a tech audit along with drawings and a number of other items to make sure that we actually have a master plan in place. Consultant was also brought in to look at our health and safety requirements, which we knew were in arrears as well as in some cases not in compliance. And since that time, we've largely just been playing catch up. And that's largely where our resources, both restricted and capital reserve fund, have gone over the last number of years, particularly the last 2 years.
The board has invested over $1.5 million from reserves to meet this list of deferred items in just the last 2 years. This is in addition to any funds from the city or capital reserve funds. These items relate to boilers, heat exchangers, and electricals. I'm not an expert in the field, but I have been led to believe that the value of the center and the square is somewhere between $70 and $100 million. Commercially, something between 1% to 3% of the value of a building is normally spent on capital maintenance. If it is 2 to 3% and the value is $70 to $100 million, this would mean something like $1.4 to $3 million should be spent on capital items each year.
The request that we've put before you actually doesn't specifically itemize the priority projects we would take this year. Largely is an overview of what we actually need to do over the next 3 to 4 years. And that's a total of $7 million. We've started to do work with the city this year. Cynthia Fletcher and her team have started to work with us and will continue to work with us as we look at both records management and ensure better understanding both here in the city as well as in our own organization around those capital requirements. And we will work with these colleagues in the coming weeks to finalize that list of priorities for 2015. Similar to what the city does, we will prioritize those projects that have to take place first, and if we're able, we'll continue down that list of priorities.
Center in the Square is currently struggling to financially manage the list of inventory items that are required for the building. The Square is in a holding pattern while the review of a mandate for the building is conducted. However, the capital requirements will need to be completed regardless of any change to the mandate. We are managing the requirements over multiple years because the resources simply don't exist to get these deferred priority items completed more quickly. The center, as a not-for-profit organization, is eligible for matching funds from cultural spaces. These would provide significant resources in the short term to address some of these larger deferred items. Any means to increase capital resources to the center would maximize the level of matching funds from this program and help the organization be more responsive to these issues. I would respectfully request that this committee and council consider more for 2015 in order to be able to get a larger match from cultural spaces. And also consider that in the longer term, these capital expenses have to be done no matter what the mandate is for the center and the square. Mr. Chair, that's our presentation, and we'd be glad to try and respond to questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the delegation? Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot for the presentation. And I know this has been a challenging time that, and the board has been working through all of these issues. In identifying some of the things that need to be done most immediately, I mean, some of them are just, I understand, are priorities because of where they are in their life cycle, or perhaps various items are failing. But have we looked at the possibility of some of the capital items that perhaps could be done that would then bring about operational savings? As an example, I'm thinking of lights, fixtures in the bathrooms, those kinds of things, where there's water leaking and it's causing, it's money being thrown away. That perhaps, if we could move it up in the priority list, it'll actually help you on the operational side, which I know is a challenge as well.
Excuse me. Yes, we have. So one of those items actually is our electrical and lighting. It's around a $700,000 project for that whole facility, both in the public spaces as well as the production spaces. It's one of those projects that is eligible for funding from cultural spaces. That's why we put it forward. And if we were able to actually access those funds, you would see a significant decrease in our electricity bill, probably to the tune of about 60% of what we're annually paying right now. And annually we're paying about $250,000 for electricity.
Okay, well that would certainly be good. So, so is that near the top of your priority list then?
It is. We're not able to undertake it unless we're able to access matching funds from the federal program, just because it literally is almost $750,000 from start to finish.
Sure.
And it is eligible, so it would be unfortunate not to try and get federal funding for the program. So depending on where we go to from here, really it becomes a question of whether or not we defer it until matching funds are available, or if we're able to actually initiate it this year. And the plan is prepared. We've already done all the scope and all of the research for it, even the costing for it. It's just a question of timing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I'd also point out there is an issue paper on this. It's CAP 113. Councillor Yaneski.
Yes, thank you for coming in. Of the issues that you've identified here in terms of concerns meeting safety codes from building code, electrical codes, or whatever, if there aren't enough funding to address them and they are not met, does the jurisdiction responsible for safety and electricity, are they able to close down the center and the square until those items are addressed, and then that sort of stops performances, or is there a way around it?
The $1.5 million that we've invested, in addition to the CRF funds, et cetera, the money that came from the unrestricted funds, that's actually largely addressed those really urgent matters that would have prohibited us from performing or certain productions. We're now at a point where we've reached those critical items, but we're now still in that gray zone of they need to be done. We wouldn't be shut down, but we would be put on notice, so we'd be given a time frame in order to deliver them. These are largely related to production items on stage, so it's where crew are at risk, working overhead, working at heights. It's also some of the gear actually dates back 35 years, which means it's actually not motored in electronic ways that we understand today. So sometimes we have staff also moving and mobilizing equipment at weights that really they shouldn't be. Again, some of that's grandfathered and some of that's already been addressed, but it's still a concern, particularly in the next 5 years, to address and make sure we modernize the facility.
Okay, thanks for that answer.
If I could add to that,
sure.
Through management, a consultant was brought in to look at health and safety, and we had that consultant report to the board. I do not know specifically the answer to your question. If something isn't done, could they shut us down? But we do know that there are things that need to be done for particularly the safety of staff working around the stage.
Okay. You're asking for funding and to increase the capital ticket item, doubling, as you're saying, for this year, and you had money from the last previous years. If we go back, and the Center in the Square, as you pointed out, is going to be 35 years old this year, which is wonderful. It's been a great building, and if you go back, this is maybe before your times, I'm not sure, 10 years, 15 years or more, was there funding provided for capital improvements from the city, or was the Center in the Square able at that time, through their tickets and operations, able to pay for any improvements that needed to be made then, as opposed to being now more challenged now as the building's getting older?
10 years ago would have been just around the time that a CRF was even implemented or brought to the organization. Most of these facilities didn't even have CRF. Some of them didn't even have CRF 5-7 years ago. So the timing that you're asking about is just around the time when CRF was implemented. It currently exists, as you know today, $1.99 per ticket. We generate around $250,000 to $280,000 in a year. And that's based on every ticket that's purchased for an event in our facility. Over the last number of years, I have a document that goes back just to 2006. But there's been resources from the city that have changed from year to year until 2012, when there was matching funds to CRF put in and projected out quite substantially out to 2020, I think, at the time. And sometimes it was quite substantial. There was funds from the federal government for infrastructure support. I think it was to the tune of about $1 million, maybe $2 million, I think was maybe the amount. And that was in 2009 through 2011. And that obviously addressed a number of issues in the gallery as well as in the facility. But it does fluctuate from year to year, 100 some odd thousand through to $250,000. This is probably the most substantial capital request that the city's provided sort of in the last couple of years, a doubling.
And I wasn't on the board 10 years ago, but looking at the capital list now, I could guess that if money was not available to do certain things, many of them were just deferred, which is why we're looking at that very long list of requirements right now.
So if we don't do any additional funding, the situation is just going to get worse. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, just as a matter of history, the city has, from day one, always assisted the center with capital funding, but over the entire 35 years, we've always found that a place to cut back. And I know there have been long lists of requirements that are of things that needed to be done that were always scaled back. I just want to ask about this building mandate. Periodically, there have been a review that comes up with a complete list of capital deficiencies. Is that what this is going to produce?
The process that we're undertaking right now is largely similar to the tech audit process that you'd be familiar with from the board. Basically, that gives us a 20-year sort of master plan to the organization. And working with the city means that it'll be an ongoing rolling evolution around what currently needs to be achieved and what future-wise needs to be achieved.
And that's what yes, and it'll be a complete list of things that need to be done.
It will be.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, how long has the Centre in the Square known that this was a problem, that they weren't fulfilling the capital needs of the building by deferring items?
I think from the documents and the conversations I've had with the staff, I think we've been aware of the problems since about 2004. But the most active sort of approach to things was both the ISF funding that was put in place in 2009. And the organization, I think, really honestly, its leadership honestly believed that a capital campaign was both relevant and capable of succeeding when they launched it. And unfortunately, the review and the feasibility study was crystal clear that it was not viable at the time. And it very much was sort of the golden egg to try and manage the short and long-term issues. $10 million was tied to just deferred maintenance, so they knew at that time how much was deferred. $10 million was tied to reserves, and $20 million was tied to upgrades and improvements for the facility around AODA for accessibility and other just general improvements for the community who engages with the facility.
And when was it determined that the capital campaign wasn't feasible?
The feasibility study was conducted in 2010-2011. I joined the organization in mid-2012, and at that time there was a number of discussions with our executive committee about whether or not that feasibility study, if there was a shift or a change. And between Ketchum, who had been originally contracted and came back to the table, as well as the executive committee, we just didn't feel we were in a place to actually move forward.
So then my question is is this the first that City Council is hearing about this? So if we've kind of known since 2012, since your arrival, and those discussions that have been happening, we're now in 2015, when was the first time that City Council has been made aware of the extreme deficiencies within capital dollars for the Centre in the Square?
I would suggest it was probably around 2011, which was time to that feasibility study, and I would suggest that largely because that's when the city started to apply matching funds to our CRF, and obviously was projecting out, in the document I have, went out to 2021. It may have been past that, I'm not sure. But it was clear in 2011 that basically we needed to start looking at the capital issues.
Is a capital campaign something that you're still willing to look at from, maybe not to the magnitude of what obviously was being looked at the time, I just know, and I know the library board's coming up after in a similar situation for obviously the new central library. You know, there was a larger number that was attached to the capital campaign. We pared it back, and we were able to be successful in garnering, you know, that in making sure that came to fruition. So is that something that the center is willing to look at, maybe a pared back version of the capital campaign?
I think it's very viable. I think the challenges are currently the ones that the council and the city are grappling with. It's the review of the mandate. I think if there's clarity about what that relationship and ownership and accountability is for that facility between a not-for-profit arts organization and the city itself, I think that level of clarity will tell us exactly how to approach a capital campaign. I think that was one of the biggest hurdles in 2011 that wasn't resolved and was one of the reasons why it probably didn't move forward.
And do you have any idea of what the capital needs are for the center moving? Obviously, you've said $7 million over the next 3 to 4 years, but beyond 2018, is there any other big numbers that are going to be coming to hit us beyond that 2018?
So we have projections and a master plan for the facility that takes us to 2025. To be honest with you, the big hurdles are the next 5 years, because so many things are either deferred and rolled up in the next 5 years and have to take place, or there's just purely issues that the shelf life has expired and we're well past the sort of the due date. So over the next couple of years, you're looking largely at $1 million, million plus, fluctuates a bit, but obviously there are efficiencies. After the next 5 years, you start to get to a more manageable level. I will say, though, a 35-year-old building never becomes cheap. It never matters. We really have $7 million on the table to just get up to speed. A lot of issues are grandfathered, so we don't necessarily have to address them. But a 35-year-old building never, ever becomes cheap. It maybe was cheap in the first 10 or 5 years, but that was probably it.
And that's fair. I think it's just coming to the realization of what we need to put in, and, you know, beyond that, what might we need to put in. Thanks for answering my questions.
Councillor Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. A couple of questions, Sandra. In 2011, how many Kitchener councillors were on your board as members?
Well, I would imagine the same 4 that we currently have.
I wasn't there, but I have looked at the governance documents, and I believe it has been, since 2011 at least, the mayor and 3 councillors.
Okay. And how many are on there now?
The mayor and 3 councillors.
Still the same, despite the report saying it should be reduced.
Correct. We're waiting for to finalize the debate on the Webb report and the current review that's going on with the city.
Thank you. And I'm sure you can appreciate how painful it is to this council to suddenly face these kind of financial demands. Are you confident there'll be an improvement in communications with the council about financial issues as we continue?
I cannot speak for the past, but I think those people that know me, and as long as I'm here, you will be hearing the truth as I know it.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting there's any untruth. I'm just suggesting it's been pretty sloppy.
We will be transparent and open.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Schneider?
Yes, thanks again for coming in. I'm noticing one of the line items involved dressing rooms with furnishings and renovations, and that totals to $550,000. I'm just wondering what kind of renovations are needed and if that is something that is truly needed to keep the building operational.
So those facilities haven't been upgraded in 35 years. So in some places, we absolutely have to upgrade them, not because of cosmetic reasons, but because the plumbing and the facilities are not even up to code. We do have artists who are on site who have different physical abilities, and we actually currently can't support them on site in the way that we're supposed to be able to by contract. Those items are also on that list because they are tied to an eligible funding through through cultural spaces. If we don't access cultural spaces, that item will actually go off the list. Doesn't mean that we still won't have to address the plumbing issues and a few other structural issues in the future, but it just means we'll have to find another means around it to accommodate some of our contractual arrangements with certain artists in the short term.
Okay, no, it just seemed like a very high number, so I was just wondering how much of that was want and how much of that was need. Thank you.
It is. I will say it's a huge facility. We're one of the largest facilities in North America, not Canada, North America. We don't have 2 or 3 dressing rooms. We actually have over 14 rooms that would actually have to be upgraded.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for coming before us and outlining exactly what the necessary requirements are. I think you are being transparent at this point. It's really up to us if you want to accept that truth or not. And I think you've said it, Senator, that 35-year-old building is not going to get any cheaper. But when we speak to that, obviously you've outlined what could be the requirement or the necessity of City of Kitchener assisting with some of the capital deferred maintenance costs for 2015, potentially 16 as well, but ultimately for the long run. And that's where I'm more concerned with, not necessarily for today and next year, but ultimately where will we go, because these are costs that will continue to escalate, and at a point where the City of Kitchener can assist, the demand could be far more. So when we relate to, you've gone through background as to when the CRF was implemented, is that really enough? Where will it be that balance where Centre and the Square can manage at a more appropriate level the capital cost requirements to manage this age of a building? And beyond funding from City of Kitchener and potential funding from higher orders of government, what could be the ultimate, solution to solve this?
To some extent, I can't give you an honest answer until I know what the review around the mandate results are. If we go a very commercial model with that facility, we would largely look at a CRF probably doubling, if not tripling. Most CRFs in commercial venues are 350 plus. If we stay as a not-for-profit community arts organization, which has been largely its mission mandate and very much how it currently operates with its calendar, you would try to keep your CRF at a reasonable amount around that $2, maybe $2.50 mark. And you would never be able to really honestly accommodate the level of capital requirements for that organization. Because again, it's about $1 million to $1.5 million if you're proactively
Can you quickly explain the difference? Sorry, I'm not meaning to take too much of the time, but I think that's important for us to know exactly what that difference would be for a commercial model or still a non-for-profit. So are you saying, and just clarity for my understanding, so we're subsidizing some of the cost for the tickets at this point as related to other venues out there?
I wouldn't say subsidizing. Yeah. The difference is this. Commercial shows tend to have full capacity. So when you have a commercial show, like we did with the Book of Mormon, we were almost 100% capacity. We made and generated a lot of CRF off of that show because of capacity levels. However, we do a lot of general admission, which does not have CRF, because those tickets are often under $10. In other cases, we do graduations. In other cases, we have local arts organizations who have a very strong relevancy to this community, but they may not be at full capacity. So your CRF is maybe a third or 40%. It isn't a better or worse. It isn't a better model or worse model. It just is the sort of breadth of activity that happens in these facilities.
How the space is being utilized. Yeah, the prioritization of that. Yeah, and that's what I thought it was. And I wanted to make sure that that point was made more poignantly and clear, because that's really the ultimate thing as to how we can afford to continue to maintain this building without having to have this request come year after year, because it would be very demanding on the city to be able to manage this request being constant. But I appreciate your candidness on that. Thank you.
And if I may add, capital improvements, if I could use that term, could reduce expenses, as the mayor got the answer to his question. They are meant to preserve the value of all of the premises for the city.
There are still 5 people in the queue here, plus my own comments as well. We haven't really done it, but just to remind committee, that the mandate and the operational side of this will be coming much later. So we're talking mostly about the capital issues with the building. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you. And just one question I forgot to ask earlier, and it's sort of building on the question that Councillor Singh just asked. On the CRF end of things, are we competitive there in terms of the amount, or are we a fair bit lower than others? I mean, is that part of what could help us fund the capital improvements that you're talking about?
I will be making a recommendation to to our board this winter spring for an increase. However, I would say CRF is included in the base ticket price, and we already know through our sort of customer feedback that the ticket price is already pushing the limits. So I think $350 is probably the maximum you would see us to be able to actually raise it. That obviously would do almost a doubling of what our CRF currently is, but that's still a significant ask in terms of what our consumer and customers are telling us with ticket pricing.
Okay, thank you.
So you have to be mindful of that.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. The ask that, or the budget impact is $510,000. Is that what you're asking for, or are you asking for more?
We are asking for the 510, which is a doubling, but we are also identifying that if we're able to find additional resources, whether it be through the city or through other partnerships, obviously we have an opportunity to double that funding through cultural spaces. And we're also at the table, so it's not like this is all coming from the city. We've obviously invested the majority of our reserves. We would also continue to invest our CRF, which is around $250,000, in order to continue trying to double that amount with the Cultural Spaces program.
So would the 510 assist you in leveraging that money from the cultural spaces?
Not in its full capacity. It helps, but not as much as we would like it to.
Right. Cultural spaces, we hope, will continue to exist. But with all government programs, you never know what an election and a new government might do to it. We do know that we could get $1.2 million this year. That means a $1.2 million investment becomes $2.4. And to be open and honest, to answer your question, my preference would be to get more this year to enable us to get that match from cultural spaces.
Okay, so then I guess my question, and maybe it's crystal clear to everybody, but maybe it isn't to me, how much more are you asking for than the 510?
We would be looking to raise $1.2 million locally, whether that's city in the center or if that's city center and another third party. But if we were able to put together $1.2 million at the local level, we would leverage a further $1.2 million from the federal program.
And if I may, we're trying to raise awareness that a 35-year-old building, which is still a phenomenal acoustic hall, is going to need in future more capital expenses on it.
Okay. Is there a time limit to when you can access the money from cultural spaces?
2015? Sorry.
Well, currently the proposal was tied to 2015, but it is a program that does exist year to year. The budget fluctuates from year to year, and as Bruce has already mentioned, there's no guarantees that exists from year to year, but it has been in existence over the last almost 15 years. So one of the options, if we're not able to sort of capitalize on everything this year, is we would look at some form of multi-year or staggered approach with the program. You aren't ineligible if you only go 1 year, you can't go the second year. That's not the case. It is about eligibility of projects. And I would stress that some of the projects that they feel are eligible and would prioritize are not necessarily the things that maybe the city would prioritize. But roofing, for example, is an eligible project. It would be nice to maximize other resources for something as dull as roofing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, before we go a second time, just one quick question. I think this has been asked before, but I don't recall the response. Have you considered making an ask of the region?
No, there's been no discussion, at least with my office. I might just ask one of the other colleagues from the board. Has there ever been anything with the region?
No, the region, we've had informal discussions, but every time.
Please.
Excuse me. Mr. Chair, we've had informal discussions with regional representatives in the past, and every time it's been met with it's a city facility and you need to go talk to the city. So at this point, the region has not indicated a willingness to help. Not saying that we wouldn't like to ask again, though.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear that. Thank you. So going back now, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have a question and a quick comment. Is the CRF of the center the same as the auditorium? Do you know that, or?
No, it's not the same. And it's not the same amount.
That's what I mean. So they have a lower amount?
They do have a lower amount. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just want to make a quick comment. There's been questions as to, have we been aware of the situation over there? This council, since 1990, when the first capital study was done on that building, which it was about 10 years old, this council has been well aware of it. And the board has been coming for 25 years asking for additional required capital funding. So it's not a new thing. It goes back beyond 2000, goes back to 1990. And just another quick comment about the anticipated capital campaign. I don't know if many of you can remember, but around that period of time, the Kitchener-Waterloo Symphony was in dire financial straits and had really carried on a minor campaign in this community that did take substantial contributions from the community. And I think between that and some other campaigns that were going, that is one of the reasons why it was not considered really clever to go along with the campaign at that time. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Chair, just to address 2 points that have been raised. The first in response to Councillor Gazzola's question. The odds CRF is $2.05, including HST in 2015, so they're fairly close. On the issue of the Cultural Spaces Canada application, what we can do is offer, if it's of interest to Council, to work with Centre in the Square to bring back an issue paper on that program specifically and in more detail. And one of the scenarios that you may want us to look at is what would the implications for the city and the centre be if we were to compress 2 years of funding into one, so the 2015 and 2016 grant, to enable the centre to leverage and apply for more cultural spaces funding. Obviously that has an impact on 2016, but the more we can leverage federal funding, the better for the centre. So certainly if that's of interest, given the line of questioning, we'd be happy to work with them on an issue paper for final budget day.
Interesting, thank you. Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, thank you. Further to Councillor Schneider's comments or questioning on the dressing rooms in the Centre in the Square, I happen to have the privilege of having a cameo performance in the Nutcracker back a couple of weeks ago, and had the privilege of using one of those dressing rooms, and I saw how dated it was. I mean, it's all original, and the plumbing, the sink, the tap was running. I mean, you tried to shut it off. I mean, these are the issues that you're talking about. Is that correct? In terms of having addressed it, because I thought, from my experience in seeing it, and then another dressing room as well, I thought we've got some problems here, and I just didn't know to what extent it is elsewhere throughout the building. And we also talk maybe even public washrooms as well, or just talking just dressing rooms only areas.
There are public facilities on the second floor that need to be upgraded, as well as other facilities downstairs in the basement. There's also public facilities in the gallery space that has never been upgraded in 35 years. So you're talking about a lot of plumbing and a lot of public washroom spaces.
And you're hoping to address those this year?
No, we won't be able to with the resources we have. So what we'll likely have to do with the resources we do have is look at more of a long-term strategy and literally overhaul them, I would say, year by year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Thank you, through you, Chair Davey, and I just want to thank Sandra and Bruce for coming in and with their presentation. And more or less, I have more of a comment, and I think regardless of how the model of what the Centre and Square is going to be in the future, we have to look at this as it's a city-owned building. It's 35 years old, and no matter who operates it or how it's operated, it needs capital funding. And it's not a matter of why wasn't council made aware of this. There is a lot of intangibles that are there. That is why the situation is it is. And I think it's important for us to move forward and honor our one of our properties and put it into the shape that it needs to be so it can be successful and have some savings in operating, as Mayor Verbanevik has mentioned. But more importantly, I think we need to capitalize on the capital that is going to be offered from the cultural spaces. And so that was no pun intended, but that's something that we need to focus on and move forward with. And I think that's something that should be our responsibility, because some of some of the capital that has been deferred has been through the process of this is a place that you can cut in the budget. So I think we just need to move forward.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, are you suggesting that we do ask staff to bring back an issue paper on compressing 2 years of funding into one? Okay, I'm inclined to agree. Noted. Councillor Singh, no? Okay.
Direction, but if Councillor Ioannidis has already mentioned it, so
okay.
I would support that direction to staff to do that. I think it's important for us to leverage additional funding if it could be made available through higher orders of government, the federal government especially. So.
Okay, yeah, and there are no further questions, and I'd support that as well. Not saying I'd support the issue paper, not necessarily. I want to see what the actual implications are before saying I'll support it. But just on the issue of council being made aware, I can say with certainty that I found the suddenness of the capital issue shocking. I wasn't made aware of it. Perhaps it was because I wasn't a councillor before 2011. I think it's been touched upon by both Councillor Etherington and Councillor Galloway-Seelock. So I'm encouraged to hear that we don't need to worry about that again, because to be frank, I think some decisions were made by council that may have been different if we knew the situation when, frankly, the board knew the situation. So going forward, I'm happy to hear that transparency with us will be there and earlier on. But to be clear, I certainly intend to support the current ask that's within this budget document. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the time and attention and the thoughtful questions.
So we will move to KPL. And I wrote this down. There is no issue paper, but it's Capital 136. Oh, is there an issue paper for this? Oh, pardon me. I must have missed that. Oh, sorry. There is for the Southwest Branch 115. That's correct. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. I'm
morning.
Wayne Buchholz. I'm chair of the library board, and with me is Sonia Lewis, the CEO. If you refer to CAP 136, there are no changes in CAP 136 in terms of priorities. What changes is the Library South End or Southwest Library branch, and we're suggesting a change in terms of the development charges. So we're here now to answer any potential questions you may have regarding that specific issue.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
I don't really have any questions with regard to that, but I do have some questions as to, and it's a problem not just with the library, but it's something that concerns me with the entire city. But we're provided with a list as of the end of November as to unspent capital funds. And I look over some of your accounts, like this customer needs survey. We're requesting additional funding in this year and down the road. Last year, you were provided with $35,000, and that's, as of the end of November, was still spent. So is that the question that I always ask, if it hasn't been used, was it really required?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the intent was to do the customer survey in 2015, and that's why those funds were untouched. And what happened in that particular case is that the cycle of doing the surveys, which are tied to the board's strategic planning, changed. And so the additional money that you see in this year's capital budget is to top up that funding from last year and provide adequate funds to do the survey. So it will be done this year so that the board can do its strategic planning next year.
If I go on to radio frequency technology, there is some $300,000 in this capital forecast, but again, I see there's $408,000 at the end of November still unspent. So do we really need that additional $300,000 that's in here?
Yeah, Through you, Mr. Chair, as Council is aware, the Central Library project was delayed, the construction portion, and that had an impact then on the acquisition and implementation of collections and furniture and equipment and technology. So the RFID project is still, towards the end of last year, we are still in the process of rolling that out. And we anticipate that we should be able to complete that at least at Central Library this year.
Central Library remaining costs, what are those? I thought it was completed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was always funding earmarked for technology and collections that went beyond the completion date of the project. So that funding, because I believe it's, a large portion of that is coming from development charges, and we knew they wouldn't be collected or available by the time construction ended. So we've created a phased plan for the implementation of technology and collection. So that's meant to cover some of the equipment, technology and collections, resources, books, and other materials for the Central Library.
But there was still $287,000 unspent at the end of November. So if that hasn't been spent, do we really need what's in there for 2015 and 2016?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think if we were able to provide you with the year-end figure and we can get back to Council with that, you will have seen a significant change in that account. Because of the way that library resources are acquired, there are many expenditures that that come through the end of the year, which our members of Council who are on the Library Board can attest to. Mm-hmm. But we can provide you with a year-end number if you would.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just along with that request, I would hope that staff can produce that schedule, the complete schedule for us as of December the 31st, when we go into final budget day at the end of February. I would like to request right now an up-to-date figure on that, on those capital funds. Just one final question, and I wonder if you could just explain a little for me on this RepNet. Again, there's $43,000 unspent, and there's a request right across the line for $30,000 a year. What is that for? And again, do we have sufficient funds that we don't need any new funds in 2015 and 16?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that capital account funds our participation in the wide area network in Waterloo region. The library, like the city, is a member, and those represent our annual expenditures or contribution to the network. In addition to that, there are, on some years, but not all years, there are capital improvement projects related to RepNet.
So are those operating? Is there an annual fee to be part of that program? Is it an operating cost or a capital cost?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it has always been from the in our capital forecast as a capital expenditure. Our participation, our membership in RepNet.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my questions are going to focus around the issue paper, which is CAP 115. My question would be, obviously it's been identified that there's a need, and from previous capital forecasts, it's been identified that $10 million is the ask price for the new branch library. Mm-hmm. When was that last looked at? When was the concept of how the Southwest branch might look last looked at, and the projected dollars that went along with it?
If you look at the first paragraph of that particular issue paper, 115, you'll see that that goes back to 2006.
Right. So the library hasn't looked at, obviously the need has been identified since 2000, but the $10 million that's associated with the project hasn't really been looked at too significantly since 2006. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. What we do each year as we prepare the capital forecast is we look, that estimate is based on a cost per square foot. And so we do each year review the cost per square foot and compare it to other known library projects, and just to ensure that it's still roughly in line. It's also, as noted in the document, it's a Class C estimate, so it's very rough at this point. But the square footage is still the square footage cost is still roughly the same.
Has the library looked at all at other, like, is this $10 million based on a standalone branch library?
At this point in time, no. It's based on a shared facility with a community center that the city is projected to build just south of Bleams Road.
Thank you. I was hoping to give some direction to the library board. Should I do that now?
I think that would be good.
I would like to direct the library to look at the costing of the Southwest branch over the next 2 years, so it would inform the 2017 budget. Understanding there'll be some changes at the library coming up, so and that review is to look at the cost that's required, as well as any partnerships, whether it be the community center or even a school facility, which is in the same vicinity as where it's proposed now, and come back with a more concrete vision of what that branch library is going to look at, and as well as to inform the cost for the 2017 capital budget. I hope that made sense.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when would you be looking for this?
Sorry?
How quickly would you be looking for this?
So it would be something that you would look over the 2015-2016 year to inform the 2017 budget. Right. So funding really isn't going to happen for this, according to what we have in front of us, until closer to 2018-2019. So we'll have the ability to work with those numbers within those couple of years before the branch would be built.
And through you, Mr. Chair, at the January board meeting, staff will be bringing forward the business plan for 2015 to the board, and you will see that we had anticipated the need to start to look more closely at the Southwest branch now that we're more or less completed with the Central Library. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks. The one question I had was related to the Central Library as well. One of the things that you drew attention to last year was all the additional meeting rooms that would be added. Have you seen the uptake that you had expected to with those meeting rooms now being open? You were hoping for some additional revenue.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The additional revenue was the fact that throughout construction, there was no room rental. There were no room rentals at the Central Library, and no revenue as a result of that. So we've been fairly aggressive since reopening in advertising the fact that we're back in the business of room rentals, and we have seen a good response to that. We would have only had less than half a year's experience last year. So this year, particularly in the first half of this year, we will certainly learn from the experience, but we're very happy with the way room rentals is starting to pick up.
Okay. Have you seen increased usage at the downtown library?
Yes.
Okay. The other last question I have is related to the South End Library. Well, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment. I'm glad to see that you're considering a partnership, whether it's with the school board or with the city, because I think that a combined center is much more appealing to the community overall. Mm-hmm. If that pushed it out or kept it in 2019, would that be a concern for the library? Because it seems to me that Councillor Galloway-Sealock is suggesting that she'd like to see it moved forward, and I don't want to make an assumption, but I'm just wondering.
Well, the sooner the better. So, certainly we would view that as a favorable option if it were moved up, assuming that the funding was there. But we appreciate, because 90% of this project will be funded through development charges, that the challenge now is the collection of those development charges, not unlike a number of the other city projects. So that's why that project was pushed out. But certainly, if we're able to do it sooner.
I'm not suggesting that. I just want to make it clear. I think it's fine where it is, especially when we're talking about partnerships with the city or with a school board. I don't know what the plan is for a school out in that way. Okay, thank you for your answers.
Okay, and just back quickly to Councillor Galloway, so you'll clarify.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I'm only asking that the report come back to inform the 2017 budget. I have not asked for it to be moved up in any way. I would, if there was the ability over the next number of years to do that, I would look at that option, but right now I am not asking for that.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
I just wanted to clarify that. When Councillor Galloway-Seelock was finished speaking, I understood that that's what she was just looking, and I don't want to hear about talking about moving it forward. We can't afford to do that. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. I'll just add comment as well. I think it makes absolute sense that this becomes a joint facility that you can leverage off of each other's patrons, and not to mention the cost savings in terms of staffing. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Hagee.
Morning, Mr. Chair. I'll be taking the balance of the presentation, although you'll have a lot of detailed questions that I can't answer, and the appropriate people will come down when we get to what's referred to as the page flip.
Very good. Oh, sorry, one question before we get going. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if this was a question I should have asked of the library board and staff. The shared library discussion, when I look at the forecast, it's not broken out that way. At what point in time will we see that broken out as a shared facility as opposed to standalone?
Through the chair, I would expect that we would keep the components separate, so the library project would remain in the library budget up until we do it, and then if it's bundled up with a community center, they would always be shown individually, but the timing of them and they would definitely inform each other. But I don't expect that we would kind of consolidate those projects into a single, mega project, or however you want to term it.
Can you help me understand why not?
Typically, we just have not done that, but and it can muddy the funding sources. So we've got development charges coming kind of out of indoor recreation and potentially out of library, and it just kind of gets a little messy and could be commingled. And when it gets to that point, we can point that out to council. We could potentially write an issue paper, essentially showing what the bundled project looks like, and talk about the timing and the alignment and what's assumed in both projects, that sort of stuff. But we're still a number of years away from that.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that. I appreciate the extra opportunity.
Yeah, I thought the same thing too. It would just get really messy in terms of where do you put it in the documents and all that. So, Mr. Hagee.
So I'm going to begin by talking about the capital budget at a very high level. And
sorry, one moment again, Mr. Hagee. Interrupt again, Mr. May.
My apologies, Council. I had to step out for a few minutes, so I'm not really sure what I'm speaking to, but I want to be very clear that the master plan that's been created for the Southwest District Park does not contemplate a library on that site.
Okay. That was partially relevant. Mr. Hagee.
Hopefully I do know what I'm talking about. We'll see how it goes. So like I said, we'll be starting kind of high level, and then as we get further on, we'll talk about specific topics. So at a high level, we'll look at the capital budget and where the funds come from. And as Mr. Chapman alluded to, 2015, the total 10-year forecast is close to $1 billion. And you can see on this slide where the funds come from. Top line is the capital pool, and that's essentially the tax-supported capital program. And you can see that that's increased by about $9 million from last year. So again, over the 10 years, it's increased by about $9 million. And a lot of that is investment in the key areas that Mr. Chapman alluded to. So there were those 4 key areas that we're investing in this year. And that's caused the increase there. In the enterprise section, you can see that it's just
it's essentially half of the budget, and that's funding that's going essentially mostly coming out of the utilities. So we have 7 different enterprises, but the majority of the funding is used for water, for sanitary, for stormwater, and gas. And the increase there is really related to those 4 utilities, not the other 3 enterprises in golf, parking, and building. So the increase that's there is essentially due to the utilities. Development charges, you'll see a decrease from 2014 to 2015. And that's related to the DC update that happened in 2014. There was timing and projects that were in the capital forecast that we would not have had the funds to actually pull off in the allotted timing, but now we have an updated forecast. The timing of projects is set and is informed, and the capital budget's been updated in 2015 to relate to that. Next, we see reserves, and the investment there has gone up about $30 million. And as noted in the council report, that's largely related to increased use of the federal gas tax reserve fund, related to the development charge recovery reserve fund, which is new, and the recreational land reserve fund. Looking at the other 3 items on the page, they're relatively unchanged. They're quite minor, so I won't go into detail about them, but that's just the 30,000-foot view, what's different this year versus last year in terms of funding sources in the capital budget.
Okay, just before we go on, there's a few questions actually. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I've looked at the 2014 capital forecast, and the total was $939,954. There's about $500,000 difference, and it was in the capital pool. Can you briefly tell me what happened, what changed from?
Through the chair, I can't off the top of my head. I would suggest that there may have been changes come final budget day from what was in the original capital package, but I don't have a detail as to what those are.
Mr. Chapman?
No, I reviewed the final budget day, but nothing jumped out at me.
So through the chair, I have the final approved capital forecast, and it does agree to what's on the slide. So it would have simply reflected the impacts of decisions council made on final budget day. If you'd like us to let you know what the difference was between final budget day and the final approved forecast, we can do that, but it would only reflect decisions you made on final budget day around capital.
Yeah, no, that's not necessary. I'll look it up myself. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, Mr. Hagee, you said that the reserves included federal gas tax, recreational land,
correct,
and DC what?
DC recovery. So it's, council may recall when we were talking about development charges, there are a number of projects that could have been funded by development charges that were built in the past that were not, and now they're included in this year's forecast. So essentially we have those projects, we're levying development charges on those, and those are going in the DC Recovery Reserve Fund and then are being reinvested.
Okay, and that would explain the reason that we've got the additional funds.
Those 3 areas are the largest components of that. So, as detailed in the staff report, I think it's on page 4 and 5. There's a bit of a highlight on each of those 3 different reserve funds. Okay.
The other one I was unsure about is the drop in the DC funding. I would have thought it would have gone up if we're increasing our DC rates. Why would we not see an increase in the DC funding source?
So it's a good question, and intuitively when I saw it, I kind of asked myself the same thing. What happened the 2014 forecast included all of the capital projects that we wanted to complete. So there were some indoor and outdoor recreation facilities that were high dollars and were at the tail end of the capital forecast. And they were put in the forecast for placeholders, but you may recall there was a note on the bottom saying the timing of these is all tentative and will be determined through the 2015 DC review, or 2014 DC review. That's happened now, and essentially we have priorities based on the leisure facilities master plan and the development charge study
And the things that we do not have funds to complete are not reflected in 2015. So they're not in 2015 out to 2024. They may be in 25, 26. So as we roll over the capital forecast and add a new year 10, you'll see that those things start to come in and that number will likely go up.
Okay. And I don't know if you can answer this question, but reference has been made to the Leisure Master Plan, Facilities Master Plan. Did we have a funding component to that, or was it really just a plan with what it would cost, estimated cost, but we didn't really have a funding plan when we approved that, did we?
So through the chair, there were estimates about the different components. As part of Leisure Facilities Master Plan, Council approved the relative priority of indoor and outdoor recreation projects. So there was a top 6, and it was clear that number 1 was a higher priority than number 6. So as we went through, and that plan and that priority was referred to the development charge background study. So there were rough dollar estimates as part of LFMP. When it came to DC, it was real dollars, and those have been prioritized as part of the development charge background study. And what you'll see as part of the 2015 capital budget, it's the first opportunity to reflect the priority and the timing and the dollar amounts. So that's included in 2015. So this is kind of, the new world informed by those two processes.
So just hypothetically speaking, if we hadn't done our DC background study until next year, then we wouldn't have been looking at identifying any priorities out of that plan until 2016.
Any new priorities. So the DC line between 2014 and 2015 would have looked relatively the same, but we'd still have that little note at the bottom of the capital forecast that says, this is all up for review next year, the timing, priority, and whatnot will be updated. But now we have that, so it's kind of looking forward based on new information.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
Just further on the DC component having gone down from 183 to 161, and I know as a result of the DC review, and there's been changes in priorities and a whole bunch of direction of different projects, would this also be reflective of, as I can recall over the past several months or so, some developers who wish to do front-end financing to get their particular projects moving, that they will front-end finance, so there's less money coming in terms of the development charge revenue? Would that be an implication on this?
That is not an implication in this case. So there are developers that are interested in doing some of those projects, but they are not if they just haven't expressed interest, but it hasn't actually happened, we're still holding those projects in the capital forecast. Because while there's interest, there's no agreement. And so we're reflecting when we plan to do that project right now.
Okay. So then would the rationale then be an anticipation of a lower revenue from building permits, just because maybe not a downturn in the economy, but maybe not thinking there's going to be a strong building year this year?
I'm not sure I understand the question. That the overall DCs are down because we don't expect we'll bring in as much building permit revenue? Is that? I would say that's part of it, but it's more over the long-term forecast. So when we were looking at the development charge background study and bylaw, we talked about what we anticipate the growth pattern to be over the next 5, 10, 20 years. And so that did help inform the DC forecast. We believe that we have a much more realistic growth forecast in this DC study than we did in the previous study. So we are anticipating that we're going to bring in less revenue in this study than in the previous study. And it's based on what our actual experience was over the previous study.
Right, okay.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, so for the portion for enterprises, I think, Mr. Haggie, you said the lion's share of that funding source does come from the utilities.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, so it's the 4 utilities and the 3 golf building and parking.
Right. And so the increase by about 15 million or so, much of that is coming from specifically from the utilities.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes.
And does that correlate to the increase in the utility rates where it would allow for that extra funding sources to come from for additional investments into infrastructure, or am I getting that right?
There would be some correlation. I would suggest that's not the only thing. And when we get to the more detailed page flip, you'll be able to see what the what the projects are, and council can comment on their relevance.
Okay. No, I just wanted to know exactly where does that additional funding amounts come from? Is it specifically from the fees, or is it from the reserves as well?
So that enterprise line would only be from the fees.
Fees alone. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, please continue.
So first we'll talk about the capital pool, and the next few slides will deal with that. So that's the capital pool refers to essentially the tax-supported portion of the capital budget. And so when we talk about the tax capital budget, it's funded out of this, and it's reflected as CC in the capital forecast. And councillors that have been here previously will recognize that and recall that. The funding sources for the capital pool are capital out of current, which is a direct transfer from taxes, or from the operating budget. There's also an annual debt issue. And then there are transfers from the gas utility and the hydro utility reserve funds. So the city owns its own gas utility, and it pays a dividend, and we use some of that dividend to pay for tax-supported capital projects. We also have an investment in our hydro utility, the KW Hydro, pays us a dividend, and we use that to fund the capital program. So Mr. Chapman talked earlier about how council influences the capital budget and how staff put it together. And one of the ways that council deals with it is with strategic plan and priorities. Another way they influence it is through the capital policy. So we have a capital policy in place that limits the increase on the tax side of things. So the tax rate increase can only go up by so much based on the capital policy. And as you can see on the slide, we essentially limit the increase of debt payments that we would have in any given year, as well as the overall impact. So it's limited to the increase in assessment and inflation. When you talk about adjusting the capital pool, we're talking about kind of 3 things. So if you want to introduce a new project, we're looking at either removing something of similar dollar value so that there's kind of a one-to-one replacement. We're talking about increasing the tax rate, so increasing the capital pool, or by issuing debt. And each of those has a different impact, whether it's on a specific project, on the tax rate now, or on the tax rate in the future. This slide shows the capital pool availability. And so essentially those items that I've talked about and the different funding sources are detailed out here, and you can see where the funds come from, and then just in a summary level where the funds go to. I'll draw council's attention to the bottom line of this chart, and you can see that there's an available shortfall line. And Mr. Chapman was talking about how we have a balanced capital forecast, and that's essentially what this shows. So in 2015, you can see that the department requests match exactly with the amount of funding available. And each year there's, going out, there's a little up, little down, but essentially we've got a balanced forecast. So we plan to have sufficient funds to do all of the tax-supported capital projects in the year that they show in the capital forecast. And as Mr. Chapman alluded to, that's somewhat unique in a number of municipalities, that we don't have a wish list of things we might want to do. It's essentially we have the funds, or we plan to have the funds in the year that we're projecting to complete the project. Going up to the top of the slide, we'll just walk down, and I'll be in the 2015 column. So you can see that we're planning to have a debt issue of just over $1 million in 2015 in order to fund the capital program. The capital out of current, that's the direct transfer from the tax base into the capital pot, or the capital pool, is $947,000. So if council will recall from last week when we were talking about what 1% is on the tax rate, it's about $1 million. So essentially out of the entire taxes that somebody pays, 1% of it is being used as a direct transfer to the capital pool, which is quite small when you look at how much capital investment is going into the tax-supported capital budget. And essentially the main funding sources are the Gas Utility Investment Reserve Fund and the Hydro Investment or Hydro Utility Investment Reserve Fund. So in my opinion, it's a good thing that the city has these two enterprises that return dividends to the city, and then the city is able to use that to fund operations on an ongoing basis. So there's a large amount of money that comes from those two enterprises in 2015 and is used to essentially subsidize what would otherwise be increased debt or increased taxes. You can follow that all the way across. You can see in any specific year how much debt we're planning to issue, how much we're planning to transfer from directly from the tax base or from each of the capital reserve funds. But as I said before, we've got that balanced position in each year, and which is a really good place to be in our capital budget and forecast. This slide shows the capital pool availability for 2015 versus 2014. You can see that we're slightly better than we were last year. So when the capital budget was finalized, there were small deficits essentially in each year of the capital forecast. In staff's review of that, we've been able to correct that and essentially eliminate those for 2015. So we are starting at a balanced position.
Okay, before we get into DCs, just go through some questions here. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes. When I'm looking at the Gas Utility Reserve Fund, in 2014, you had listed that we would be moving $7,425,000. Here I'm seeing that we're moving $8,125,000. Why the change?
So through the chair, if you follow that, both actually the gas utility and the hydro utility reserve funds all the way across, you will see that they do kind of go up and down. And that largely reflects the fact that the capital projects that they're funding are, for lack of a better term, lumpy. We are, with an operating budget, it's essentially flat. You've got a utility bill and you have what it was last year plus a little bit, and that's kind of straight lined all the way across. When we're talking capital projects, sometimes you have no expense, and then $5 million. Or $100,000 and then $2 million. And so it goes up and down. So you'll notice, as Councillor Fernandez has pointed out, that it's not smooth. It does peak and valley, go up and down. And it's largely because of the types of projects they're funding are not smooth, or they're often one-time expenses that happen once every 10, 15, 20 years. And so that does go up and down over time.
Okay, but I understood that this was a reserve fund. This is not a reserve fund then, if you're saying that it's based on the projects that are coming forward. So this money is expected to be used, or are you saying that, say for example, we had a revenue, I'm just picking numbers out of the air here, a $10 million revenue, and instead of putting in the 7,425, we don't need as much for our capital projects, so we're putting in 8,125.
So the funding that's reflected here comes from a reserve fund, and so the funding that goes into that reserve fund is set by the council policy and is fairly flat over time, or it's consistent over time, I should say. So it's around $13 million, and then it just inflates 2 or 3% per year. So the funding that comes in is relatively stable over time. But the use of it is, as I said, is lumpy, just because in some years we have big dollar projects, and other years we don't. I'll direct your attention out to 2023. So you'll see out there that there's $9.1 million out of the gas utility reserve, and then about $7.7 million coming from the hydro investment reserve fund. That's the year that we've got the Rockway Senior Center budgeted for. It's some DC funding, but it's also a large chunk of non-DC funding, and it's coming out of here. So that's kind of a once in a long time capital investment that needs to be made, is showing in 2023, and it's causing a bit of a spike out in that year.
So what are the projects that are requiring that additional $1.3 million increase in hydro and $700,000 increase? Is there? Would I find them on the capital project pages?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, yes, you would, and they're all with the CC caption. I think the important point to make is that if you go back to last year's forecast, the sum total of all of the contributions from that line equaled $64 million. In this forecast, they equal $63 million. So because we have a reserve with a minimum and maximum, that reserve balance can fluctuate year to year, but overall, the overall contribution from that reserve is fairly consistent compared to what was approved last year.
Okay. Thanks, that helps me understand that. In the bottom line, the department requests last year, we had $13,724,000. Now we're up almost $2 million, over $2 million in department requests. Who makes the decision and the determination of what a department can request for work to be done?
So through the chair, as Mr. Chapman alluded to this morning, it's determined in large part by council's priorities and what council's said are their priorities. So he highlighted a number of areas of specific focus. And so staff have heard that through the discussions by council and have included those in the capital forecast. So it's largely informed by what council has said. Those requests, as Mr. Chapman pointed out in a previous slide, they come forward from the division to their department head to the Administrative Review Committee, which is all of the department heads plus finance staff, and the specific division directors coming in at the same at a point. It's over 2 days, and they're all reviewed, and so we look at what the requests are versus what council has said versus what we've heard from the community, put all of that together, and make an overall request to council.
Okay, so my understanding is that the $2 million additional cost is based mainly on the request that council has made from that strategic meeting, or is it divided between staff's requests and council's requests?
It would be a mix of both, and I don't have a handle off the top of my head as to how much is one and how much is the other. I just don't know.
I'll just make a quick comment. I'm a little bit concerned that if the requests just keep coming because we'll find the money, we've got the reserve fund, that we just just like everything we just keep spending. So that's just my comment, but maybe I need to understand a little bit further.
Sure.
Councillor Yaneski.
Further to Councillor Fernandez's comments on the Utility Investment Reserve Fund and your explanation on that total line being $63 million and it's sort of up and down year to year depending on the projects. And you also mentioned that in the gas utility that there's generally a reserve fund of about $13 million sitting there all the time?
No, so the dividend that is paid by the gas utility to the city is around $13 million a year. And some of that is used to fund capital projects, and some of it is used to fund the operating budget.
So that $13 million, is that based on the past, a consistent $13 million, that when I look to the future years, it'll always be $13 million sitting there somewhere that will be coming to council, which part of it will be into this?
So through the chair, the $13 million is the amount transferred to the reserve fund, which is fairly consistent, and we would have seen it in our operating package last year. So if you go to the gas delivery page in the operating budget, you'll see it's around $13 million, and then it inflates either 2 or 3% per year over the 5-year forecast. So that the amount of funding going into the reserve fund is consistent year to year. The use of it, as I mentioned, kind of goes up and down, and we are not carrying a $13 million reserve fund balance in the gas utility investment reserve fund. It would have a minimum and maximum. I'm not sure where it sits, but in a future slide, when we get to the reserve section, you'll be able to see what the ending balance is in 2014, the projected ending balance in 2014, and the projected ending balance in 2015. It is not $13 million.
So from 2016 onward for the next 9 years, then you're going on the basis that you feel confidently that there always will be reserve because you will charge the rates in the gas utility user rates in the future to make sure there's always enough dividend in the future. Is that correct?
Correct. Council set the dividend policy at that $13-ish million, and that's what we're using going forward.
Okay. The other question I have deals with the first line, the debenture issue, 1.1 million. And how does that tie in with the capital page 26 and the city's debt, is that debenture being issued to pay the city's debt?
Yes, so that, I'll just flip back to the slide.
That's cap 26. Yeah.
So it's the yellow portion. So the yellow bars at the bottom of this slide are essentially that debt issue line that you see there.
Covers the yellow line. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure. I thought it was covering the Edith
no.
portion. Edith that's a separate scenario.
Edith you will not see any Edith debt forecasted anywhere in the capital budget. It was issued in 2013. It's done. It needs to run its course and be paid off. But there's no reference to it other than in these debt slides.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, most of my questions have been answered. Just as an aside, if people want to go to OP 73, you can see the gas transfers for the 10-year period. And the other thing I wanted to clarify that all of these projects are listed as CC in the capital forecast, right?
Correct. So it may be a project that on its own is only funded by CC, or there are some projects that are a mixed.
I want to make a comment in response to Councillor Fernandez. You know, what staff does, they listen to what council talks about over the year, and when they come back, I would assume they try to put in here everything that they feel the council has asked for or talked about, and they try to come back and put it in and still remain in a balanced position. So that's what staff has done, and that's their job, and good for them. But now it's up to council if we want to make some changes. So we can make changes. Okay, this is what staff has put together. Here's what you asked for. Here's what you talked about, and that's fine and dandy. You can do all that, and we're balanced. But now it's up to council, as if we want to go along that road, we may choose that we could cut a number of things. We could add a number of things.
Very good. You can continue now. Just suggest again, we certainly can, all subject to what's on cap 31. Mr. Haggie.
So the next section is about development charges, or DCs as we more commonly refer to them. So before we get into the actual DC forecast, we'll just do a bit of a recap and overview. So DCs are are fees that are imposed on development, and they're to pay for growth-related capital costs. And typically, somebody would pay that when they're getting their building permit. And the principle is that growth pays for itself. There was a bit of a discussion about that last week. I don't want to get into much of a debate about that, but as Mr. Chapman said, we can unequivocally say that DCs, or growth does not pay for itself in terms of capital. Within the Act, there are certain restrictions and reductions that have to happen according to the DC Act, so it does not pay for itself on the capital side, and then there's other discussion and evidence about the operating side of things, whether it pays for itself. But again, I don't want to get too far down that road. Development charges are governed by the DC Act, and it sets out the details as to how you can levy a charge, what process you need to follow, what you're allowed to put in, what you're not allowed to put in, and whatnot. So there is specific legislation that governs it. It says that we have to have a bylaw and it has to be updated every 5 years. We could update it more often than that, but Kitchener's practice has been to update it every 5 years. And we just went through that in spring of 2014. So Council has just approved it, and the 2015 capital budget is the first opportunity to reflect the changes that Council made in the 2014 bylaw. There were two financial objectives in coming up with the DC forecast. And essentially those were to have a balanced cash flow and to maximize the charge. And so having a balanced cash flow means that we're trying to avoid deficits overall across the forecast, but even within specific years. And that means that we're matching the timing of when we're going to have the expense versus when we're going to have the revenue to do that. As well, we look to maximize the charge. So say the DC Act prescribes how we have to calculate things. It sets what the maximum charge could be. Council's free to charge something less than that, but we want to maximize the charge and essentially say the highest charge that we could impose is what we are going to impose. And that would help us recover DC costs for growth-related infrastructure. Outcomes of the update were that we were able to largely to achieve these financial objectives, so having a balanced cash flow and maximizing the charge. And as already been discussed a few times this morning, that there are clear priorities for DC projects, and this really comes into play in two areas, so within the indoor and outdoor recreation areas and within engineered services. So there's some priorities that were established by Council within those areas, and that means that higher priorities are in the capital forecast, lower priorities are either only partially in or are not in the forecast. This slide just shows the overall position for the Development Charge Reserve Fund, and it may be easier to see on your printed version than it is on the screen. I'll draw your attention again to the bottom line of the slide and just start there so you can see what the balance in the DC Reserve Fund is planned to be over the life of the capital forecast. You can see at the end of 2014, we are in a positive position, so we're about $3 million to the good at the end of 2014. We'll see that actually dips down in 2015, 16, 17 and is somewhat negative, but then ticks back up in 2018, 2019. So at the time that we're looking to update our next DC bylaw, will be positive is the forecast that we have. So it's a good position to be in as opposed to being largely negative. As we follow that line out, you'll see overall for the next few years in the early 20s, we expect that we would have a positive position in the reserve fund. And then that really kind of goes south in 2023, 2024. And there are some large dollar capital projects that are forecasted in 2023, 2024 that will put a strain on the reserve fund. So it's not an issue really for this term of the DC bylaw. It's more of an issue for the next term of the DC bylaw. So the council of the day will have to wrestle the balance between financial priorities and project priorities and development and growth priorities at that point in time, because there's some large, significant capital projects planned in 2023, 2024, and we can see what those are specifically when we go to the next slides or two. So the next few slides break down the overall DC forecast into engineered and non-engineered services. And so to steal a phrase from last week, the engineered services are really the pavement and the pipes. And then when we get to non-engineered, at least part of that is parks. So the engineered services are the things, like I said, the roads and the things underneath the road are largely what makes up the capital forecast for engineered services. This slide details the specific projects. And so if you want to look in what DC projects are in the 2015 capital budget, I'll take you over, so it's in the fourth column. So if you want to draw your attention to there, you can see what major works we're planning to do in 2015. So coming down the slide, if you look, it's kind of close to halfway down the slide, you'll see for about $2.4 million, the South Strasburg Creek Sanitary Sewer shows up at $2.4 million. Right underneath it, the Old Mill Pumping Station for $1.5 million. Coming down, again, a few more lines, you'll see Freeport Pumping Station is $5.3 million, and just underneath that is the Strasburg Road Trunk Sewer. So those are the most significant projects in 2015. The engineering page spills over, so that the next slide shows some other projects as well. They aren't as significant on this side in 2015, but essentially that's where you can see what we have planned for 2015. As I noted for 2023, again, if you go down that column, you'll be able to see what the significant projects are there. There's looks like it's my print's pretty small here too. Middle Strasburg Creek Sanitary Sewer is one of them, and then I believe it's the Ottawa Tressler Sewage Facility. So those are kind of some of the larger dollar projects that are out toward the back end of the forecast. But essentially, We are good in the short term, and like I said, there's some issues kind of at the very end of the capital forecast, but that's more of an issue for the next DC bylaw update. So I can either pause here or present the non-engineered services as well. And I know that Mr. Gross is here to, if there are questions about the specific projects.
Sure. We have 5 people in the queue, so let's go now. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to refer back to 38, if we can. We had a substantial variance on what we had expected to receive this year and what we actually received, right?
Correct, yes.
Is there some explanation for that?
Through the chair, it's consistent with what we've seen in the previous years of the previous DC study. It assumed growth that hasn't materialized. And so if you look for 2015, 16 and out, you'll note that the revenue expectations are considerably lower, and that's informed by what we've seen in previous years.
So how confident can we be with the figure that we have for 2015?
We are much more confident of achieving that number in 2015 than we were of achieving the 2014 figure.
So this council should never have approved that last year's figure. Can I ask, on the interest expense, what rate of interest are we allowed to charge on the over expenditure?
Through the chair, I'm not aware that there is a minimum or maximum of what we can charge. I would say it would have to be reasonable, but I'm not aware of anything that says what rate a rate is not prescribed, and I'm not aware of anything that says what range it needs to be in.
So what rate have you used here then?
2%.
2%?
Yes.
Okay. There's part of this now I don't understand, and that's how this recoveries portion I don't quite understand. I wonder if you could just clarify that for me. Where does that, like you're showing recoveries in 2015 of close to $4 million.
Correct.
So you're going to charge the DC accounts $4 million.
Correct.
And where does the credit is going to go where?
Into DC Recovery Reserve Fund, which we'll be asking council to approve as part of this budget process.
I'm sorry, the DC Recovery
Reserve Fund. Yes.
Right now, that is a zero.
Correct.
Right?
It doesn't exist today.
Okay, and that there's in here. Is there a total? No, I don't see a total. Is there? I'm just for a total for that line. What is that total? Well, no, it's probably over $20 million, right?
It is significant.
Mr. Chapman, do you have something to add in the meantime?
I would just draw your attention to cap-5. There's a table in the middle of that page that outlines all of the projections for that account.
Cap-5.
So basically what it identifies in brackets are the revenues that are anticipated that would aggregate into that value, and then the projected expenditures from the reserve.
I can't find cap-5.
So again, the numbers in brackets are the revenue that would reconcile back to the reserve projection, and then the projected expenditures are shown below.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that explains all the items. I saw that, but I wasn't quite clear on. And so those are items that we built into the new DC bylaw.
Correct.
And at this point, that's law, right? It's not been challenged, and that's there. So
Correct. Our bylaw was passed without appeal.
Yeah, no one can argue with that. Okay. I have a concern as to why we are going into debt on this fund, why we cannot postpone some of these items to beyond 2015 to keep us in, like we're we're going crazy this year. If we could just cut back this year and push it along a bit to stay out of debt. I mean, to my thinking, this fund should always be in a positive position because we don't know what's coming down the road, and we don't want to start getting ourselves into a negative position. Now, is it possible? My question is, and I know an answer I have. My question is, are there some things that we can postpone?
So through the chair, I would ask Mr. Gross to come and answer. There's the questions, or sorry, the projects in 2015. There are some large dollar projects that I pointed out, and he can talk to the validity or the need for each of those projects.
To be fair, too, it's kind of a broad question. Are there some things we can postpone?
Pardon?
It's kind of broad to say, are there some things that we can postpone? I think we should, if we can be specific.
Well, no, I want to know. Yes, that is a very broad question. I can give some examples if you want to go on, but we've got to first establish the principle that, yes, we could postpone some things. Okay. I guess that's the question I'm asking.
Okay. Mr. Gross, comment?
To the chair, the projects that are shown on CAP 40 and 41 are essentially the ones that were agreed to when the DC was completed this year. I'm certainly willing to take you through each and every item under the 15 budget and let you know what it's about, if that's your wish.
Okay, I don't want to take the time today. We don't have enough time today, but I would like us to look into that. Yeah, they're all important projects, no question about them. But delaying them a year or two, is that possible? I'll tell you, one of the things I looked at was there's $1,310,000 for the city share of subdivisions, and we already have a substantial credit in that capital account right now. So I feel there are some projects in there that could be postponed in order to keep us in a positive position all along.
Mr. Wilmer?
Through the chair, without going into any detail on any specific project, I guess there's a general principle here that might be useful to consider, which is when it comes to engineering services, you have to invest the money before you collect the development charges. So for things like roads, sewers, pumping stations, until those happen, the suburban development can't take place. So on this concept that it should always be in a positive, you might argue the reverse for engineering DCs, that it would always be in a negative. First you spend the money and then you recover it through DCs. The best you could do is break even at the end of the forecast, which essentially is what happens here.
Thank you. And Mr. Taggi?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Wilmer answered part of what I was going to say.
Okay.
Many times what happens is if a project will support, let's say, 4 developments, and at one given time you may have only one of them on horizon where the services are needed. You still need to invest the money before projects 3 and 4 and 5 could go ahead. So, as Mr. Wilmer said, sometimes you have to invest money to attract money into the development plans.
Okay. Thank you. Councillors, you're way over time. We'll come back to you. Yeah, but it was like 8 minutes, so we'll come back. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I wanted to ask too about the recoveries that we're doing for growth-related costs, and I understand the information on CAP 5. I just have a question. Does the funding need to go to the same category?
Through the chair, it does not. That was staff's thought about it, was that essentially we're collecting it in those areas, and that it should go back to those. But there's no legislation that says it has to.
And I just want to follow up on Councillor Gazola's question. Are there any consequences to deferring any of the engineering items that are proposed for 2015? Like, are there any consequences other than the work not getting done? But is there any appeals or anything legislated that we have to stick to?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, if you look at some of the larger projects, for instance, the Freeport pumping station, that's underway. That money will be spent in 2015. There are tenders that are ongoing, so that's a large chunk. The Strasbourg Road trunk sewer extension, there are 2 line items for that. One is the about middle page. It's called South Strasbourg Creek trunk sewer. That's the sewer that goes from Strasbourg Road to the west. And the one further down, called Strasbourg Road Trunk Sewer Extension, is the sewer that is on within the future right-of-way of Strasbourg Road. So those were discussed at DC, and obviously if they are deferred, then the development to the west also gets pushed back. The Old Mill pumping station, that is an upgrade that really does need to happen, simply because that pumping station is not in good shape, and there are, I would say, risks associated with not completing that work.
Okay. My other question then comes from page 38. And it's with regards to the credits and refunds to be applied. I just noticed a couple of spikes. Obviously, there's one this year at 1.1 million, and then again in 2019 at 8.7 million. I'm just wondering what those spikes are attributed to, if it's like a specific project or...
They are tied to specific projects. I can't recall the 1.1 million. I know that the $8 million one in 2019 is related to it was the agreement with Monarch last year, the pumping station, Dune South pumping station. I can't recall the 2015 one, but that forecast is tied specifically to credit refund agreements that have been passed previously by council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Just to follow up on that last question, so those refunds given to the developers, that's as a result of their front-end financing?
Correct.
Okay. On that page, capital 38, and then you look at the 2 pages before where you say balancing the cash flow, and capital page 36, you say avoid deficits in a DC reserve fund. That's the first statement that's mentioned at the top of page 36. And yet we are in a hole of 7.2 million. I understand Councillor Gazzola saying, why are we spending more than anticipated? Yet the first statement says we should avoid it.
So through the chair, that was the goal of doing it. Like I mentioned before, a lot of capital projects are lumpy, and we can't just smooth our way into them. If you need to build a pumping station that costs $5 million, it costs $5 million, and we need to spend that money when it's required. So to the best of our ability, we've balanced the cash flow, but it's not a perfect one-to-one relationship.
I can appreciate that, and I know Mr. Gross has explained the 4 or 5 different projects that are intended this year, and they have 2 million here, 4 million there, and they all add up. So maybe that's where a revisit may be required, or do we just go and spend it because, as Mr. Jeff Wilmer pointed out, somebody's got to pay up front knowing that you're going to recoup later.
Right. Yeah, I would suggest if we had the ability to spread, Freeport over 10 years and have $500,000 a year, that would be our preference. But the reality is, we can't do that.
Mr. Chapman?
And through the chair, I think our strong encouragement would be not to saddle a future council with a deficit that they can't manage, which is why we've always said that within the 5-year term of a bylaw, you should be in a balanced position. We achieved that coming out of 2014, and we would seek to achieve that coming into 2019. What happens in between those bookends, it will fluctuate, but our goal will always be to be balanced by the end of the current DC period.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Now, on page capital 39, you state at the bottom that returns to the deficit position in 2015 to 17 and then 19. And then when I look at the previous page, 2015, 16, 17 do add up, but number 19 has got a positive, yet we're talking about being negative here. I understand.
Yeah, the 19 should be scratched off. That's not correct.
Oh, so that's incorrect.
Yes.
19, okay. All right, last question then comes back to page 38 again. In the expenditures, you've got expenditures budgeted, and now it's explained of those projects that are intended to go by Mr. Gross. Is that correct?
Sorry, I misspoke.
Okay. So on page 38.
No, I just want to clarify my previous response. I was, if you go to the bottom of page 41,
yeah,
you'll see the running total for engineering is in a deficit at the end of 2019. So it's $573,000 negative. So the engineering portion of the development charge reserve fund is in negative. So
okay.
That is correct, because that comment is specifically around engineering projects.
Okay, so that does not refer to cap page 38, but refers to capital page 41.
Right, so the comment on 39 relates to the bottom line on page 41.
So that's correct then?
Yes.
41, okay. See, I thought it was on 38. Okay.
Me too. Based on my response, that's what popped into mind. But.
Well, I know. My last question then comes down to, on page 38, under expenditures, you've got expenditures budgeted, and that's those projects that were identified by yourself and Mr. Gross, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then 2 lines below that, you got DC recoveries unbudgeted. I'm trying to understand what you mean by unbudgeted.
So the DC items that are the DC recoveries are part of the bylaw. We did not include them as projects in the capital forecast. They aren't really projects. It's us recovering the money. So it's more of a transfer from the DC reserve fund to the DC recovery reserve fund.
I don't understand.
So when council set the DC rates, they included projects that are outlined on page cap 4 and 5. So those recovery for the library, recovery for the COF, recovery for 2 parking garages, and for equipment. So the rate is set on that, but they aren't really capital projects. It's just us. We needed to include those so that we can have the funding to come in. So the funds are coming into the development charge reserve fund. We need to get them from that reserve fund to the DC recovery reserve fund some way. So we're reflecting that here in that DC recovery line, but we have not included them in the capital budget because they are not really capital projects.
Okay, now I got you. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, when I'm looking at the Strasbourg Trunk Sewer Extension, Mr. Gross, you had said that was in with the road alignment. Is that right? Is that what you said? Is that the north?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the about 8 or 10 items up from the bottom says Strasbourg Road Trunk Sewer Extension. That is the piece of that trunk sewer which is along the alignment of Strasbourg Road.
That's right. That's what I was asking.
Yes, but there is also another one further up that says South Strasbourg Creek Sanitary Sewer. That's the one that heads from Strasbourg Road to the west.
And I understand that. That's from the existing Strasbourg Road west, from where it ends right now.
That's from the future Strasbourg Road west, because the sanitary sewer will start at the existing roadway, head south, and just before the woodlot, it will turn west and go through the Frewer property and over into the other developers' properties.
Okay, but you've got the road, the timing for the road for the north and the south out in 2020 and 2021. So are you suggesting that we're going to be disrupting that area twice in 5 years' time?
The way that it's set out right now, the answer is yes.
I mean, considering the environmental impact of this area, I mean, I don't understand why these are not aligned with the road. And what I suspect is going to happen is we're going to see a developer come forward and ask for a credit for refund agreement based on where this has been put into the forecast. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're setting ourselves up already for a request from the development industry, and which will increase our operational costs right off the bat as soon as we start moving all of that forward. So I think, to Councillor Gazzolda's question, I would like to see certainly those two projects move out a little bit further so that they're aligned a little closer with the road project. It just makes, to me, from an environmental perspective, much more sense to do that at the same time.
So, Mr. Gross, would you like to respond to the implications of that, or would you like to return it in issue paper? I'll leave it at your discretion.
The implications of that are simply that the subdivisions that are developing to the west will not have a sanitary sewer to which to connect at this time.
I see.
So there's nothing. So when I'm looking to the west, I'm looking towards Fisher Holloman, and there's development all along Huron Road. Are you saying that they have no sanitary sewer?
There are developments within the Frewer subdivision and within the adjacent subdivision that rely on this sewer.
So the Frewer development is proceeding, and there's houses built right now. Where is their sewage going?
The sewage from those homes is going to the north and the northeast. However, there are phases of those subdivisions which rely on this trunk sewer.
Okay. Yeah, I would like a little bit more information on the phasing of those developments, because I'm not quite sure where they are. I can look at my growth management plan, because I know that we've got some of that phasing, but I believe some of that is B and C. So I want to see how that ties in together, please.
Point of clarification, Councillor Gallo-Silog.
Is it not also required for the school boards who are looking to put 2 schools in that area within the next 2 to 3 years to have that sanitary sewer? They need that in order to develop.
Mr. Gross?
And is there not a number of developments in there that are actually A category within the growth management strategy?
I'm afraid I don't have that information at my fingertips. It's information that I can't provide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. There's on page on cap 108. There's a $9 million surplus in our full reconstruction. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'll let you finish. Are you?
Pardon me.
That's okay. And I had sent some questions off to Mr. Hagee in advance of today. So the $9.6 million that I see here, that's a surplus. Why can that offset some of the work that you're projecting here, instead of putting us into a deficit?
Cap 108?
Yep.
Under
109, yeah, 108. Under in bold, halfway down, it says full reconstruction. Now I realize that some of this work is new construction, but also under sanitary you have $6 million, and under stormwater you have $5.8 million.
Okay. I'm not sure how you would like to do this, but I will certainly start and under the full reconstruction. The King Edward neighborhood is an ongoing project. That money will be spent, and there still is. Actually, that's an over expenditure which will additionally be funded in 15. That's a reconstruct that is currently ongoing. Hurlin is closed. The David Joseph de Cortland is ongoing. That money will be spent. Cherry Strange to Iron Horse Trail is a 15 expenditure, which is also ongoing. Delisle and Peltz
Okay,
is
Mr. Gross, if you don't mind, I'll cut you off there. I think we're getting the general picture. If you'd like further information, Councillor Fernandez, he can't go through.
No, and I was going to raise my hand and say that's not necessary to go item by item, because I had already sent a number of questions to Mr. Gross about some of these things. So if we can get maybe some understanding for council on the expenditures and why some of the surpluses cannot be put into our development, our engineering projects that are listed here.
So through the chair, I'd just like to mention for the full reconstruction projects, it's $9.6 million. Those are not not the growth-related ones. Those are the triple-funded replacement of existing infrastructure. So any surplus there would not be relevant here.
Understood.
There may be some in some of the other areas. But.
Okay. Yeah, the sanitary sewer and the storm sewer, I would think that would fall under some of the expenditures under growth related.
Correct. So some of the projects in there are DC funded.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor Vukanovich.
Thank you very much. Just a question and then a comment. And the question is in relation to the Freeport pumping station upgrade. And so we've got almost 5.4 million this year, and then another almost 4 million over 2017 to 2019. And I guess, Mr. Gross, I'm just wanting to, is that money largely finishing out the construction, in fact, that is the funding component for the work that happened in 2014? Because that project, it looks like it's almost done. The Freeport pumping station upgrade on page 40.
The Freeport pump station upgrade, the 5.3 million, which is anticipated, which will be spent in 15, will finish off the project. There are force mains to be installed. The pump station itself is up and running. However, there are force mains that need to be installed along Old King Street from the pump station and then up into the Hidden Valley area and outletting into Wabanaki Drive sewer.
Okay, so this is all sort of the next phase of that project then?
It is. That is currently just being finished for design. It's anticipated to put it out for construction later this spring. It will involve a tunneling of Highway 8. So that's what that's intended for.
Okay, and then the 2017 to 19 period, I guess, is lining up the other side of is because of the extension of River Road and how that might feed into the pumping station, I gather.
Well, those are expenditures that would relate to that project in that sense. Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then just briefly from a comment point of view, I know there'll be more information coming back on the Strasbourg issues, but I do seem to recall some of the things that Councillor Galloway Seelock mentioned, and part of the rationale as to why that's needed and would need to go ahead sooner rather than later as far as the sanitary sewer goes. So that's all I'll say at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
I wasn't going to comment, but just a quick comment. I sometimes resent having to share my speaking time with all staff. They don't speak very fast. And I really, at that point, I think it was, they were giving us their philosophy on you need to spend money to grow, and that's fine and dandy, but there are some of us also that think you might need to slow down your growth sometimes. So,
Point of privilege, Mayor Vukanovich.
Thank you. You know what, this is now the third time since our meetings last week and this week where members of council are calling into question our staff and their attempt at trying to answer the questions that members of council are asking. If council is asking questions, it's their responsibility to give a full and complete answer. If that takes up part of people's 5 minutes time, that's part of the process. And people can chime in again a second time. But for people now for 3 times to be criticizing members of staff for doing what they are here to do, and what members of council are quick to criticize them for if they don't do properly is not appropriate, and I would ask that behavior doesn't continue.
I would only add, if you're looking for a succinct answer, you should be asking a succinct question. If you ask a question like, is there anything that we can defer in the future? That question is so broad and so wide, I'm not sure how staff can possibly answer it briefly. With that, we have no other further questions or comments, so I'm going to ask Mr. Haggie to move us along.
The next section, it's kind of a parallel section, is the non-engineering areas, and so it covers off the areas that you see on the slide before you. The next 2 slides have the details of the specific projects. The largest dollar amounts are within the indoor and outdoor recreation sections, which are 2 slides away from here. But again, essentially, it's just to bring things in line with what was approved as part of the Leisure Facilities Master Plan, which helped inform the development charge study. So the timing of the indoor and outdoor recreation projects is reflected here. Otherwise, I don't really have a whole lot of comments. I see there are some staff that manage some of these projects that are here and are able to answer questions about them.
Okay, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I currently just have one quick question. And I know I kind of went at this a little bit last year, but it's with regard to the synthetic turf. And it's on page 44. I'm just curious as to where it's the money's in there this year, and I know I moved it from last year to this year. But where is that intended to go? I just haven't heard about it, so I was just curious as to, I know that was some of my, as Dan's coming down, that was some of my points from last year, and I'm just wondering where we can
through the chair, that's been reallocated to the South District Park project.
Okay. Thank you.
And sorry, just to go back 1 second, I just want to make sure that we were clear on, I think this is the one Ms. Chapman's referring to, on the, please.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify the direction around the engineered services page. If I understand correctly, it's to report back with an issue paper on the 3 projects that reference Strasbourg Road and sewer and roads, both to clarify the relative timing of each and the implications of any deferral on those 3 projects.
That was my understanding. Councillor Fernandez, yes? Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So back to this. Questions? Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, on CAP 43, particularly the line in the library recovery, and then you go down a little further, kitchen operations facility recovery. Is this the recovery of development charges from developments that happened in the past that you can try to recover and that you just explained?
Correct. So we need to account for them some way, so they're showing up here, but you won't be able to find those projects in the capital forecast. Okay.
So if we're trying to recover, I thought they would only cover what would happen in the past, and now that we can do that and apply to this year. But how come we keep supplying for every year for the next 10 years?
We had to spread out the costs. If we didn't do it that way, to an earlier point of council and committee, we'd be driving the DC Reserve Fund into a much more significant deficit. So it's cash flowed out over time, so that we'll be recovering the total cost, but it's not just in year 1. It's spread out over the 10-year term.
Okay, got that. And then you go to CAP 44, and help me understand that in the 2015 column, there's a number of figures there, especially in the lower half of that page. But 2 of them got brackets around it. Could you explain why they have brackets? Like the 120 for District Park, and then the neighborhood park we have at 295.
Sure. Through the chair, there are, in the 2015 column, there's a few negatives. So in the previous DC study, we assumed a certain split of development charge and CC funding and certain makeup of projects. In the update, we reviewed all of that, and essentially we saw that some of the splits we have were either incorrect or we changed the scope of the project slightly. So we have to make that accounting for it in 2015. So that basically says if we would have been doing things this way in the previous term of the bylaw, we would have levied something different for development charges, and we're making that correction just in 2015. So it's kind of a one-time correction. You won't see it going forward.
So is that money sort of overspent? Is that the way to interpret it?
Sort of. The other thing you'll notice is there's down, you'll see from the first negative line, you'll see district park development has a negative 120.
Mhm.
If you go down, you'll see neighborhood park development is now there for 529. It was not there before.
Right.
So it's essentially reprioritizing money that had been in the district park line to that line for neighborhood park rehab up into that line. So we were working within the confines of how much funding's available and prioritizing it to the specific projects. So in some cases that caused a negative in specific projects.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Let's move on to debt.
So the next few slides deal with debt, and these will be familiar to council and have not changed substantially from last year to this year. Council's familiar with this curve that they've seen for the last number of budgets, and as Mr. Chapman talked about earlier in his presentation. Again, just to reiterate, so debt was at its peak in 2013, and you see that there and how it's expected to tail off going out. You'll see the three different component bars that make up that debt. So starting at the top, the EDIF debt is in green, and so it was at its peak in 2013. We issued the last EDIF debt that year, and so it's being paid off over time, and you'll see the decline in EDIF debt over time. And so eventually, in a future graph, that green bar will be non-existent. So you'll see it as we get out. I believe it's by 2029 that there will be no green bar anymore on this slide. The red bar in the middle relates to enterprise debt. So that's debt that's issued for the city enterprises, specifically the parking and golf enterprises, as well as was pointed out this morning. There's some debt that we've issued for the rangers that's included in that section. And so again, we would expect over time that the red bar would disappear if we don't issue any more debt for golf courses, for parking structures, or for the rangers, that over time that would disappear and go to zero. The yellow section at the bottom is the tax-supported debt, which relates to the capital pool, and we've had that discussion this morning as well. So the green bar and red bars we would expect would go away over time. The yellow bar would remain. So the city has a policy of issuing debt to fund its capital program, and essentially, as it matures, we just reissue within the confines of the capital policy. But we would expect to see yellow bars all the way across in future debt charts, but that the green and red bars would go away over time. This graph breaks down the debt charges into a percentage of tax levy, and you can see again it's got a similar curve to it as the previous chart. You can see some ranges that we would expect to be within. So we would want our debt charges as a percent of tax levy to be within that 5 to 10% range. We're over that, but we can see that it's declining, and over time we would get within those ranges. Again, you can see the debt charge component broken into those three different pieces, whether it's EDIF, enterprise, or tax-related debt. And the one thing that pops out is in 2022, there's a bit of a spike, and the note at the bottom really refers to that, and then council would have seen this last year as well. So the debt that was issued for the Rangers expansion matures in 2022, and there's a balloon payment there. So either the Rangers will make a balloon payment to the city and that would be eliminated, or they may come and ask council to reissue that debt for a shorter period of time. And so there would continue to be a bit of debt there. We don't know what they're going to ask, as it's a long ways out, but we're just assuming for the time being that they make the balloon payment in 2022. And so we see a bit of an increase there, but essentially any increased balloon payment that we would make would really come from the Rangers, so it's a flow through. It has no impact to the homeowner. We've got debt per household slide, and again, similar curve to what we've seen in the previous slides. And we see those ranges that we would like to be within between $400 and $1,000, and that's the province's idea of what moderate debt per household is. You can see that we're over that in 2013, 2014, and just on the brink of it, on the cusp in 2015, so we're coming down and would expect to be within the moderate range in 2016 and beyond. And then as we go out to 2022, 2023, you can see we actually drop below the moderate range. So while debt levels are high right now, there's definitely a plan to see those come down and actually be below the moderate range. Next slide is, again, one that Council's seen before and talks about our debt to reserve position. And we see what this explains is essentially for every dollar we have in debt, how much money do we have in reserve? And the benchmark for that would be 1-to-1. So for every $1 of debt we have, we'd have $1 in reserve. As Council's aware, we've been above that threshold for a period of time, and you can see that we continue to be there in the short term, but there's a definite plan and a definite reduction to that. So by 2019, we were planning to approach that 1-to-1 relationship, which would put us on more stable financial footing than we are right now. So it's not good in the immediate term, but there's definitely a plan to see that improved. So just overall comments on debt. You can see that our debt load was high. It's at its peak in 2013. That it's declining over the long term. That our debt to reserve ratio is worse than the benchmark, but there's definitely a plan to approach that over time. And so the implication is that there would be no additional debt aside from what's already planned in the capital forecast. So essentially no new debt would be staff's suggestion. I'll just pause there as that's the last slide in the debt section.
Thank you. There are some questions. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you. Through Chair Davey. Ryan, I just want to touch again upon the Rangers loan and all that stuff. So sure. By the end of our debt, by the end of 2015, our debt will be down to about $94 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so when you said the $10 million from the Ranger loan, so that would be, you could minus that $94 million from the $10 million, and it would be actually $84 million, or would it be somewhat give?
It would be something smaller than 10, but it would still be, 8 or whatever. It's a significant piece.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Yurneski.
On, I guess, page 48 and 49, you go to 48 first. You refer to the debt in 2020 for the enterprise being with the Rangers and your explanation on that. Then when you go to the next slide, in 49, there's nothing shown in 2022. I mean, there's something shown, but it's so small. I would think one's related to the other. Are they not?
They are related. The impact on one side looks much more significant than the other because one's split over households, whereas the other one's on tax levy. And so the specific payment that they happen to be making in 2022 has a bigger impact on slide 48 than it does on 49. But it's accounted for in both slides.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Then you go on the next page, 50, and then you refer to on page 51, the city's debt to reserve ratio was worse than the target. And then when we look at that page 50, you said the worst scenario was in 2013 in terms of our debt, and that was going downwards. And then when you look at this graph, it goes from 2013 to 2014, goes down. Then we spike back up to 2015. Why?
So through the chair, it largely has to do with the other side of the equation, so the reserve balances. And so while our debt was at its peak in 2013, we had larger reserve balances than we're planning in 2015. So it's a combination of both of those, so debt and reserve. And reserve's the next section, and we'll see that the reserve balances are planned to go down. So you just take total debt, divide by total reserves, and that's how you get this number.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Ryan, I guess I don't know if it's really a question, but did I hear correctly when you said that it's staff's recommendation that we don't add any more debt?
Any new debt aside from what's already planned in the capital pool page that we've seen. Okay. So we're not suggesting anything beyond that. So just $1 million of debt this year.
Okay, so would it be staff's recommendation as well that any initiatives that would incur debt would be not very palatable if we wanted to maintain that decrease in our debt?
Correct. So staff are suggesting no new debt, and essentially we would suggest that council does not consider anything in it that would add to debt either.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you. My question, I guess, is partially answered by Councillor Yaneski on Cap 50. I guess I know it's a function of reserves. It's not a reflection of the debt that 2015 that we see that peak there at $3 to 1. But when I'm reading this, looking at the reserves, I guess it puts it all in perspective. It looks like we're really rating our reserves in 2015. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, and we'll see that in the next page. That I don't know that raid's the right word, but the balances are planned to go down.
Okay, just because our debt's decreasing so significantly overall.
Now, I would like to mention the one reserve that's not reflected here that we would ask council for, so it's not reflected in any of the analysis, is that DC Recovery Reserve Fund. So we would see that the reserve balances would be added to by the creation of that reserve fund.
Okay, good. Last question. I'm not sure if I've ever heard a complete explanation, but why is it on Cap 47, why is it necessary that we have tax-supported debt as opposed to paying for it up front? Like the yellow portion. Why can we never budget so that goes down to zero?
Through the chair, we could, and if that's the direction of council, we could eliminate that debt over time. It would result in fewer projects or increased tax levies, is essentially, and I guess depending on how it's phased in and over what time frame, we could manage that.
In the fullness of time, though, if we're not paying the debt charges for that, we would get ahead of it, and it would actually be a financial benefit.
Correct.
Distant in the future. Okay.
Yep. So it's sort of like having a mortgage on your house. I would suggest that most municipalities carry some kind of debt, but it's not ridiculous to assume that over time that we'd try to move away from that.
So if committee was interested in considering that, obviously we're late in the stage here. Mr. Chapman, do you want to comment?
Through the chair, in the business plan, there is a project for 2015 referred to as long-term financial plan. The goal of that plan is to tie together all the work you've been doing over the past term on policy review, on enterprises, on reserves, on debt. And Ryan and I have talked about at least entertaining this as a discussion with council in 2015. And so if there's a will to entertain that discussion, we'll include that as a part of the work plan to look at the implications of moving to a debt-free policy.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
I know you're probably not interested, but I just thought I would tell you that back in 1980s, we did do that. In those days, the interest rates were in the neighborhood of 10 to 13, 14%. And the staff of the day came forward with a recommendation to get away from paying large interest charges and thereby getting out of debt. And we followed a process of postponing things for 3 or 4 years until we got into that position. And we did remain in that position until the early 2000s. So that is possible. It is worth a discussion, and that's it. Thanks.
Yeah. And I look forward to that discussion. With that, we're at noon right now, so I will take a break for... Actually, I'll look to Mr. Haggie. How do you think we are in terms of timing?
The only section I have left is reserves, and then we're essentially into the page flip. So okay. If you want to entertain reserve questions before or after lunch, it's at council's discretion.
Why don't we just hold off for now, Mr. Chapman?
I just note, Mr. Chair, that Ms. Lewis has remained in the gallery for the page flip for the library board itself, and so it may just be appropriate to take any further questions on, I believe it's page 65, so that she's not required to wait around until after lunch.
Let's do that then. I thought we dealt with it as well, pardon me.
I thought we did too, but in case there are any further questions, she is available to respond to them.
So are there any further questions with respect to the library board? I'm not seeing any. So apologies. Okay, so yes, we will break for lunch then, and I think we're doing quite well. So let's take 45 minutes. So reconvene at 1:45. I'd like to ask everyone to please take their seats. Okay, Mr. Haggie, reserves.
So we will proceed with reserves, and again, just a bit of an overview before we talk about any of the details. Council passed a reserve fund policy in the previous term, and it says that, there's a few highlights on the screen, that we have specific reserve funds and that we will only use them for the purpose for which they were established. Also, that we have the policy that says reserve funds should not be negative, so we do not want to have a negative balance. You'll see that there are a few that have some of that. There are 5 categories of reserve fund, and we use that just to organize like reserve funds and report on them, and that's how the next few slides are laid out. And that there are target levels for individual reserve funds and for reserve funds for a whole. And Council may recall that in setting the target levels, we look to industry best practice and information from finance authorities, so municipal finance authority or government finance authority, just to set what those levels are. So they're based on industry best practice and whatnot. So the level of the target level for reserve funds is based on some third-party information. As I mentioned, there are 5 different categories of reserve fund. They're shown here on the slide, and then the following slides break down the specific reserve funds into these categories. So talking about each of them, we'll just look at them, and all of my comments are based on what projected 2014 is versus what budget 2015 is. So it's the second column and the fourth column that we're really talking about. Look at corporate reserve funds, and they're the top third of the slide, and you can see that the balance at the end of 2014 is about $7.3 million, and that's expected to increase just slightly to $7.5 million. And then if you look just underneath that, you'll note that the minimum target for this is about $10 million, so we're somewhat below target in the corporate reserve funds. Development reserve is in the middle, and that relates to the DC Reserve Fund. See that we have a balance of $3.4 million at the end of 2014, expecting that to go down to $7.2 million negative at the end of 2015, and we've already had discussions about what that is and why that is here this morning. Then the final one on this section is on this slide is program-specific reserve funds. You can see that at the end of 2014, it's about $2.7 million, expected to go up to $4.2 million, and that is within the threshold of the minimum and maximum targets for program-specific reserve funds. Next are the stabilization reserve funds, and so the tax-supported side of things and each of the enterprises have their own stabilization reserves. We would have seen that last week when we were considering an operating budget. There are the little mini charts that show the stabilization reserve funds, and so the information here would be consistent with what you've seen there. Again, coming down in projected 2014, you'll see that the overall balance at the end of 2014 is about $10 million, and that's projected to go down to $7.2 million in 2015. So that says that we're drawing on those reserve funds in 2015 in order to essentially subsidize those areas in 2015. And either benchmark or either amount of $10 million or $7 million is well below the benchmark of about $29 million for stabilization reserve funds. So essentially, our stabilization reserve funds are underfunded significantly. Final one is capital reserve funds, which are most relevant to today's discussion. And again, coming down toward about 3/4 of the way down the page, you'll see the subtotal. Projected 2014, there's an ending balance of about $27 million, and that's decreasing to $19 million at the end of 2015. I'll draw Council's attention to some of the ones probably in about the top third of the slide. You'll see that there's a sanitary reserve fund, a stormwater reserve fund, and a water reserve fund. And each of those have a projected balance at the end of 2014. They have no balance in 2015. So while there are increases in those rates, and we're considering rate increases there, we've exhausted the capital reserve funds to fund their capital program in order to have the rates be at the level of increase that was presented last week. So the 9.9% includes exhausting all the capital reserve funds. So we've already looked at using those in order to keep the rates to 9.9% increase. Overall, total reserves are at the bottom of the slide. You'll see that we're at the end of 2014, we're looking at about $51 million. End of 2015, about $31 million. And those are both of those numbers are below the benchmark of $69 million for 2014 or 2015. Much like in debt, there's just a kind of a summary of what we've seen in reserves. So we do have a comprehensive policy framework that we work within for all reserve funds. So for individuals as well as all reserve funds, the reserve levels on a whole are below the target levels, although some reserves are within the thresholds. And as we saw previously, the city's debt-to-reserve ratio is worse than its target, but is planned to improve. So while we've got declining debt, our reserve levels in the near term are going down, but then is planned to get better. So the implication that we have is that there should be no rating of reserves to balance out the budget. We've already got a balanced budget that is proposed, and we'd suggest not to further look to reserves to subsidize rates or to add projects. So that summarizes the reserve funds.
Thank you. I have, looks like 6 people in the queue. Councillor Gazzola.
Just a couple of questions. Going to page 56, the tax stabilization reserve. As you're aware, as of November the 30th, there was about $70 million in credit balances in the capital accounts. I'm trusting that some of those will be no longer required and will produce a capital surplus. My question is, will that capital surplus go into the tax stabilization reserve now that we've looked at all of the other requirements have been fulfilled?
Through the chair, any capital closeouts would by default go to the capital tax capital reserve fund, not the tax stabilization reserve fund.
Or they could go to the tax stabilization, could they not? If this council decided that? Because in the past, they've gone into the operating budget.
Correct.
So by default, it would go there. Council could direct otherwise.
Yeah, okay.
And just to clarify, I recall Councillor Galloway-Seelock asked for an issue paper or something like that for final budget day. Is that part of it, right? That's correct?
Yes, okay. We're bringing back some information about the reserve funds.
Okay. And the other question I have, and I think, is that I'd ask that I hope we can get for final budget day continuity schedules of all the reserve funds.
Right. So we will provide that for council, and we can provide the list of capital closeouts for final budget day.
Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
My question on page 55 with regards to the corporate, well, actually it's under program specific, is in 2014 we budgeted for the community loans to be $849,000, and it was only $500,000. What gave way to that change?
Through the chair, the maximum for that reserve fund is $500,000. So when we were setting the budget, it was over its maximum. It's been closed out and was transferred to the tax stabilization reserve fund.
Okay. And then we see in economic development, there's a rise there in the reserve fund to, and where does that, what's giving way to that, and where did that money come from?
It's an anticipated land sale that would fall into the economic development portfolio.
Thank you. And when on the next page, 56, just talking about the tax stabilization reserve fund, with the strategic initiative paper that we have in operating, obviously there's been no direction given. Why in the budget would it not contemplate that $200,000 just to give us that full picture of what the 2015 budget would look like?
As the councillors pointed out, it's not included in the base budget, so we haven't assumed what council's direction will be on that. But to the point, if council were to approve $200,000, essentially the 2015 budget amount would be $244,000.
Yeah, it's an easy number to add in there. I get that.
Yes.
I just was wondering from that perspective. I think you may have answered, on the next page, 57, the tax capital, that's just a tax capital reserve fund that you said that capital closeouts would go to if we didn't direct the money to go elsewhere. Is that correct?
Correct. And so in 2014, they have been closed out to the tax capital reserve fund. So that balance of $1.7 million includes all of the capital closeouts, but council could direct to do otherwise.
So we were anticipating only having $25,000, but we actually have 1.7. So we could come up with a number of that from that 1.7 that we wanted to put towards the tax stabilization reserve fund, if that was the will of council.
If that was the will of council, yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. Sorry, I had to step out for a personal call. On page 555, the community loan, I see that it has gone down, and I'm actually happy to see that, because I've always said that this was an opportunity for our community to do initiatives that help the community and buys whatever equipment or whatever it was used for. So my question is, what has this been used for? I don't know that we've been updated on.
You just missed that question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So essentially, that reserve fund has a cap of $500,000, so anything in excess of that was transferred to the tax stabilization reserve fund.
Right. I do remember that. I apologize. Okay. And just piggybacking on Councillor Galloway-Seelock's question about the tax capital, the budget, this is what is expected is the 1796, but we said we haven't got the complete closeouts yet, have we?
So through the chair, the closeouts have been made in 2014, and the balance. So we're not assuming that we're using any of that funding in the 2015 budget. So the difference you see between projected 2014 and budget 2015 is just interest accruing to that reserve fund.
Oh, interest. Okay. The other question I was a little bit puzzled about is the total capital reserves, which was 19, and the 19.4 million, and then the 31.126. How do we get that difference?
So the total reserve, the 31, is just the sum of total capital, total stabilization, total program, total development, and total corporate. So it's just the sum of those 5 subtotals.
Oh, the subtotals of the pages that we have preceding.
Right.
Okay.
And would include the capital one as well. So we've got 7 minus 7 plus 4 plus 7 plus 19 would get you to 31.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Just a couple of questions. Back on page 55, under corporate, you've got sick leave of $5 million plus roughly straight across. Is that payouts for after a person has finished working with the city, or how does that work?
I'll turn to Mr. Chapman to
Mr. Chapman.
answer.
Through Mr. Chair, there are 2 parts to it. Yes. One part is the vested payouts for employees that are still entitled to a sick leave payout. All of our unions have been grandfathered out of that provision, with the exception of fire. That still is a current benefit for fire, so we accrue that there. We also have no short-term disability program, so this represents our liability for short-term disability benefits that we fund internally.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And the other question comes down to page 57. And you mentioned, Mr. Hagee, on that right column where those 4 capital programs with storm and utility, it's down to, it's a blank there with a dash. Would the same thing be understood if it was a 0?
Yes.
Why wasn't it a 0 as opposed to a dash?
It's just the formatting in Excel. It defaults to a dash for a nil value.
Okay. Just wondering, I thought maybe it was purposely left because it was undecided in terms of not knowing, and I sort of heard your explanation, and then I thought, well, am I missing something?
No, it's just what Excel kind of automatically does based on the formatting we have in the file.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks. Through you, Chair Davey. I just have a simple question, and it's just, I'm not sure if I can't recall if I've asked this before in the past or not, but how do we determine our minimum reserves to our maximum reserves?
Through the chair, it's the sum of all the minimums and maximums for all the detailed reserve funds, and each of those reserve funds, the minimum and maximum is determined as best we can from the other sources, so industry best practice, from finance authorities and whatnot. So each individual reserve fund has a minimum and maximum. Total, the class has a minimum and a maximum, and then the total reserve funds is just the sum of all of those.
Okay, so there's no legislation that permits us to do this. We're self-regulating.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you. Just to further to Councillor Ioannidis' question about our minimum maximum reserves, when we look at best practices with comparable to other industries and municipalities as well, is that looked at just cash at hand, or can that be equated with, especially in the private sector, do they look at liquid assets as well as to, the evaluation of their reserve fund?
So when we were setting the reserve fund policy, we looked at more with municipal comparators, municipal authorities, so MFOA, GFOA, as far as they would do the brain work on what the appropriate level of reserve is. We have looked at our lenders, so to get an idea as to what they would think is an appropriate level of reserve or debt to reserve ratio. But we haven't looked specifically to, we're not comparing ourselves with BlackBerry or any of, a more private industry.
Okay. No, I think my question more specific was the fact, are we just looking at cash at hand, or are we also equating our liquid assets too when we compare that? It shows a very kind of a negative outlook or current perspective as to where our reserves are as comparable to the lowest minimum levels. And we're far below, but on the other hand, we do have assets to our disposal.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, within that context, yes. And this framework is all just reserve specific.
Right.
When we look at something more like what our financial position per capita is, it would help incorporate some of those other factors.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that we understood that. So the last question I had was for business parks. We've been noticing a deficit in that reserve for some time now. Is that outlining what the reserve should hold that value, or is that money that's already been overspent and it needs to be brought to a plus or positive reserve level?
So the minimum for that reserve fund, I believe, is 0. We would expect not to have a deficit in there. It's for land that the city has acquired, and it would be brought out of deficit by selling some of the land holdings.
Okay, all right. And that was a recent acquisition, or?
Not that I recall. Mr. Chapman may know more about what the historical one is, and we do foresee that coming.
That's okay. That's not relevant either. But again, the disposition of land would have to be through our lands that we hold in our business park. It wouldn't be some other land asset that we own. Correct?
Right. It's specific to essentially the lands that we've acquired through those funds would be the ones that we may dispose of.
Okay.
Mr. Chapman, to add? It relates to about 30 acres of land known as the Maple Leaf lands, which were acquired for the KOF project but not used. So the decision before us right now is whether to subdivide and sell them or sell them as a large lot. We're actively marketing them, but at this point, they've not been sold.
Oh, I see. Okay, so over time, that will rebalance itself.
When those lands are sold, yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on my questions after giving it some thought. With the tax capital, do we have a minimum, maximum balance for that fund, or?
We do, and it's currently below the minimum. We could get it in fairly short order. I don't know it off the top of my head.
That's not the end of the world. I was just curious if you knew it. I'd like to actually ask for additional information. I know I already asked about capital closeouts from operating, but I'd also like to add to that issue paper looking at closing out between 1 and 1.5 million into the tax stabilization reserve fund from tax capital, the implications of what that is, what that looks like for both both the tax capital reserve as well as the tax stabilization reserve fund.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
No,
Okay. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, I forgot to ask a question about the equipment. We're sitting at a reserve of 5.26. So when I look at the surpluses in the existing, is this just fleet equipment, or is this all equipment across the entire city?
It's all equipment across the whole city. Fleet purchases that on behalf of everybody else. So it falls under the fleet purview in the schedule, but they're acquiring on behalf of everybody in the city.
Okay. The reason I was asking is I was wondering about other equipment like photocopiers or floor cleaners or anything. That's not. I see Mr. Chapman going no. So is there another line that, or is it broken out into department for expenditures on equipment?
So
this is, sorry, let me be more clear. I apologize. What I'm understanding here is this is equipment specifically for fleet. Should we need to purchase additional fleet, say one of our vehicles goes down and we really don't have a budget for it. And the secondary question is, where would I find the costing for equipment throughout the entire city? Do we break it out into department, and do we have a reserve for that? So it's actually 3 questions.
So the amount you see there is for the replacement of existing equipment primarily. So that would be all the snow plows, the lawn mowers, the what have you, that pickup trucks that go all across the city. So fleet is the acquirer of that on behalf of everybody else in the organization. So that's reflected in that line. A lot of the other items that you've mentioned are things we do not necessarily purchase ourselves. So like photocopiers, we would lease those. Printers, we would lease those. So they are not, we get charged a per page rate or an operating lease rate. You would not find them anywhere in our budget other than in an operating budget line.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
So just quickly, kind of getting toward the page flip piece, we've got a bit of a summary as to how things are organized. So it's just like in previous years, how things are organized by department, by division, and then by section. So it breaks it down into responsibilities that way. And the specific projects show up on individual pages, and the funding is broken out. So council's aware of what the total cost is, but also where all of the funding is coming from. There are 2 new things that I want to highlight to council. The first is on this slide. The next is on the next slide. So in the type column, as we go through the page flip, you'll notice the 3rd or 4th column from the side to the left talks about type. And so in that, you'll see some kind of lettering. When we get to the engineered services portion, you'll see a T, which council has seen in the past. That means it's a triple funded project. It's essentially a full reconstruction project that's funded through stormwater rates, water rates, and sanitary rates. And so that's a full-blown road reconstruction. So quite often you'll see T. That's what we've seen in the past. Based on discussion we've had previously, council's interested in knowing which of those projects has sidewalks related to it. So we've created a new class or a new type where it says TS, and in any of those projects, it includes some sidewalk infill. So that's just some added information for council to consider in the budget. Also, in that column, you'll see sometimes A, B, or C, and that refers to the level of quality of the estimate. So as has been pointed out earlier in the day, we're budgeting for things based on what we expect the cost to be from previous experience and from information that we have at hand, but they are estimates. So for large dollar projects, things that are over $1 million, that are not just the general provision type of replacement projects, we've sought to tell council how good of an estimate we have for that project. So you'll see an A, which means it's a good quality estimate, a B means it's a bit less, C means that it's even less known, and there's some kind of contingency built within that figure. There was some discussion last year, you may recall, about whether it's included in the budget or not included in the budget. And so again, to provide some clarity, if it is a capital letter, it means that the contingency amount is built into the budget. And generally, you'll see that within engineering and utilities. For other areas, you'll see a lowercase a, b, or c, and that means that there's some kind of contingency, but it's not built into the budget figure. So in that case, if there was a project that was $1 million with a lowercase a, it means we think the project's going to cost $1 million. It could be 5 or 8% higher or lower, but we are not building in a contingency into that number. We're budgeting $1 million. And so it could be a little bit higher than that. So again, just to provide council with some additional information that would help them in their decision making. On this slide, you can see that the contingency factor for B goes up to 30%, and for C is more like we're in the 50% range. So again, just to provide council with some information. That's the overview of that, and over the next number of slides, I'm not going to be standing here and presenting, but I'll just keep going as we go through the page flip so that any of the significant changes or any of the issue papers are highlighted on the screen, so that will prod council in their discussion. So, that concludes my presentation. I'll go sit unless there are any questions about the page flip portion.
I am not seeing any.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are into the page flip then, so we're on cap 66. And I guess what we'll do is I'll just go through page by page, and if any members of committee have questions, they can ring in. I would ask as well that we refer to the balances at the same time if possible. So any questions on 66? I'm not seeing any. Page 67, the Amanda system upgrade of the public portal. Cap 67. Not seeing any. Mr. Chapman?
So, Mr. Chair, what I might suggest is that we actually refer to the page number of the forecast, so cap 134.
Okay.
And Mr. Haggie can leave this up on the screen, and what's up on the screen provides context for what you'll see as we actually do the page flip through the capital forecast.
Sure. Okay, so we can flip ahead, to 134, and we are now on environmental remediation. Okay, questions? Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I would prefer to see us go to the cap page 129 and start going through. I was of the understanding we would start going through those, and as we come to a certain page, staff would have these commentaries available then, rather than us having to flip back and forth. We'll carry on with the capital forecast, and staff will have the information up on the screen and in front of us. Otherwise, if we go here, we got to go back to cap 134, and we don't really see how that whole thing deals with.
Staff can flip back. That's sort of the route we're going, right? Okay. Yeah. So let's start over again then at cap 129. I agree, Councillor Gazzola. And Councillor, do you have any questions?
Oh, no,
Okay.
that's fine. So we're at 129.
We're at 129, yes.
Yes.
Questions on 129. Councillor Fernandez, I have you queued in.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to get my head around whether I was going in advance.
I apologize.
In infrastructure services, on page 129, in 2014 we had 30 million, where we have 83 million sixth. Can you, did I read that incorrectly at that time, or I just feel like that I'm not understanding what happened here.
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, the figure for 2015 was 82.2 million, and it's showing 83.6 for 2015.
Okay, so I must have gotten that number from somewhere else then. Okay, I apologize for that.
Councillor Yaneski.
Also on that same page under Finance and Corporate Services for 2015, we've got, I would gather that's 13 million for. And then subsequent years it's just dropped to a 3 million plus average. Why all of a sudden we just have this year 10 million more?
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, I'd suggest that the page flip itself will answer these questions, but I can respond to it now. It's the implementation of the SAP billing system.
Oh, yeah.
That was a significant project that's housed in revenue in 2015.
Okay. Forgot about that.
Okay, so we're on to page 130. Not seeing any questions. Actually, that's 130, 131, yeah. Okay. Now, if we could, let's try and go. Okay, Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I do have some questions on this, on the public portal, because we have an issue paper on that as well, right? Yeah, 134 is where my question is. Yeah, okay. So I know that we've been talking about this, the CRM, and I know that we've been pretty enthusiastic about the implications of how this is supposed to roll out. But I feel like I'm missing a piece here on where we're going in terms of the cost. I know we were talking about significant dollars. Am I missing the piece on where we spent, what we spent last year and what we're spending this year? Or is, because it says it's new, so I feel like is it new? Like a new initiative, or is, because when I'm reading it says the council identified it, so.
I think there might be two items that are kind of being mixed together here. The public portal that I see, that I'm looking at on the screen, is regard to a portal where our citizens can go in and get services that relate to their housing needs. So if they need building permits or fire permits or anything like that, they can go in and do the work there. It is part of a larger public portal offering that we're looking at, and that's a different level of service. That is where citizens can go and get general information about the city. So there's kind of two things happening at once. The public portal that's for building is through the Amanda system, we believe. The other portal that we're talking about at more of the city services or city information level is what will be provided via the CRM system.
Okay, so this one, the 187, is that related to the operation paper that we had, which included the cost of an additional staff person at 75,000?
No, that's on 137.
That's on 137. Okay, so I'm jumping ahead. All right. Then I will reserve my questions for that. Thank you.
So we're still on 134 for the record. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to carry on. I'm somewhat confused as to where we're going here with the public portal, with open government, with the CRM. And I'm not clear. And the only thing I see is there's just tons of new programs coming forward. We've got, in addition to these, we've got $1.1 million for the CRM. We've got this public portal for 187. We've got open government for 135. We've got a new tax utility system for 18 million. There's a SAP thing somewhere for another 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. There's money in here for payroll, PeopleSoft improvements, for the rep. I'm just questioning, and I can't be succinct here because it's a humongous figure that we seem to be going into with new software programs. I don't totally understand the difference between all of them. My questions are we not biting off an awful lot all of a sudden? I'm not saying that any of them are not well worth it or what, but it just, to me, I just see us being inundated by all of these new software systems.
This sounds like more of a comment, but I mean...
Well, yes, my question is, I'm sorry, but I don't understand the difference between the public portal, the open government, and the CRM system.
Okay, well, it might be beyond the scope of capital budget to go into the fine detail, but could we get just a quick synopsis again from staff to explain what the public portal does and how it benefits?
Through the chair, you are correct. There are a number of initiatives on the table for the budget process this year. I would suggest that all of them are related. I know it's difficult probably to draw the connection in some cases, but the e-participation piece is part of our is a key tenet of our open government initiative, and we've got a number of initiatives that are in support of our current customer services strategy. I would suggest that a number of those things, the interconnection between them will become more evident once we have them in place. What we're trying to create is a seamless customer service experience for anyone who comes to deal with the city, and that includes whether or not you have a question or a complaint, or you're looking for information, or you want to be part of a community engagement campaign.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you really haven't simplified it for me. You're saying it'll become clearer, but we're being asked today to set aside a lot of monies, and I believe it should be clear. It should be clearer to us before we go that step. Now, maybe I'm the only one around the horseshoe that has any concerns or any misunderstanding. So, if that's the case, I will.
Well, we dealt with it, but Mr. Chapman, to add?
Through Chair, we agree it should be clear, and so what I'd suggest, you reference a number of other applications that we'll come to later in the page flip. I think those lend themselves perhaps to more straightforward explanations, but what we'll do is capture all of the applications that Councillor Gazzola has referenced and come back with an issue paper to demonstrate how they're connected, how they relate to work you've asked us to do, and how they can all move ahead in 2015. So I think on issues like PeopleSoft, SAP, those lend themselves to clear answers, and so I would say give us a chance to respond to those when we come to them. I think there may be an open question at the end of the day on customer service, and we can respond back with that.
Yeah, I'm more concerned. I understand the SAP and the PeopleSoft. I'm more concerned about the open government, the public portal, and the customer relations piece. And I gather simply the tax utility is just completely a billing system, but to me that has to tend to have a lot to do with customer service, so somehow it has to all fit into the piece. But those are pretty large numbers that we're dealing with.
And again, through the chair, you're right, it is a billing system, but it does include a new self-service component to it, and so it may be that we need to try and demonstrate this visually and come back with a comprehensive issue paper on it.
Mayor Verbenovich?
Thank you very much. And I guess, I mean, two things, and I appreciate the response that happened to Councillor Gazzola's questions. I'm wondering if some of this may in fact be better suited for one of our strategic sessions. I think there's one scheduled before Budget Day, I believe, to actually sort of have an overview of because some of this is stuff that we've talked about already in the past, but some of it is maybe not as clear as it could be, and I think it may be more helpful to have it, you know, in the context of presentations at a strat session as opposed to just a whole bunch of written reports in advance of final budget day. So I'd ask maybe staff to take a look at if we can add that, and if the schedule allows for that in terms of a strat session, specifically with respect to the public portal question, and I'll leave other pages until later, Mr. Chair. But is the public portal not directly related to the Amanda system? In other words, is it not the piece, I believe, that would allow people, for example, to apply for building permits online, I think Amanda's even used for some of our bylaw issues and so on.
Yes.
So is that not what would allow the public to be responding to actually be making their complaints online, applying for building permits online, that kind of thing?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what this piece of it is.
Correct.
Which is different than the ones we'll get to on the other pages.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I was actually looking for some concrete examples, so that's good. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, actually, I was in listening. I came up with a better formulated question, and that was the one specifically that we're looking at is the public portal. And I appreciate the mayor suggesting a strategic meeting so that we can have a clearer understanding. I know we're very interested in making sure that our residents can connect with our city staff and that they can get a response. But I wanted to understand what the savings will be. Where will we see the sort of the cost-benefit analysis, and maybe that can come out of that strategic session. Because if we're putting this much money into a software program, we need to know that we're going to see some savings, or we're going to see some kind of a cost-benefit analysis. So I guess that's more of a request than a question. The other one is, with all this new software, do we have the expertise on staff to implement and to use all this software? And if we don't, where does that mean additional staffing resources?
My apologies. Through the chair, could you repeat the question?
Sorry, I'm having a hard enough time with my questions as it is today. Sorry. So I'm saying that with the additional software, some of these new softwares that we're bringing in, do we have the expertise in-house right now on staff to implement this software, to use this software, and to make it effective? And if we don't have that, does that mean we require additional staff?
Through the chair, each of the projects that have been put forward have the costs included in them to either bring in support from the vendor in order to implement, and or in some cases there's contract staff that are being considered as part of that to help with the implementation as well. But those costs have been included in the budget figures that are here.
In the not in the capital, but in the operation?
In some cases, because it's a contract period, there's money that's been set aside to hire a contract staff person. So that is part of the capital budget for that project.
Mr. Chapman? Sorry.
I would just add, I think for all of the applications that Councillor Gazzola referenced, yes, we have staffing to maintain them with one exception, and that is the CRM. The 10-year forecast did show an addition 2 years out, and that was in large part to provide support for that new application. So again, if you look at the 10-year forecast, you'll see that. The 10-year operating budget forecast, you'll see that there.
Okay, all right. I think that, and the savings component, what will we see in terms of, or will that be part of that strategic? I don't want to ask for questions that.
Through the chair, I'd suggest that we can address that in the issue paper, but I would make a comment that the tax utility billing system was never about cost savings. It was about a 20-year-old system that's at end of life and needs to be replaced. There's opportunity to improve customer service also through an online portal, and so there will be some benefits. I would say for the other, we'll address it, but the vision for an end-to-end CRM, I would say, is much less about creating efficiencies. It's much more about improving customer service. So whereas you get complaints from people now that say, I don't know what happened when I emailed someone about an issue, the whole vision here is that at the end of that process, they can track their issue, it can be closed out when it's followed up on, and you'll have visibility through reporting on the issues that are happening and being resolved within your ward.
And I agree, Mr. Chapman. I think I think I'm thinking more about a couple of the other ones that were highlighted by Councillor Gazzola and that Mayor Vrbanovich said would be good for us to have a strategic meeting on. So unless I'm misunderstanding,
So
I agree. I'm sorry to interrupt. I agree. The CRM is something that we have identified, and yes, I think we're all pretty supportive of that. But it's the e-governors.
What I would suggest is that you just give us direction today in terms of whether you'd prefer an issue paper or the February 9th strategic session. The timing is largely similar. We can do either, and so I would say we're in your hands in terms of how you'd like that information to come back.
From personally, I do prefer the interaction with staff. It's an opportunity for us to ask questions at the time without tying up time on final budget day. I think it's much better use of everybody's time.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Councillor Yaneski.
I too, when I looked at this, had similar concerns as to understanding all the different programs and where we're trying to go with open government and public portal and everything else. And somehow, to me, they seem to be all interrelated, sort of was the answer. And yet I'm thinking if it's interrelated, is a duplication in any way? Having a session, I think, may answer these questions. I don't know. I was just totally concerned that it seems to be money's being spent here, here, and here, as is pointed out by Councillor Gazzola, and I also questioned it. I also had some couple of inquiries from my residents asking about why are we spending money on this, and I said I really don't know. We'll find out during the budget process. So I'm just trying to understand this whole thing, and I think if we get some more information and maybe go through an interaction session sometime that was presented by the mayor, I think it would be a benefit. So I'm game for that, because somehow I see like it's a lot of money being spent, and I can't see it being justified. So at this point in time,
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I would like to see an issue paper that's discussed on February the 2nd. It doesn't need to be rediscussed on budget day, but I would like to see if it's possible to have some information before we go to that meeting, just so we can do a little homework before that and perhaps save time at that future meeting. And I would, and I think you've touched base on because one of the other things is carrying on with the idea of we're spending money, and it's good to see that down the road we're going to be saving. There are going to be efficiencies and savings, and I would like to see you refer to that. Just and you've clearly indicated, like the tax billing, it was intended not to go in a different direction, to replace an old system. But I do want to emphasize that you do try to put some commentary in there as to we're spending a lot of money, but down the road there are efficiencies and savings. And just one last point, the open government is also, it seems to me there's 60,000 or so in the operating budget, which implies a new person. In addition, right?
Which implies, sorry?
No, it was mentioned that the CRM will require new staffing down the road, but I also want to point out that the open government discussion also adds one person that we've looked at when we were doing the operating budget.
That's correct, and that's not built into the budget. Okay. Mayor Vrbanovich.
Thanks. I just want to be clear on what I'm asking for and why I'm asking for it. I am asking for a comprehensive presentation that links all these pieces together so that Council understands how all of these pieces are interrelated to each other. I do want to remind everyone, except for the new people, these are all issues that we have dealt with around this horseshoe already. We've seen comprehensive presentations on customer service. We've seen comprehensive presentations on e-government and so on. We haven't seen something in terms of how all of these pieces are related together. So, you know, I mean, what might be helpful is to recirculate those old reports that the previous council had adopted, so that people have that information handy as well. But I think the pieces going forward is really how it's all interrelated together, and how it speaks to providing a seamless customer service experience for our residents. That's what's important, and those are the priorities that I think we've heard from our residents are important to them, and that many of the people around this horseshoe have spoken about at different points in time. I think the other thing to keep in mind as we look at this, it's not necessarily about cost savings. It can be about efficiencies. It can be about cost avoidance in the future as well, and that's part of it. But there is a value and a cost associated with customer service, and we can't lose sight of that as we go forward through all of this.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, through you, Chair Davey. I'm sort of questioning the merit on exactly what you had commented, Mayor Urbanovic, the need of a strategic session when we've gone through every single of these items one by one, and everyone should understand these consequences. The only individuals who I think shouldn't even understand are our new members of council, because these are pretty straightforward items that we've dealt with. So I'm not understanding why we need to have another strategic session on something that we should all be aware of. This is our job.
Okay, I'm going to cut this off there. I'm just going to comment briefly that yes, this has been before us before. I understand we get one line, a line item, and I understand that members of council don't necessarily recall the conversations we had in the past. So I am very much in favor of a strategic session. I'm glad Mayor Urbanovic commented on the cost savings and efficiency. We need to remember efficiency in our position, the City of the Kitchener's position. Efficiency doesn't mean saving our time necessarily or our money all the time. When you look at the public portal, one of the examples, the first ones that popped to mind was permits. If we can cut down the turnaround time for a resident to get a permit, if we can save a resident from having to come in down to City Hall an extra time to get a permit, a routine thing, that's efficiency on the customer service side. So that won't necessarily translate into dollars in the future, but it makes us a better city. No further questions, so we'll move along. We have dealt with 135 and 136. We are now on 137, and hopefully we won't be discussing too much about the CRM at least. Questions, Councillor Galway-Selak?
Yeah, I just have to find, do we know the issue paper number for that one? I just have to find it. I know I have a question.
CRM is kept.
There it is. It's 117.
Thank you. That's 117.
My question is, we see a spike in the 2020 budget. Is that, I didn't see any explanation as to why there's that spike in 2020?
That's from, sorry, through the chair. That's from the 25,000 to the 95.
Mm-hmm.
There is an additional $70,000 in that year for a hardware upgrade. The life cycle of the hardware is 5 years, and we would be 5 years into the implementation by that time.
Okay. Okay, that was my only question. Sorry, I was just reading something before I...
Okay, and I'm not seeing any further questions. Oh, wait, no, we do have one, Councillor Fernandez.
Sorry, I apologize. We're on 117 as well, right? That's the,
yes.
The companion piece. Since it's, we're talking about sharing it over 2 years, or implementing over 2 years, why wouldn't we do the cost over the 2 years? Is it not possible to do that?
I'm sorry, could you?
I thought I read in the rationale, maybe I didn't. Yes, capital funding of the $832,000 is required to fund the CRM implementation project 2015-2016. But when I look at the funding piece, it's only in 2015. It's not possible to shoulder, like to spread it over the 2 years, or can you help me understand that?
Sure. Through the chair, we actually discussed this through the admin review as we were going through the budget process. There are some potential that we could split it. What we didn't want to get into was a situation where we needed the funding in 2015 and didn't have it available. So rather than get into a bind in a project implementation where we didn't have the funds to move ahead with pieces, we've got all the funding in the first year, and there's an expectation there'll be a balance carried into 2016, but we won't be put in a position where there is insufficient funding to keep the project moving forward. We're not sure at this time when that funding will be required through those 2 years of implementation, so this was a safer approach to make sure the funds were available.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. Just on CAP 04 and the CRM, I just really wanted to make a comment more than a question with respect to this, and it's just my support for this going forward. I think the fact that we've been able to do this in partnership with the region is a big step for the kinds of partnerships we want to see in our community between the two orders of local government. And from a customer service point of view, and I realize we'll talk more about this at that strat session, this speaks directly to the kind of customer service strategy that we've been talking about for years, and we are overdue to deliver on. So I would certainly hope that this moves forward in a positive way, and quite frankly needs to if we're going to be true to some of those partnerships that we've been looking to in the past.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, through you, Chair Davey. And I just want to also comment and continue some of the comments. I think the CRM is something that we have to look at. It's the cost of doing business. And that's, to me, is if we don't invest in this, then we're not doing our job correctly. So I think it's something as well that we've heard through Environics and we heard through York Kitchener and all that citizens want customer engagement. They want to have more say in what they have in their city, and this is one of the aspects, and we need to get up to speed.
Okay, we'll move along. I'll echo those sentiments. Customer service is the one area that I think will change residents' views on us dramatically. I think we've all had situations where things have fallen through the cracks because we don't have an adequate tracking system and to loop back to resident concerns and complaints, and even having the ward councillor notified. So I'm looking very forward to having that system in place. Okay, I'll move on to CAP 138. Anyone have any questions on photocopiers? I'm guessing not. Photocopiers, Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, they've increased from our estimates from last year by almost 20%. What does that do? Are we still getting the same thing?
The 2014 for the 2016 photocopiers went up 20%?
Yeah, it was 381 in last year's budget. We as of November, we still had 40,000 left in the account. So really, we've increased it considerably.
Okay. Ms. Miller?
Through the chair, I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I believe it is potentially due to the fact that we have some very old equipment in the print shop, and our service agreements have expired in many of those cases. It's costing us substantially more to maintain that equipment.
So do we need 444,000? Or can we use the 40 we've already got? I guess what you're saying here, we actually need 484,000, and last year we said we needed 380,000.
That is assuming that the 40,000 hasn't been used since November, but
yeah, that's right.
Perhaps we could follow up offline on that.
I will do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, if everyone else is happy with that, that's fine. I'll be happy with it too. Thanks.
So we're on to CAP 139, and there is an issue paper on page 119 for the Brownfield program. Councillor Fernandez.
I'm not questioning the amount that we're talking about here, but I know there has been a lot of discourse and expressions of concern about how this Brownfield program rolls out. I'm wondering if this is the time that we should be asking for some kind of review on how we deal with the Brownfield sites. And not to take away from what we've already committed, but maybe what we're going to do in the future and how this program should look in the future.
Okay. So specifically, then you're asking for a review of the brownfield program?
Yeah, I think that I know that we've done some amazing things with our brownfield sites at this in the last number of years since I've been on council, and previous to that when I was sitting on environmental committee, and I think that there's a definite benefit, but I think we also have to take a look at what's the return on the investment. Brownfield sites sit with no tax revenue, and if they're remediated, we should be seeing a tax revenue, but is what we're putting into that brownfield remediation investment coming back to us in tax revenue?
Okay, Mr. Chapman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand the request, and I would suggest that it's really not a budget issue, and so I don't know that this is the vehicle to address it. I would say one of two things. Next week at committee, you're going to see the draft business plan for 2015, and that would be an appropriate time to talk to economic development staff about what's in the work plan and what the implications would be of inserting this as a review. And failing that, the other approach would be separate from budget through a notice of motion to direct staff to do some body of work. But I think given you're dealing with a business plan next week, that's a great time to talk about how much time a review would take and how that would impact the work plan.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's what, because it's here, I thought I could open the door for that conversation to continue. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, so for DC exemption, for industrial DC exemption, the new project with $900,000 of funding in 2015, is that to offset the what the incentive would be as the rebate, the 50% rebate from the tax supported, or where would the $900,000 be coming from then?
So the amount was calculated using the growth projection in the DC
No, and
bylaw.
that's what I thought, but why does it have to be in 2015? Isn't it spread over the 4-year of the DC bylaw that we passed, or when it would be, again, revisited?
It's over the term of the bylaw. We have no idea as to when any of those may come in. We just know that the projected amount is what's shown here, about $900,000, and so it's been allocated. We essentially deal with it, get it out of the way, and not talk about it again.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I was going there also. I didn't understand why, if it's over the term of the DC bylaw, why it wouldn't be split equally over that period of time. I mean, there's no sin in coming up with less expenditures than we have revenue. That's a good way to go. We don't have to spend everything we've got. The other question I have is to do with the downtown incentives funding. We already have almost $1.2 million sitting in our accounts, and we're coming in with another $92,000 a year. A year ago, we had $1,179,000 sitting in the accounts. Over the year, the only thing we've really done is put more money sitting in our accounts. But at the same time, we're adding stuff to our capital forecast and having that compete with all of the other priorities that we have on the table.
Mr. Aguirre?
Through you, Chair Davey, the existing budget allocation is the reserve balance at this point is allocated to major projects that we expect to come through. Actually, are in the construction process right now in some cases. So it's critical that we retain that reserve, and the ongoing investment is designed to support that fund sustainably over its life.
So are they projects that this council has approved?
That's correct.
The projects that this council have approved?
That's right.
So why are they sitting here and not in our reserve funds?
Well, the bulk of the liability is actually in the reserve for the downtown incentive program.
These are not reserves. These are unspent capital funds. we can't have things in two places.
No.
For maybe you might want to look at that. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Yaneski.
On the two components, the exemption and the brownfields, 900,000 for the exemption and 2 million for the brownfields. So then, when you look at the issue paper 05, it talks about the 2 million, which is fine. Then when you go to page cap 139, it has the breakdown over the next 10 years. And as is pointed out, the 900,000 is identified for 2015. And I'm assuming, as pointed out Mr. Hagee, that this will be put in now. So this way, and you don't know when those exemptions will be used. So it could be used for 2016 and 17 and 18 as well. And they just put in the fund now just to take care of maybe this year, but also the future?
Correct. So that will be allocated into the into a capital project. So next year at this time, you would see an existing capital balance of 900,000 less whatever was council approved or what came forward.
Okay, I understand that. But then you go, and I appreciate that answer. But then you look at the brownfields. You on that issue paper, you're talking about $2 million. And then for 2021, which is when it's intended to be used, you have a $2.3 million. Is there an error in one of those numbers?
No, through the chair, there was $325,000 that would have been there in last year's capital forecast. We've just supplemented that by $2 million. So if you would have looked at the same line last year, in 2020, it would not have had, or 2021, it would not have had zero. It would have said 325. We've added $2 million to it.
Oh, and last year's was, okay, I got you now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. We're on to page cap 140. I'll move along to cap 141. $142. $143. Councillor Schneider.
Just in terms of home technology, I wonder if, we as a council can maybe take the lead and show optically that we're willing to decrease some of this. I find, as a new councillor, some of the things that I was offered to have in my home, I have here at the office. And in my past life, I've always been one that went into work. We have the ability to remote in to our computers here. So, I already have a desk at home. I don't find the need to have a scanner, photocopy, or dedicated phone line at home. We have a mobile phone where our citizens and staff can contact us. So I'm just wondering if we as a council would consider redefining what we actually need for home technology and showing by example that we can decrease that.
Not sure. This would probably be follow squarely under council's purview to discuss. What might be appropriate then is you're indicating that that's an interest that you might bring back for final budget day. Okay. Yes. Yeah. You could ask for an issue paper as well. Sure. Councillor Gallagher-Seelock.
I'm just to help out Councillor Schneider. You could ask for an issue paper that kind of outlines, some of the implications of, what our overall home technology would be if it was, if we reduced it to $50,000, $55,000, and $60,000. That way, staff has some idea, and then it really brings it on to the agenda and makes sure it gets on the agenda through an issue paper for final budget day.
Okay, let's do that then. Mayor Rabinovich.
Just on that, I think it's also important from Councillor Schneider and for everyone to be reminded of where it was, because we reduced it last year, I believe it was, by, I think, $1,500 a person. if I remember correctly, somewhere around there.
I don't recall the quantum, but
Yeah,
hopefully
so I
that will...
think people need to be reminded of that there already has been a significant reduction there.
Okay, so we'll move on to 144, SAP software upgrade. Not seeing any questions. CAP 145. Councillor 146, yes, Councillor Fernandez. Okay, we have Councillor Galloway-Seelock in there.
So we're on 146?
146, yeah.
Which reflects to page 74, I believe, which is where my question comes in with regards to Rep Net. Sorry, just have to get there. All this flipping.
Yeah.
I believe I'm on the right page. So there we go. Yep. Did I read somewhere that part of this, the addition for the funds are for Wi-Fi in the parking garage? In the Duke and Ontario parking garage?
You did. Wi-Fi.
I read it somewhere. I'm just not.
Oh, you did, yeah. I
Couldn't-
can't recall the page, but... Yeah,
It was for
parking garage, Sports World, Arena,
and Activa.
Oh, okay. Yes, sorry. Through the chair, the reality there is the with all the work on LRT, there's changes occurring with the hydro vaults. There's an opportunity to move the Duke and Ontario parking garage off of what we currently have private fiber that is in leased hydro ducts. We've been looking for an opportunity to move off of that and move into the RepNet, which we use for all our other sites. In the long run, that'll be a better option for us. So the funding that's being included in there was to move that garage from private fiber and leased conduits that is roughly the same cost, and moving it onto the RepNet platform, which is a standard approach we take at all our facilities.
So we currently put Wi-Fi in our parking garages?
It's not for Wi-Fi. It's just to put RepNet within that facility to meet the needs of the parking system and also the staff that are located in the bottom ground of Duke and Ontario. The Wi-Fi is not a factor at that site.
Okay, just according to the explanation here, that's what it looked like. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it definitely did sound like that. Actually, I can't recall the page, but it did sound like they were bringing. Okay, good question.
Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Actually, I was going to go back a page because I didn't push in soon enough.
Sure.
Enhancements to the tax utility system, that's exactly what we've been talking about with SAP and all that. Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm afraid to ask, okay, about REP because it's probably something this council's already discussed and they know the answer. But can you just explain to me, are most of the REP lines now, where are they? Are they in our own vaults, or are they not already in the hydro vaults?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the RepNet network is provisioned across fiber optic lines that Rogers purchased from Atria a number of years ago, so it's within vaults that Rogers
it's in
has.
the Atria lines, yes.
And a lot of them do go through hydro vaults, but we don't actually own the fiber. We lease the use of that fiber through the agreement with Rogers.
Okay, so when we're talking RepNet, then we're really just talking the premiums we're paying to Rogers to use their lines, right? To connect all our buildings. Is that right?
Through the chair, there's two parts. One is the Rogers cost for the fiber. The other is Soft Choice as a vendor that has been selected by the RepNet partnership to manage that network and look after any issues that occur. So for all of the partners, that same model applies, and we pay a fractional portion of how many sites we have.
What do you mean the soft choices? So the software we need to to get into the system?
No, sorry, Soft Choice is the company that's looking after that network. It's a vendor that provides service.
So we can't do that ourselves? We need...
For the RepNet network, because it's a number of different partners involved in the overall program, the maintenance and all the work done with that is done by a third party that's contracted by the RepNet partnership as a whole.
Okay, so we're buying a service partly from Rogers and partly from Soft Choices, whatever you said. And this is a service that not only ourselves, but the region, are they involved with it? The school boards? Correct. Is the university involved?
Yes, there's a number of partners. There's 2 school boards in the region, all of the local cities, so Cambridge, Waterloo, and Kitchener, Conestoga College, and a number of other public entities.
Okay, so those are all operating costs. What's this 405?
This is a additional amount to add to the 10-year forecast because there is an expectation that the fees are going to go up in 2016. So we've added funding into the capital forecast over the 10-year period to deal with those, but to also add a couple extra sites that are actually going to move out further with the Wi-Fi.
So what are we adding? What sites?
The 2 sites that will be added with Wi-Fi are the Activa Sportsplex and the Sports World, and the Duke Ontario Garage, which is more of a, it's not a Wi-Fi requirement, but it's a switch to RepNet fiber.
Okay, so the bulk of this is an operating expenditure. Although we've chosen to deal with it this way.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just want to, while you're up, a time back we had this PCI compliance issue. Is that done now? Are we complete with that?
Through the chair, the final phases of the PCI project are still ongoing. There's no more funding in the capital forecast for that. The funding that is remaining should be used up and that project completed by June of this year. Okay. But there's no more funding in the capital forecast for that.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, carrying on with that. Before I even ask this, I know it probably sounds a bit naive and simplistic to even frame the question this way, but as time goes by, it was my understanding that some of these costs would be coming down, costs for technology and especially for transfer data and all that. It is the case in retail side of things, but I understand this is a little bit different. We're not going to be enjoying the same type of advantage over time?
Through the chair, are you referring specifically to the RepNet fees?
Yes.
Okay. I think one of the things that's important to remember with RepNet, that the partnership actually represented an extremely good deal for all the partners that were involved. When it was started, there was, will the prices go down over time or not? It's now moved into private ownership. There's certainly interest in the company that provides the service in making a profit on this. We're still receiving extremely favorable pricing for the fiber optic service that we're getting. Comparing it to other municipalities, we're probably paying about a quarter of what some others are paying for service as fast as this, and it's really the partnership and the people that were involved.
And it's not only for current services, so I'm kind of focusing on extended public Wi-Fi, the fact that we'll be broadening spots for public Wi-Fi that's currently available. Is that correct?
And that equipment
that
we're
the
putting in...
The additional cost will cover this. The additional 10-year forecast cost will cover the expansion of the Wi-Fi network.
Once we have RepNet provision in those sites, it makes it easy for us to add the Wi-Fi at very little cost, just the cost of the equipment.
Okay, so I know, again, this is over a 10-year period. How immediate as a benefit will we start seeing as an expansion of additional spots that will have free public Wi-Fi in our facilities or even outdoor facilities as well?
Hopefully within 2015 we'll be able to get those 2 sites up and running, so the 2 arenas. We're also looking at the auditorium as a larger scale facility to push out. Wi-Fi. We're also looking at some of the other arenas. We're not proposing to put RepNet fiber in there because it's a little more costly than what the site warrants, but we're looking at other ways of getting network connectivity into those that would be reliable to put in public Wi-Fi as well. So we're dealing, and the other location is actually the Victoria Park Pavilion is another one that was identified as an area.
Okay.
So we're looking at a number of those types of
and McLennan Park too, by the way, and McLennan Park, but that's my preference anyways. And this last point dwells into something totally different. I understand this, but I hope that as we broaden our public space Wi-Fi access, that there may be some sponsorship and advertisement opportunities that we can subsidize or cover some of this increased cost as well.
Yeah, there have been discussions on that as well.
Thank you.
No further questions except for mine. The RepNet deal that we have, is there an expiration to the preferred rates?
The current contract will expire in 2016. There's a renewal to that one, and they're also working on numbers so that we'll have a good future sense of how much the cost will be going forward. So at this point, we're fairly confident we'll have contracted rates to, I'm going to say, about 2023.
2023? Okay. And I'm assuming the renewal has some sort of upper cap wording?
To the cost?
Yeah, to the cost.
Yeah, there's a cost of living increase that's within those contracts to make sure that the costs aren't going up too fast.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, we're on cap 147. PeopleSoft, any questions? Not seeing any. Cap 148. Actually, just one question on mailing and postage in general. It's probably more of an operating question because it was dealt with in operating, but I don't recall the answer. Now, we had budgeted for the shortfall as of the operating budget, but is there still something coming back to Councillor Committee with respect to incentives for postage? Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, there is not relative to budget, but there may be relative to the SAP implementation. As you know, we're using ePost right now for bill presentment, and there's a discussion underway around whether or not we'll continue with ePost once we have SAP implemented, or we'll go with our own solution that would negate that cost. So we've addressed the budget issue, but we've not closed the issue in terms of our future billing direction.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Sorry, I should have chimed in earlier. I just need a better understanding of what this absence management module is on the PeopleSoft. Can I have a better understanding of what that means?
Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Chair, PeopleSoft is our human resources and payroll system. Presently, we have a manual process for the tracking of absences or for the tracking of attendance in general, which means that time is tracked manually and entered. Absences from work for sick leave, bereavement, other things like that are tracked manually and then updated. And any flexible time arrangements are also tracked manually and then reported subsequently to PeopleSoft. So there is no real-time reporting of attendance or time management. It's all tracked retroactively based on manual data. This is the next step in our evolution of the system. So since we've been with PeopleSoft, we've been constantly improving and refining the functionality. And we believe that it is desirable for us to be able to track attendance essentially in real time, to be able to report at a higher level on attendance records. Presently, our sick time incidence rate is below benchmarks, which is a good thing. But even a 2% improvement in that record would pay this cost over a 5-year time frame. Whether or not we'll realize that 2% efficiency, time will only tell. But we believe, if anything, greater attention to time and attendance will only strengthen our record, which is why we believe this is a worthy investment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Page 149. Master plans, feasibility studies, not seeing any. Okay, well, on 149, Councillor Gazzola, or the next? Okay, so we'll take 150 and 151 at the same time. Councillor Gazzola, and there's issue paper on page cap 120 regarding the floor replacement.
Yeah, I'm not clear on the, it's on the compressor replacements. Where did I read about that? That was a...
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
On the compressor replacements. I think that was one of the...
Last year at the auditorium? Is that...
One of the sheets that we got, was that not on the compressor replacement?
No, there's a floor replacement on 120 for Kinsman and Kiwanis.
I'm sorry, it's the floor replacement. Okay. And those are new. Somehow we put some money in. Did we not put money in? What did we put into 2023, and now we've brought it forward? What was that?
Through the chair, I can answer top view. So there's on page 151, you'll see rink floor Kinsman. That project was in last year's capital budget out in 2023. At the time, staff discussed that. It was also noted that the Kiwanis rink is essentially same age, same condition. We didn't think that we didn't have enough funding available to put them in, to put both in last year. So one was planned in 2023, one was planned in 2024. Now we've reviewed the condition of them, and we're suggesting both of them happen in 2017.
Okay, that's the answer. Now, my question is that all of a sudden, they've come from those latter years, boom, forward 7 years. Is that something nice to have, or is it something that we need to have in 2017?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the life cycle for these floors is about 25 to 30 years, which is exactly where we'll be if we replace it in 2017. We'll be at the end of the life cycle.
Yeah, but sometimes can we not go beyond our life cycle? I know on the street I live, it hasn't been paved in 50 years. I'm sure that's beyond the life cycle, but...
I see Ms. Kugler is here. And
So I understand that. I think that's what staff attempted to do when they put it in for a later date in last year's budget. Subsequently, more work has happened, and they realized that can't happen. I'm sure Mrs. Kugler could give us more details.
So the question essentially, Ms. Kugler, is can we delay the replacement of the Kinsman and Kiwanis rink floor?
Through you, Chair Davey. Sorry, their question is regarding the floor, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So right now, the life cycle of that, we are well into it. If we plan for it, then we're not dealing with an emergency. So our intention was to move it forward so that we could actually do a planned project and do both rinks at the same time. Sorry.
And I appreciate that, but is that a decision now we have to make a couple of years ahead of time, or are we having problems now that tend us to see that we're going to have an emergency in 2 years?
We're definitely seeing a lot more deterioration in the Kinsman rink, just due to some of the challenges that we're having with the installation of the ice around the sides and the ice freezing. So that's all tied to the rink floor and the brine lines that are installed there. And I think part of it, to be honest, is going through the experience where we had the leak in the odd at the start of the season. Even though it was something contained and it wasn't within the life cycle, I think it made us do a little bit more due diligence around where we are with the drinks in the back, and that's why we brought it forward.
Okay, now do the two have to be replaced at the same time? Is there some kind of savings in that?
There definitely is savings from project management and from putting them out in one tender package, because obviously bringing the contractors to the site once, there would be increased cost savings for equipment, both all the specialty equipment that has to come in. It only has to be rented once as opposed to twice.
And finally, there was a chiller replacement in the twin pads last year, right?
There was a trailer replaced at the twin pad, correct?
And then there's, I look and I see that there's still 133,000 unspent. Is that found money now?
Some of those dollars were actually, as part of the budget closeout, were identified and have been moved to the closeout.
Could you give me a hint as to how much?
I can take a look, but I don't have those with me right here.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schneider?
Ms. Kugler, and I don't know if you're the one to answer this, but you did mention the brine line leak at the Odd that caused the cancellation of the exhibition game, and we lost some revenue because of that. I'm just wondering if that repair is budgeted for next year, because my understanding was that it was patched up to make it through the season, and there would have to be some work done.
So once the ice comes out at the end of the hockey season, we have a contractor that comes in and does an appraisal of our facilities, being our refrigeration lines. And so at that time, they'll make recommendations on what is suggested. If it's if it's a smaller amount, which often happens in any of the general maintenance, we would cover that from our general provision dollars. If it's a larger project, then we would bring that forward with a special report.
Yeah, because I think that surface might be coming near the end of its cycle.
It actually was replaced in 2000. Actually, I have to go 2000. It's actually the newer one. It was probably 2005 was its replacement time, and I will confirm that date. But it has been replaced, whereas the twin pads have not been.
Okay, and it was just again, I heard around the Odd that night that maybe because of the most recent renovation, there may have been some, things happening to the floor because of all the work that was being done. So I just wanted to make sure that that cost was being looked after in the budget as well, so we didn't get a surprise.
It'll be identified as part of our asset management for the life cycle of all of the equipment.
Okay, great, thanks.
Councillor Yaneski?
Just further on this rink floor replacement, I do play hockey, old-timers hockey, at both rinks, Kinsman and Kiwanis, and I haven't seen any problems at all. I don't look for any, but the ice has been always in excellent condition. So I'm just wondering what you were getting at. Is this going to be the replacement of the floor or the refrigeration system under the floor, or is it a combination of both?
Through you, Chair, it's a combination of both. So what happens is that when ice is installed, the floor freezes and then it causes expansion, and then when the ice comes out, it thaws and then everything goes back. Through that, every time that you install ice and then remove ice, it creates contraction and expansion, which causes things to shift. You can't see that underneath the floor, and that's why you sort of budget to replace those so that once they have kind of been around for a while, you don't sort of live by chance that they're not going to work. You plan for it so that you can actually go in, replace the systems, and realign them so that they can then carry you through the next 10 to 15 years.
So based on your analysis there in terms of the expansion and the decretion of the freezing and thawing system, using the principle of engineering, when they look at sewer mains and water mains, when they send a little camera through to determine the condition of the pipes, is that something that could be done also with this refrigeration system?
There are that is part of what happens when the refrigeration contractor comes through. Annually, they'll do that at the end of the season once the ice has thawed. And those are the recommendations that we use in planning for our life cycle as well.
Okay, and then we'll find out about that when you do that analysis, basically, right?
Sorry?
Council will find out the results of that eventually when you do your analysis as to whether it has to be replaced, or maybe that contractor will look at it and say, hey, the pipes are in pretty good condition. The longevity can still continue on for another 5-10 years. Is that possible?
What they'll do is they'll do a life cycle replacement. So this year, when we look at the auditorium, to clarify the question that was asked by Councillor Schneider, was that what will actually happen is that if there's something greater than just that one line, we will then come forward with a special report on that, because it's not something in our life cycle replacement at this time. But if there is some unforeseen piece that they investigate, then we would bring that forward. But otherwise, what they'll find in Kinsman and Kiwanis should be still in working condition because it's about the life cycle replacement. Unless there was another recommendation that all three had deteriorated, then we would bring that forward sooner than 2017.
So assuming the worst case scenario that they have to be replaced, you've got two of them scheduled in the 2017 timeframe, to do the whole job, will that also disrupt the hockey season in terms of use of those arenas, or can that all be done during the summer or something like that? And I know you use the arenas during the summer as well, so.
By having it within the budget process, it allows us to project manage it, which we would then look at scheduling the work to non-interrupt hopefully the consumer trade show business as well as the ice season.
So you do one at a time, is that what you're telling me?
We would likely do them as a project together so that we can actually schedule the work so that it doesn't interrupt hockey season or the consumer trade show season. That's why we want to be in control of it by putting in the budget forecast as opposed to doing it in an emergency situation.
Okay, thank you. Oh, one other question. It also probably ties in with you. On the page 150, there's a line near the bottom, audio sound system replacement. I just thought we had a whole system just replaced as part of the Rangers upgrading of the scoreboard and sound system, and now there's another $150,000 thrown in for 2020.
So the sound system was budgeted over 2 different years, and part of it is related to the auditorium, the Dom Cardillo Arena. But in addition to that, we also have a public address system for the full site, which includes the twin pads in the main lobby area that you come in from Ottawa and Sterling. So that would be the dollars allocated to replace that audio system throughout the full complex of the auditorium, not just the Dom Cardillo Arena.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Vabenovich?
Thank you very much. Just on the issue of the rink floor replacements, and Ms. Kugler, you've already answered a couple of questions, but I'm wondering if you can just remind us what's happened with, like we've lost rink space in Kitchener over the last year or so. And so I guess just in terms of if we left any of this for a potential, and there was a potential failure of one of the rinks, what would that do to all of our programming and so on? So it's kind of a two-part question.
So to answer your question, we have had a change in ice available at Conestoga College with the closing of the college. For the most part, we've been able to accommodate the users within the ice allocations by moving people from different times and different dates and being flexible with starting things earlier and running things a lot later than we used to.
But that was, what, one or two rinks there?
That was one rink there. So we're down one inventory of an arena. The challenge would be then to go to the second part. Obviously, if we lose a rink, it's very difficult now to relocate or try to salvage any of the user groups that would be using the ice surface because we don't have any extra inventory even by extending the hours.
So in other words, if we didn't do this proactively to make sure we didn't have any downtime, if we had a failure, it's not like you can go around to a different road or do something different. It would really boil down to the fact that people for a number of months would not have access to an arena.
If we had a failure, we definitely would have some cancellations and some impact on the user groups, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, just going to 150. The capital of the current that's resident. Residential? No, that's not. What is the RES stands for?
That's the reserve fund.
Okay, thank you. What is this? What site upgrading are we doing on the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium?
So the funding that's under the general provision for the auditorium covers things like the replacement of glass and rink boards as we need to do them. It covers any of the seating in the chairs that are in the lounges. It would cover off things like cosmetic painting, the floors in the dressing rooms, those types of projects that are smaller that we manage on a year-to-year just to maintain the integrity of the interior of the building.
Okay. I guess I thought that was covered off under some of the seating and dressing room replacement, but all right. I don't know if this is a question for yourself, but in the 2014 budget under 2020, we had a lot. Sorry, I'm trying to go back and forth here. 2020. We had 1087, and now we're down to 1247. Why? I mean, even with moving the floor replacement out, what happened here? Oh, we took the arena out. Is that right? Is that what's reflected there?
The reflection would be the DC funding for the Twin Pad Arena, yes, was pushed out in the capital forecast.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. That's great. Thank you.
I just have one question. I like Councillor Yaneski, I occasionally play at Kinsman and Kiwanis, and I've noticed that the older I get, the larger those ice surfaces seem to be.
Actually, one of those adjustments might happen when we do that floor change.
Yeah, it's a big rink. Okay, we'll move along to Cap 152, cemeteries. Questions on cemeteries? Not seeing any. Okay, we'll move to 153, Rockaway. Actually, we'll do 153 and 154, Rockaway and Dune. Councillor Gazzola.
No, I was just going to ask for something to be recirculated. There's been a little bit of talk about improving our return on our investment from the golf courses. Staff have done a couple of studies in the past few years, so I'm not asking for anything new. I'm just asking for a circulation of those reports. We have a lot of information already, but that could be helpful for us to read.
Circulation with which report specifically with respect?
I think there were two of them. One that went back 6 or 7 years, and one that went back about 3 years.
Okay. Mr. May?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm certain I understand the two reports that Councillor Gazzola is talking about. We'll make sure to circulate those.
Very good. Councillor Fernandez.
Oh, sorry. Are we on?
We're on
78.
We're on golf courses.
Golf courses. I'm fine on that.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions there, so we'll move along. We're now on Cap 155. Councillor Fernandez.
Where is the one that's on our screen right now? Where would I find that?
Well, we would. Why don't we just take 155 and 156 at the same time then? So give me 1 second here.
Okay. All right. So I'm just wondering why this would be capital. Is this not an operational item? Like what
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this has always been specifically referred to as the Neighborhood Festival of Neighborhoods Capital Grant because it very much funds kind of one-time things within the community. It's not about events, it's more about specific capital building type things.
Okay. Okay. I guess I just needed to understand. Thanks.
Okay. No further questions on that. 157, Communities in Bloom. I assume there'll be no concern there. And we'll go to 158, Aquatics. Certainly. Councillor Gazzola, question a page back. Which page?
Yeah, it's on the Community Resources Centers. On page 156.
156?
I notice we're moving forward Dune Pioneer Park Community Center, and we're moving back Mill Cortland Edition. Is going back 3 years, I guess. Who decides that priority? I know that Mill Cortland has been there for years, looking at increasing their space. Was that a decision this council made, or?
Mr. Hildebrand?
Through you, Chair Davey. The redistribution of the capital forecast amounts were based on the consultation and the recommendations on the prioritization in the Leisure Facilities Masters Update. So Mill Cortland, that was recognized as priority 3 in the Leisure Facilities Master Plan Update.
Councillor Zola?
I don't particularly agree, but I guess it's a done deal.
Sounds like a comment.
Pardon?
That sounds like a comment.
Oh, it was? Yeah, it is a comment, so I'll shut up.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, a similar question through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hildebrand, this has been moved back by this number of years?
Mr. Hildebrand?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it's been moved back about 3 years. I can't recall where it was in the initial capital forecast. But yes, it's been moved back. The first priority identified was the Dune Pioneer Park addition. The second priority was the development of a community center in the south end, and then third priority. We also took into consideration the availability of development charges through the development charges review. So taking into consideration both the prioritization and the resources that we had identified from the development charges, it was placed in the budget as soon as we could get the required funding for it.
And this is an expansion of the existing facility, is that correct?
That is correct. It would be an expansion to the existing facility.
Do the people at the community center know about this, Mr. Hildebrand?
Through you, Chair Davey, yes, I went to all of the neighborhood associations that were affected by the results of both of all the community centers as well as the new additions to the forecast, and they were given the information. They were also informed that if they wish, they can come speak to it at the public meeting.
That's great. Could you give us some kind of an issue paper on this, Mark, to explain some of the reasons for this being pushed back?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could just say that there is only one reason that it was pushed back, and that was availability of funding. So Council approved a very specific set of priorities through the Leisure Facilities Master Plan. Number 1 was the Dune Pioneer Park Community Center addition. Number 2 was the new Southwest Community Center. And number 3 was the Mill Cortland Community Center addition. We took those priorities, and as soon as funding was available through the DC study, we put them in. The reality is the funding is just not available any sooner than that for our third priority.
But I tend to think that those priorities should be set by council, or at least we should have a say on them as they happen, Mr. May.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, back on September 9th, 2013, City Council passed a motion which identified 6 indoor leisure facilities and 6 outdoor leisure facilities. That's the list I just read to you. I can put it on the screen if you'd like, or I can circulate it by email.
Yeah, if you could circulate that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez.
This is a comment, not a question, and it's only because I'm advocating on behalf of my community centre. We've grown substantially in my ward, and with no disrespect to the needs of the Mill Cortland area, because I know that they're very densely populated. This is the only community centre in the entire Ward 4 area that's accessible to my community, and so I'm just advocating on behalf of my community that we do continue with the funding for that.
Councillor Gallo-Seelock.
And I have to follow that up, obviously, with the South End advocation, because we currently are the only ward that do not have a permanent community centre or a permanent community space to go in. I think, we've grown probably far more substantially than any other area of the city over the last 10 years. and I think it's really important to continue to prioritize that high. I understand that Mill Courtland needs their addition too, but if you really look at the difference in timing, the Southwest Community Centre has been pushed back far more than 3 years from its initial inception when it was supposed to be constructed, and realistically between the two, and I completely have supported the Dune Pioneer Park expansion. I know how many years it's been pushed out as well. Realistically, there's only a year difference that we're talking about here, because by the time the funding is available for the South End Community Centre, we're talking 2020, and realistically, we probably can have the Mill Courtland addition done by 2021. So we're looking at 1 year difference when we're talking about those two community centres.
Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, I guess, touch on this whole issue of the southwest and the south end corner that Councillor Galloway-Seelock just talked about. I'm certainly pleased to see this in here, and in general, I'm pleased with the efforts and the moves that have been made by staff to begin addressing the lack of any sort of community or recreational amenities in the southwest. That's a section of the city that's growing rapidly and certainly needs to see some focus and prioritization put by this council on moving some of those recreational facilities forward. I think, for us as a council, it's always a balance between finding the right resources to support growth as in new areas, as it is to support expansion in existing areas as it's needed. So that's something that obviously we're going to have to come to terms with on final budget day. But I'm pleased with the work that's been done by staff to start to move some of this stuff forward in the capital budget in a number of areas, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to start meeting the needs of some of those new residents in our city.
Okay. Where are we now? Moving along. We were at, I didn't see any questions on aquatics. Okay. Councillor Gazzola on 158.
No, I'm still on one. We just finished 156. I'm on 157.
Oh, we jump back, but you go ahead if you have a question on Communities in Bloom.
Is this a new line item, or was it there last year?
I believe it was. I have two people queued in here. Mr. May. Okay. Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair. It was a line item that was identified in the operations division, and it's just been moved to Mark's area, community programs and services.
Okay, that explains. It wasn't here last year. It was in a different place. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thought you were trying to slip in a new area.
Okay, we are now on aquatics. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm just checking to see if this is the right time to answer the question. I know that Ms. Keelan's in the room, but it's with regards to the issue paper with regards to the Kiwanis Park pool. There's no line item on this page
No, it's
specifically.
on.
Is it on a different one
Yeah,
that I
it's on a
should
different
wait
page.
for?
Yep, if you don't mind.
Is it under
It's
parks?
on 164.
Okay, I can wait. I just wasn't sure. I didn't want to miss it.
No problem. Councillor Gazzola.
Well, I'm.
Okay.
Yeah, on Kiwanis Park? Okay, yeah, that's coming up. So no questions on aquatics then. We'll move to 159. Councillor Fernandez.
I know I had a discussion with Mr. Sloan about this on Friday, and since I see him there and I see Mr. Pinard there, I just want to reiterate that when I'm looking at the heritage balances, there has been an ongoing request from the Upper Dune community regarding the garden plans and landscaping and And I know that we're going to be talking about this on the 19th as well with relation to the motion I had put forward. So I just want to sort of raise it. I just want to flag it. There was a promise that was made back in 1988, and I'm wondering if we can see towards using some of this balance money for that.
Mr. Sloan.
Through the chair, the Heritage District implementation money that is shown there is intended specifically, if we're talking about Upper Dune, it's to install some heritage banner signage, which is being made right now. It's also towards a new ground sign as an entry feature to the district, and towards some additional walking tour pamphlets. We did use some of the monies recently to fix the wall that's in the park. None of this money that's here is actually towards a garden. That may or may not be more of an operations parks question than planning.
No, it's actually, it was garden plans, like something, it was related, my understanding was related to how to land, it was supposed to be a pamphlet that was created to talk to the people who live in the area or in heritage areas, how to landscape within a heritage district. So it wouldn't just be specific to the Upper Dune, it would be something that could be, material that could be used throughout the city within heritage districts.
Through the chair then, to follow up on that, through the plan we have for budgeting this money, we do have some set aside for pamphlets for homeowners. And so if that's one specific desire, we can build that into the work program. Maybe we can follow up the specifics offline.
Yeah, thank you.
Actually, Mr. Sloan, just one quick question too. Is the Community Climate Action Plan, was that, I'm trying to recall, was that plan set to expire in 2022, or are we going to have to find funding? Is it, do you know if it's continuing?
I believe, to the chair, it was to go to 2022, but I think we would be reporting back on the status, especially by 2020, because that was supposed to be the timing, the 10-year window. So I think we can address it at that time in 2020.
No, we don't have to worry about that one now. Okay, no further questions on that. Thank you. We're on CAP 160, the Termite Control Program. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'd like to know what that $40,000 is for, and why it can't be funded out of the building fund.
Ooh, I like that second question.
Maybe I'll leave it with you.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, it was to implement the program that Council just recently passed. I recall things like spraying and construction of termite traps, those kinds of things. I did speak to the chief building official about the ability to fund it out of the building enterprise. His strong feeling was that this was not specifically related to the building code or the building enterprise, and as such, it would be inappropriate to fund it through that source.
Could he show me some legislation to that effect?
We can certainly report back on that.
Thank you.
Okay, nothing else on termites. Move on to fire, CAP 161. Any questions on fire? Councillor Gazzola.
There are two new items there. Can we? There's a new, an additional tanker. What is that for? And it bothers me when things get thrown in the latter years and we don't really give it the same scrutiny as we would if it were there immediately. And then once it's there, it's there from here to eternity.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this would have been seen by Council, I believe, when you approved the DC bylaw. So this is all growth related, and the funding is specifically because of the DC. So the additional tanker is growth related, and there are a number of other plans we have in terms of the use of technology that are directly related to the growth of the community and of the fire department.
So does it tie into a new fire hall?
No, it does not.
Well, then it's, I don't remember it when we were doing the DC charges. That could just be...
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe Mr. Haggie can confirm that these items were in the DC charge review that you approved.
That's entirely true. So the two new checkmark ones were all part of the DC study. So they're just being reflected here because they were in the council-approved DC study.
So that's it? They're pretty much chisel and stone, or?
Well, council has approved them. We're reflecting them in the proposed budget.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Yaneski?
Oh, I have a second.
Oh, pardon me. Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
The other new item, what is that all about?
Sorry?
The other new item here.
Mr. Mayor.
I guess it's the same answer. It's in the DC charges. So.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, both the additional tanker and the technology from the master plan were part of the DC charges. And through you, Mr. Chair, I see that the chief building official is here. He could probably speak to Councillor Gazzola's question around funding the termite program.
Mr. Sealing, would you?
Good afternoon, through the chair. I believe the question was, can the building enterprise fund the termite program through the building permit fee revenue?
Out of the millions of dollars that you have.
So unfortunately, the Building Code Act and its regulation, the Building Code, is therefore the administration enforcement of the building code so that buildings are safe in our municipality. It doesn't deal with maintenance of buildings or therefore people's property.
Okay, so the act as it stands today doesn't provide for it.
Correct.
But this is a new thing, so you're going to work on getting it into the act, right?
I can make a request to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, just a continuation on this page 161 and further to the questioning of Councillor Gazzola on the additional tanker for 2023, and it's pointed out being in the DC. The year before, in 2022, when I look at the upper line, fire major equipment, most of the line is about $1 million, $1.5 million, and all of a sudden we're over $3 million. Is there an additional truck or something type of purchase there in that particular year?
Mr. Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that line is strictly for replacements. So there's no new vehicles in that line.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the rest of his answer.
Sorry, there are no new vehicles in that line. That's just for replacements of existing vehicles.
Just replacements of vehicle. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, no further questions on fire. We're on 162, asset management. Not seeing any questions. Okay, the next section is lengthy. I guess we'll go. No, actually, let's go both. We'll go cap 163 and 164, and these are lighting up. Councillor Galloway Seelock.
Now's the right time to ask my question.
It is.
Perfect. So on the issue paper, I think my only question with respect to this, because I understand the need, is just I didn't get a grasp of. I guess looking here now, it says it's capital out of current funding. Is that correct? It just didn't say in the issue paper, and I didn't make the correlation between the two pages.
On cap 120. 120, cap 120.
It's actually 121.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, sorry, yes, it's 121, right?
Arenas, pools,
right.
you know.
Through the chair, if the council member looks at cap 164 under Kiwanis Park, it is capital out of current funding. We've increased the provision there to reflect the $1 million in 2015.
Yeah, now that I see the two pages together, it makes sense. Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, my question is referring to on cap 163, and it's regarding the KW Judo and Gymnastics Club. What capital are we putting in that? Or I thought we didn't own that building.
Go ahead, Ms. Fletcher. Oh, sorry, hang on one sec, and there you go.
Through Chair Davey, we do own the building.
Okay.
So much the same as with some of our other arm's length groups.
That's fine. That's all I need to know. I thought we didn't own it.
We do.
Good.
Okay, Councillor Singh?
Yeah, it's just so cap 81, what's before us, 4 sites, pool upgrades. So are there improvements, or this is just general capital maintenance that's required?
Through the chair, there's two aspects to this project. The pool is almost 40 years old, so many of the major infrastructure components need to be replaced. So things like the filtration system, the pump, the piping, those sorts of things. We are going to look at some accessibility upgrades as well. The $400,000 that you see in addition in the facilities management budget is related to the infrastructure upgrades. The accessibility upgrades will come from the Corporate Accessibility Fund.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit puzzled about the numbers that I see in the background. It talks about 500, between 500 and 1,200 per hot summer day. Can you help me understand that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Those numbers are referencing the number of participants we could see go through the park on a hot day at Kiwanis Park. So that's the number of participants that are being served.
Okay, I'm just like, pardon? I kind of thought that's where you were going. But how did you get, so really you're just taking so a day that's 28 degrees and humid, we're getting between 500, that's quite a spread. Right? I mean, last summer you would never have gotten those numbers, really, because we had such a cool summer. How do you average those out? Or do you?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a staff person at the gatehouse, so they can take a tally of the number of people who go through. So you take that tally, and we just took an average. So just to give, it was generally just to give you an understanding of the number of citizens that come to the park on an average hot day.
Okay. And I realize that the devil is in the details, of course, and who am I to know? But when we start looking at the replacement of and the pool circulation, would we be looking at a saltwater pool? Because my understanding is even though the upfront cost may be a little bit higher, the operational costs are significantly lower. A saltwater pool?
Saltwater.
Through you, Chair Davey, we haven't been looking specifically at a saltwater pool. We would have to take into consideration the regulations and what we are able to use as a public pool. So there's very specific details that we have to follow in order for it to be open as a Class A pool. So we can certainly ask the question of our consultant when we're looking at the filtration and the circulation system. At this point, we have not looked at a saltwater pool, though.
Okay. I guess it would just be my suggestion that we do a cost-benefit analysis of going to the standard chlorine pool over a saltwater pool. Like I said, my understanding from other areas that it is a viable option and the operational costs are less. Just a suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
So I want to talk about Kiwanis Pool. Has council heard anything about this prior to this point now?
Through you, Chair Davey, no. Staff were only given notice of this issue in September. So we've been working with the region on options. So we're bringing this forward now for discussion and to give the heads up to council.
So this is not a decision of council. This is it's really hit us in the blue. And I'm trying to understand because all of a sudden we're coughing up $1 million, and it said it doesn't meet legislative requirements. I tried yesterday to find out about Ontario Health Regulation 565. I really couldn't find a great deal of information on it. So is this the only answer to throw $1 million at the project, or are there other alternatives? Are there different things we can do? Because this is really just landed on our plate now. And there's really just a 1 page of explanation for $1 million.
So the question is, are there alternatives short of closing the pool?
Well, yes. What is it that what legislative requirements are we not meeting, and are there other ways of meeting those legislative requirements?
Through you, Chair Davey. As indicated by Councillor Gazzola, if you look into the regulation 565, a man-made lake, which is what it's been determined as, is not identified within that regulation. It's not identified specifically, and it's not identified as something that would be excluded from the regulation. If you take a look at how we operate the pool, however, we operate it as a Class A pool. And as indicated in the issue paper, the biggest change that's happened over the years is a focus on the waterborne illnesses and procedures that are associated with pool foulings. We did talk with the region about alternatives. However, the biggest thing that we need to address is the actual infrastructure of the pool. Staff sees Kiwanis Park as a whole to be a significant part in the city of Kitchener, and the pool is a significant part of the park. So at some point in time, given that the regulations continue to become more and more stringent, we believe that it's necessary for us to deal with the filtration in the circulation system. Since the time that the issue paper has been written, we have come to an agreement with the public health, and we are moving to a short-term solution, which is adding a UV and cyclonic filtration protection, increasing chlorination levels, increasing usage of our portable filtration unit, updating our own policies as it relates to foulings, and also closing the pool under a fouling, draining it, and refilling it, which is actually an approximately a 3-day process. So we've got something in the short term, but the one big thing that we can't address unless we do this, and we can't continue to operate it into the future, long-term future, unless we address the filtration and the circulation system.
Well, I don't disagree with anything that you've said, but I think it would be helpful to have a little more information on this, so we're not the way I read this is that if we don't give you $1 million on Tuesday morning, things are going to close up. It would be nice to have all of the background, and what you're saying now is the time maybe to look forward in the future. Well, that's fine, but let's separate the two issues. That was a comment.
Mayor Rabinovich?
Well, actually, I see that Ms. Fletcher wanted to add to that, so maybe you might want to go to her first.
Through the chair, I think Councillor Gazzola has summed up exactly what staff has gone through. When we first found out about the reclassification of the pool and had noticed that we may not be able to open in 2015, our feeling was to get an issue paper on the table as part of capital budget to bring to Council's attention the issue. Since then, we have been able to work on a solution to allow us to operate next year at, I won't say minimal cost, but a lot less cost than what we initially thought. It is our intention, as part of preparing for the 2016 budget, and hopefully before then, to bring a more full and comprehensive report to Council with some options related to the Kiwanis Park facility.
Okay, if I can just ask my...
So, Councillor Zola, just very quickly? No? Okay. Mayor Rabinovich?
Oh, he did want to... Sorry, did you?
Well, that to me makes a lot of sense, and so that means that at this point we would we would be adjusting this $1 million figure until, and leaving in there what we need and not prejudge what they're going to need as a result of the study they're going to do. It may be $2 million. We don't want to burden them with $1 million.
Mayor Benich.
Thank you. Just further to this, on the whole water issue, Mr. Hildebrand, can you remind me, because when we originally got this facility back from the GRCA, when they were going to try to close it in 96, 97 timeframe, back then we were actually adding water all the time and dumping water all the time. That stopped at some point, and we put in a partial filtration system. Is that not correct? Or have we or are we constantly adding and losing water still?
Through the chair, it is still a flow-through system.
It still is a flow. So putting in a filtration system would actually help with that?
It's not a recirc system, it's a filtration system.
Okay.
So the water will still flow through. There are other complexities related to this particular facility in that it sits on a floodplain as well. So we have some issues to, so the suggestion of looking at a salt water pool, it is an option, but we also have to take into into consideration some of the complexities of where this facility sits as well.
I guess I'm asking the question around the flow-through pieces of it, because as part of this, should our ultimate solution not be something that is, from an operating perspective, also cheaper? In other words, presumably if we're not flowing water through on an ongoing basis, we would see our operating costs on water and sewer go down. Would that not be the case? I know there's a lot of detail here, and maybe it's more than we can get into today, but...
Yeah, Mr. Hildebrand, we need to wrap this up, yeah.
Through you, Chair Davey, if you recall back when the city did take it over and it became a flow-through system, there was an agreement with the City of Waterloo who pay for the water, not the City of Kitchener. So.
Yes, okay, I did. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's still, I think it's something that we need to keep in mind as part of all of this as we go forward, because there is a lot of history here in terms of giving it to the GRCA for a buck, getting it back when they were going to shut it down. Staff have kept it running for many years at very minimal cost, but at some point we knew we were going to have to invest, and I think at some point appears to quickly be coming, but it is a huge asset for our city. So I would tend to agree a more comprehensive report, I think, will be helpful in the long run.
Okay. No further questions on this. We're moving along to Cap 165. Councillor Fernandez.
Just a quick question on the Homer Watson House maintenance. We've only got 15,000 in that budget, and I was trying to find what our existing balance is, but I don't know that I could find it, or I just wasn't looking in the right spot. Somebody could direct me to maybe what page that would be at? And the reason I raise it is I know that they've had some struggles with their furnace and the front staircase. I know that there was some work done for the Jubilee, but there seems to be some ongoing concerns around the facility, and I just want to make sure that we're budgeting enough. Yeah. It's a historic site. We need to keep it updated.
Yeah, Mr. Chapman.
Okay.
Pardon me, Ms. Fletcher.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
There you go.
Through the chair, it's on page Cap 105.
Yeah, thank you.
And
so really 15,000 is if we're to replace. Have we replaced that furnace? Have we been able to do the repairs that were? My understanding there was no or minimal heating last year.
Through the chair, our facilities management staff are working with in concert with Homer Watson Gallery staff. We have moved them to some of our inspection programs and some of our ongoing maintenance programs. So we are whittling away at a list of things that they had as concerns.
Okay. I don't want to see it, because it's a heritage site, I don't want to see it start to degrade and then have a sudden increase in money that we need to spend on it. Okay, thanks. Just raising it.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on Homer Watson briefly, just because it is the same type of thing as the center and the square. What is the general condition with our capital there? Are we pretty much up to date with things, or are there some large outstanding issues that council may not be aware of?
Through the chair, we, as I just mentioned, we are working our way through a list of capital concerns that Center and the Square has brought to us. The one area that we are not experts in is the curatorial aspects of the site. So that is one area where we do want to bring in, and as part of a heritage review, we did have a consultant come in and look at some of the artwork, some of the specific attributes of that particular facility.
Okay. The point I was making, though, you've been working on this for a number of years, and you've pretty much kept things up to shape.
Through the chair, the facility is in good condition. That does not, I know we did the cedar shake roof probably about 7 or 8 years ago. There will be, as with any facility, there are ongoing major maintenance items that do come up, but, we will work those into the capital budget.
Yeah, thank you. The other question I have is on the $600,000 for the market. It seems to me this is a parking problem, and why, although it may be required, why isn't the funding coming from the parking?
Through the chair, this is an area that's actually used for an outdoor open market. So it's kind of it's kind of an interesting facility in that we've got a building, we've got a parking structure, and we've got condos attached as well. This particular membrane almost functions as a roof, so I kind of got the short end of the straw.
Yeah, well, couldn't we look at sort of sharing this expenditure, sharing it among all our agencies? I don't see that it should fall totally totally out of CC. I think a portion of it should be coming out of parking. I'd like staff to look at that.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, still on the same page, fire station maintenance. I'm just trying to understand why it'd be in this section where you've got a variety of maintenances and not back a couple of pages when the fire department has its whole list of items on page 161.
Through the chair, the fire department would be very similar to any of our other occupants. We're responsible for the building proper, where the fire department is going to come forward with equipment and capital needs related to the function of the fire department.
So then you go over to the fire station and cut their grass and do whatever needs to be done, snow plowing, and et cetera, et cetera?
Through the chair, no, we are responsible for the bricks, the mortar, the roof, overhead doors, those sorts of things that make up the building.
Okay. Okay, so that's the component. Okay, because the other ones I mentioned were more operational than
correct
maintenance. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I forgot to ask a question on the cough. We're still looking at a $7 million hanging item, which is a charge against the capital. That's got to do with monies that we're still expecting to recoup from the sale. Is that right? So
That is correct.
so just to clarify, so hopefully going down the road, that item will be cleared out. We won't be left with a debit there. We'll be left with a credit amount. Hopefully. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, there's no further questions. I don't want to belabor the point, but I actually had a similar question regarding the membrane at the market and whether it could be shared with parking. Can staff comment briefly then, given the situation of the parking enterprise and its deficit, if that would potentially benefit in any way? Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I think the point that you picked up on is that there is no capacity within parking to carry its share of the cost. It doesn't negate the question that's been asked, though, and so I think we can do a better job of explaining why we came to the conclusion that the market enterprise should carry the full cost, but that could be the focus of the issue paper.
Thank you. Okay, no further questions there. We are on CAP 166. Councillor Gazzola. Jumping ahead. There's no questions, so 167, and there's an issue paper for that. On page CAP 122, yeah. Councillor Gazzola.
No, I'm just curious again. Now this is raising its head, sort of out of nowhere. What are we looking to do here? I couldn't totally understand. Apparently, we have 3 or 4 sites already. So what are we looking for here? Is this to spend $2 million to buy land? To dump our snow? Are there any other alternatives? Are there any other locations? What can we do at the Battler Road site? What can we do so we don't have to spend all this money?
Mr. Whitmer.
I'd get a smart aleck response, but I don't think it would be appropriate with respect to what can we do to not have to deal with snow. That would create a warmer climate here, but that's likely not an option for us. This site was identified because, 1, it's in our city ownership. 2, it's easily accessible from the purposes of bringing snow to the site so that we can manage our transportation costs as best we can. Its proximity to adjacent residential is much farther than one of our current sites that we do have. The site that we've identified on Graber is an emergency site and is impacted by the fact that it is adjacent to residential, and so our hours of operation are restricted so that we cannot operate beyond 10 p.m. or before 7 a.m. The site that we currently have on Ardelt, we only have it for this winter. That site is a lease site. It has been leased since the Twin Ice Pad site was developed, and so we don't have it anymore. And because of that, the company that owns the site now is redeveloping that site, which means that the portion of the site that was going to be used for snow dump is now not available. So we have to find a new site for snow. We have a minimum maintenance standard obligation to ensure that our roads are passable, and we need to find a location. We've looked all over the place. We've tried to get in concert with the region of Waterloo relative to a joint one, and we have been unsuccessful over the last 5 years, and even more to find that. So this is what we're bringing forward now. We had identified in the COF or CMF project at that time that site being available. It was turned down because of the environmental sensitivities associated with it. So this is where we've been moving in the last number of years, and we've been looking at this site as the potential best location. It's still subject to ensuring that we are not going to generate any environmental liabilities associated with it, but that's our plan right now.
Is a site listed in the issue paper?
Battler Road is the site that's been identified as a potential candidate site.
So what is the $2 million for? We own the Battler site, do we not?
That's correct.
So what is the $2 million for?
$2 million is the amount of money that it's going to take in order to ensure that that site meets the environmental requirements that are necessary to ensure we're not creating problems in downstream. There's liners that will potentially have. We have salinity diversion piping. systems, reservoirs. It's quite complex when you're dealing with melting snow when you're storing it in that sort of that volume, because we're looking at potentially 160,000 metric tons of snow that we have to deal with on an annual basis.
Well, I appreciate that. Why would we not take the same consideration with looking at the COF site? You're looking at how do you deal with it environmentally correct? So why wouldn't we also look at the COF site where our trucks have to go to and start from every day anyhow?
The COF site was identified, and at the time that the site was developed, it was a $2.5 million expenditure. This is in the same magnitude. Because the COF site is on the Parkway wellhead, it has even higher environmental regulations and restrictions associated with development on that site. And so we're trying to move at a location where we can meet our environmental regulations without having to spend as much, but we believe it's going to be in that neighborhood.
Okay, who gets to use that site when those sites are up and running? Do private carriers get to use those sites?
No, this is for our own forces only.
So there's no private dumping?
No, that's
it's
correct.
all snow from the... Okay. My final question is that a number of years ago we bought a melter truck, I thought it was, that was going to revolutionize what we do. Where does that stand? Do we still have that truck? Or?
We still have that piece of equipment. It is currently housed at Bram Street Yards, and we bring snow from the downtown area to that and melt it in order to reduce our travel time. So we use that as well as a snow dump.
I thought at one point it was to be right on the street and have snow going right into it without having to deliver it.
There are certain limitations to being able to do that. One of the biggest risks is a mechanical piece of equipment. When you pull all that snow out in the road and dump it there and then you have a breakdown, you have a significant traffic problem. So we've been bringing it back to the Bram Street Yard. So in the event that it does fail, well, at least we don't have the issue associated with unpassable roads.
So we have
Councillor Gazzola, your time's expired. Are you going to be much longer on this item? Your time's expired. Last question. Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I think most of my questions have been asked because, quite frankly, I was like, what is this for? Because we own the site. But just to follow up, you're talking about the environmental regulations and requirements that are needed, but we currently use a couple of sites. And do they have any of these regulations or any of these requirements that are need? So the Ardelt site and the Grabner site?
We have some limited, how do we say it? We have a filter that's at the Ardelt site that we've put in. It sort of addresses it, but it goes into the Snyder Creek, which is a different creek than would be Strasbourg. So, and Montgomery Creek is a different one than Strasbourg. So those sites do not have the same environmental regulations. What we're looking at in the sense that if we're going to do this, we need to do it right. The other sites were temporary in their nature. And if we're going to put this in, we're going to make sure that they are done for the short-term and the long-term environmental compliance.
And do we have the ability to move that filter that we currently have at Ardelt over at all?
No, that went with the land. We put it in, and it's being utilized by the adjacent property, or the current property owner as part of their site drainage as well.
And did we get any reimbursement for them having that now on their property, or was that part of the agreement when we were able to use their site?
We installed it on that site, and when it was built a number of years ago, I think it's probably closer to 10 years ago. So its recyclability is probably minimal. So there isn't a lot of sort of net value associated. It would probably cost us a similar amount of money to pull it out and then reinstall it, as opposed to getting something brand new that we know we don't have to maintain in the future to the same extent.
Now, you mentioned that you've been looking for a joint site with the region, but that's been unsuccessful. Do we have the capacity on the Battler site to potentially partner with them and have them eat up some of the cost?
The site, our snow, goes to that site. The snow that comes from regional roads would go to that site. So in essence, we are charging them for the privilege of using our sites for purposes of snow loading. So we do keep track of those costs and bill them for the component of it. As far as the development, we haven't had that discussion yet, but I'll have that conversation. See whether or not I'm successful is another thing.
Well, I think that that's important because they obviously are in the same predicament we are, that they need a place to put snow, and I don't think we should, if we're going to be taking their snow, I don't think we should be fully responsible for the full cost of that site. Just to comment quickly, I think it's absolutely ridiculous that to build a snow dump facility is in the range of $2 million. I understand what you're saying, but I think it's absolutely crazy. I know the environment, we need to protect it, but it just seems like an astronomical amount of money to put towards a snow dump site. But hopefully we can be successful with the region and having them partner with us.
Councillor Fernandez?
I think it's outrageous as well, but I do have some very serious concerns, and Mr. Whitmer, you did identify that Strasburg Creek is quite different. My flippant response is, are you sure Chicopee doesn't want our snow? But I guess that they don't want the salty snow, right? I have some concerns about the environmental impact as well as residential impact, because if those, I mean, first my question is, what kind of number of trucks are we possibly looking at going to Battler?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if we had to go worst case scenario, which was what I would go for this year's snow loading, 2014 snow loading, where we hauled snow for over 80 days, there were about 15,000 truckloads. Yeah. So it's an awful lot of trucks. I hope we never have to get into that situation again. But it's a lot of trucks that would be going down Homer Watson, getting off at Huron and coming up Battler at that location in order to do that. So it's a lot of trucks, and its proximity to residential is much greater than some of the other sites that we had been looking at. Obviously, Graber Place is much closer. It's about 60 feet from a property line as opposed to a couple hundred. And so we're looking at noise abatement measures, anything that we can to mitigate the noise that is going to occur as a result of the operation.
And you're absolutely right that there's already concerns of the residents on Northbrook and Templewood and Huron Road. So if you're saying we're going to come down Huron Road, I'm going to end up with all kinds of additional complaints for noise. I don't know. I guess I'm not 100% sold that this is the right location as well. I think that there are some serious environmental impacts. I mean, you're not that far from wellheads as well. You're very close to the creek, one of the branches of the creek, which is identified as a cold water brook trout habitat. So, given the fact that we need to find someplace, I'm just concerned that we need to be looking in other locations than this. This still is not an optimum location, and I think we're going to be looking at a lot of complaints.
Okay, so point of clarification before we continue with questions. The site is not really I know the report mentioned the site, but the site isn't really in question. I'm looking to staff to respond. Isn't really much of this. Isn't the discussion point today? It's simply the budget for a snow facility. Okay, so I don't want to hear. I prefer not to hear questions regarding sites at this point because I assume it will come back to council and be approved at that time. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chair, we are going through a site plan approval process to get all of the criteria associated with using the Battler Road site to make sure that we can actually use that. In the absence of an approval in the affirmative, then we would have to find another location. Or we're just trying to check off all of the potential sites that we have to make sure that we're using the best one that we can. Any site that we find is going to have its pros and cons, and so we're just trying to mitigate as many of those cons as possible in our site selection.
Okay, but regardless, though, it will come back to committee or council for approval.
We will bring it back if that's council's wish.
Okay. The reason I say there's still 4 people in the queue here, and just trying to shorten this up a bit. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, I too am concerned about the $1.9 million cost of this, and I know we've had this discussion, but I'm going to throw out a couple of suggestions that you may want to do as part of your review, is maybe using McLennan Hill Park. It's a huge facility, or maybe even Kiwanis Park as a resource, because they are large areas, and maybe environmentally you have to maybe address that as well, but something for consideration. And any other park potential sites that are throughout the city. We own the lines right now, so maybe that could be considered. That's something that I'm throwing on the table for you guys.
Mayor Verbenovich.
Well, thank you, and I'm glad that this is here from a budget point of view. I'm not happy by the amount either, but I also, certainly don't have any expertise to be able to say what that right amount is. And if staff are telling us that that's sort of the ballpark, at least at this point, it perhaps is an amount that needs to be set aside. I think what I am a bit disappointed on, though, is that there hasn't been a more comprehensive report that I recall coming back. I certainly dealt with this issue in the last year in my ward with respect to Graber Place, and it was a significant issue for the residents in that neighborhood, and it wasn't a long-term viable permanent location as a primary dump facility. I think this is something that council is going to need to have some more discussion about. Staff are going to need to investigate, what all the possible locations are and bring that forward to us in a report. And then we're going to have to deal with it in terms of what it means from a cost perspective. I mean, the equipment isn't cheap if we go with a bunch of with one or more rental units, and I think it also needs to be looked at from a operational point of view and a capital point of view, because how do we minimize our operations? When I hear that it took thousands upon thousands of truckloads to take it to the two sites that we had, I mean, that also cost us big bucks. So how do we minimize that as much as possible with whatever solution we pursue as well? So I think this is going to need more conversation.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I agree with you that today's not the appropriate day to discuss what's the right site for this. But again, the question is the 1.9 million that's being budgeted, and that's a difficult number to really swallow. So I liked where Councillor Galloway-Seelock was going with her questioning, asking what the regional shares or appropriate shares should be. So question of staff is, do they just expect as a right that whatever site that we have, that we'll allow that facility to be used by them? Or can it not be entertained that we will approach them and saying whatever future site that we look at, automatically they have to be a partner, not just a customer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I indicated before, we charge them for the service that we provide. If you want to have some form of cost that's associated with the initial development of the site as part of our price, then that's how you can deal with it.
I got that part, so I'll follow up further. Do they have sites themselves, I'm guessing, in the city of Kitchener that they use, or they pretty much just use whatever sites that we have and we charge them accordingly?
They do not have any sites. We do snow removal on their behalf. That's part of our regional contract.
Okay.
So in doing our maintenance for them, we have to find an outlet for that snow that's pulled off of those roads.
So even before we budget it, wouldn't it be appropriate for us to determine if that relationship can be changed? As opposed to us budgeting and looking for an appropriate site or not. And knowing exactly what the region is willing to come forward as a partner on this one and then move forward accordingly, as opposed to just budget an appropriate amount and then afterwards look at alternative strategies.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the simple answer is the region has contracted the City of Kitchener to remove snow. They don't really care what we do with it,
okay.
Because it's our job to do what we have contracted to do with them. So we're finding a spot because we have to address that.
Don't they clear roads themselves too? Certain roads they clear themselves?
Very few roads. They may do New Dundee Road, for example, which is a perimeter road, primarily because they're going out into the townships themselves, but within the limits of the City of Kitchener and the three areas, we're doing the business for them.
Okay.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Through you, Chair Davey. Yeah, I'm not going to question how staff is approaching this and the need and all that. They're the experts. They probably understand the better than anyone, and I know I've done a lot of snow removal my time and with my facility, so I'm not going to question how that is done because it takes a lot of time and equipment. One question I wanted to ask, and maybe, I don't know if it has any merit or not, but have we looked at adding additional snow melting machines instead of looking at a new facility? Mr. Whitmer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have looked at the potential of using natural gas units in order to get away from diesel. It's still a combination of melting costs and volume of snow and whether or not the sites are capable of actually having the capacity to do that. So it's a combination of a number of different things that we've been doing to look at hauling and melting. With melting, if you can keep the trucks down to a small number, then your hauling costs aren't as good, but then you'll have a higher expense associated with melting. So we're trying to balance that as much as possible. If we're getting into the just the snow dump and getting out of the hauling, the melting, then we would have to make sure that there was a cost-benefit analysis on that as well, and that we had a volume that could take all of that snow, knowing that we're not melting it elsewhere.
Okay. And Mr. Tagg, you'd add?
I just want to add one comment through you, Mr. Chair, that when we talk about melting option, my experience is that is an extensively expensive option. I think Mother Nature does the job at a lot lower cost than we would if we were to melt the snow. So I think that option is really should be limited to where we have difficulty in hauling the snow, something like some places like downtown cores where we need to melt fairly quickly. Other than that, it is really not a good option for a citywide program.
Thank you. Question, are we aware of how the private sector deals? Are there any private sector entities that have significant enough snow that they have their own snow dump sites?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do know of people who have determined that they can put snow on GRCA or Ministry of Transportation lands, and we've actually been pursuing those to determine how they got the use of those lands for that purpose. But there are no sites that I'm available that are large scale that we could take advantage of and partner with. That would be ideal for us, but there are certain risks and liabilities associated with that as well.
Okay, so we've heard from committee in terms of the concern around this, and I think we definitely do need more information with respect to the region's role. Because and I'll be frank too, there's some serious sticker shock here at a budget of $2.5 million to deal with snow. And I'm certainly not saying I don't believe staff, I would never say that. But in terms of due diligence, I do think we need to have some further clarification on that, and it might be useful as well to at least have some indication of how other municipalities have been dealing with this and whether the legislative requirements are being met across the board, or if we're being ahead of the curve here. Not that I don't want to commit any infractions against the environment, but I think it's important to have that context. Okay. Councillor Fernandez, I see you've keyed in here.
Not a question. Question. Have you thought about location, the Bud Park location? I mean, it's very accessible to both the COF and all main arteries. Just throwing that as a suggestion out.
Very good. Okay, we will move along here. We're on CAP 168. No questions on 168. 169, neighborhood parks. $170, active parkland. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my first question is with regards to the Victoria Park redevelopment. And I'm just looking at that line and wondering what we are achieving for the $1 million over the course of the 10-year capital forecast. I believe there was a master plan, but I'm trying to understand over the course of the 10 years. That's $1 million and what we're getting for that.
Mr. Ritz.
Through the chair. So Victoria Park had a strategic improvement plan for the last several years, and that's now come to fruition where it's now completed. Staff need to work on that plan to see what projects we need to do over the next several years. One of the projects that will happen in 2015 is resurfacing of the pavement for the park and roadway. Projects beyond that we still need to look at. The increase in cost was primarily to changes to the DC and the service level for the park. This is a request that we've had for our citywide parks for several years to be at a level that we can sustain them over time. We've requested that Victoria Park, McLennan Park, Huron Natural Area be at a service level about $100,000 per year so that we can continue to do capital improvements to keep the park up to levels. So I don't have a project list for you for beyond 2015 at this point, and staff will be working on that in 2015.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. I just wanted an explanation. I think now is my big chance for the South District Park too, because we're on that page. And with regards to not only the extra information that we received with page, I don't have the page numbers with me, 125B, as well as 125. My question for you is, I'm excited to see this here and moving forward. My question is with regards to the timing of the development. Is there any way to condense the timing and do more work quicker if the funding was there?
Through the chair, it's a good question, and staff have grappled with that as well. And there's kind of two answers to that question. One is about what we can actually do physically with construction, the timing of that, and the other is finance. I'll address the construction piece. We are dealing with raw land, so we're at a starting point. We need to do area grading, site servicing, we need to do final designs and tendering, and then we actually need to construct. To do that, we're realistically looking at an opening of 2018 at the best. The other part to the question is really to deal with finance. And if you refer to CAP 170, you'll see that staff have taken an approach of using our Parkland Reserve Fund to advance it, the project in 2017 and 18. You'll see monies there, as well as Fed gas tax. We heard very clearly through the master plan process and through previous capital budget as well that we need to advance it. So staff have taken that approach. And what you'll see in through 2015 to 18, we've taken an active approach at advancing that. That work will be dealing with site grading, stormwater management, site servicing, and the sports field component. One of the things you will notice, though, in 2021, there's still later monies out there, and that really addresses the park amenity components. And really, that's out there really because of availability of development charges.
Okay, and when you talk about the park amenity pieces, when it says park opening in 2018, what does that really mean? What would be there in 2018?
We need to work through the details still, but we envision that would probably be the sports field component. It would have the roadways, the parking, and all the site servicing and stormwater management in place. The park amenities such as the splash pad, playground, basketball courts, those would be developed more in 2021.
Okay, because I see in your report that it has a lot of that planned for the 2017 timeframe.
Yeah, that's slightly in error. We'll look to see what we can maximize with the current budget. The likelihood is some of those components, the park components, will be 2021.
If I had a solution that could fund some of the work faster, would we be able to? I look at the 2016. I know 2015 would require a lot of planning, but 2016 seems to be a year where we may be able to tighten up a timeline. Is that something that staff would be willing to look at and address? Because my next question is going to go to finance, but take the finance piece out of it. Can staff realistically push that timeline in 2016 to address more of the work so that we can get an opening in 2017.
So through the chair, I think the likelihood of a 2018 opening is probably realistic. I think the other piece, the 2021 piece with the park amenities piece, is something that's really finance driven. If the funding, if all of that funding was in 2016-17, we could still have a 2018 opening for the entire park, but it's a finance problem.
Okay, I'd really like to, hopefully I still have enough time.
Do you want to hold on to your finance question? Because you're probably going to take another 5 minutes.
I really think that there's going to be a lot of questions that are going to follow up on my question. I don't typically go past my 5 minutes, so if I could ask for just an indulgence on this one.
Try and be brief. Appreciate it.
Oh, I will be.
Okay.
So what I'm going to ask for from the park staff is just for an issue paper following up on this, really pushing that timeline and suggesting that we work towards closer to a 2017 opening. We all know and have heard me talk quite extensively about the need for facilities out in the Southwest, and I think that that's really important. So coming to the finance piece, what I've looked at is the components of funding for the Southwest Branch Library. And if you go to that issue paper, you'll notice that there's DC funding that's available in 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018. I'm not looking to change the timing of the Southwest Branch Library, but there's the ability to swap those DC funds with the federal gas tax, I believe, funds that are looked at and contemplated in the Southwest Park for 2017, 2018. I'm wondering just from staff if that is a possibility to swap those two funding pieces, understanding that they're not totally equal, but to advance then some of the pieces of the park.
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, we could look at that, and there's nothing that could preclude that from happening. The other thing we could take a look at is the contribution from reserves, which is in this case is the Parkland Trust Reserve. If memory serves, the funds are in the reserve now, and so there is potential that if the timing can allow it, those funds could be advanced. So if we're directed to report back on an issue paper, we could explore that option, but there may be a more direct option here. I would like to also point out that Mr. Ritz has indicated that it's finances that are driving the 2021 timing. I believe there is also a site servicing issue, that there is not, I believe, sewer infrastructure to the site at present, and so we're not able to construct a number of facilities, washrooms, that sort of thing, until the facilities are there. So even if we had the money today, it's not in our interest to do that work. We want developers to in place the infrastructure, and then we'll build the buildings.
And that's fair. I think there's obviously interim options that we could use for getting some of those pieces of the puzzle out there quicker, even if it does come down to porta potties for a little while. Because not only is this a Southwest facility to get a park out there and some sports fields, we know the needs for soccer's there, cricket's there, football, disc sports. So I think it's really important that we push this timeline, and if we're able to advance the funding in this area. I do want to be clear, I am looking for advanced funding for this component, but that materially it's not changing the budget. It's changing a couple budget lines and juggling funding from one area to the other, but everyone still is able to benefit from those. So thank you for committee's indulgence. That's all my questions. And if anybody has any questions of what I just did, they can ask me and I'll answer after everyone else.
Very good.
So the issue paper I'm asking for both from finance and from parks.
Excellent. Councillor Fernandez.
One of the discussions I had briefly with Mr. Chapman was related to the district park. And I guess I was looking, he guided me to page Op 54, and that was the operational cost of the district park. And that was, so if we're advancing the opening of the park, we would also be advancing the operation costs as well, would we not?
That's correct. Yeah. Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And that's where I would have a bit of a concern, because I think that we have to take into consideration, I mean, 70 in 2018 there's 70,000, 2019 there's 80,000, but that's only an estimate. Is that correct?
That's an estimate, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, really, there's a lot of turf here that when some of it's synthetic, which means that we wouldn't have that cost, but there is parking and laneways that need to be plowed. So that would be my concern about advancing this any further than what it is already. My other question was related to the McLennan redevelopment. There's 165,000 here, plus additional 24. So help me understand, what is this 165 for?
Through the chair, this really deals with the top surface of the asphalt coating for the roads and parking throughout the park.
Okay, does it have anything to do with the work that was done?
Not this item, no.
With the big music fest?
No.
No. Okay. There's that area will be. Sorry. The cost of that was going to be borne by the promoter. Is that correct?
Mr. Whitmer, do you want to handle that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. The cost of the rehab that's necessary to bring that Great Lawn to standard is not part of the developer's cost. There are the promoter's cost. There's a component of that relates to our maintenance. And there's a component that relates to what the region is responsible for as the owner of the landfill and as the sort of the protector of the methane. We are working through a plan to address that, because there's additional work that needs to be done just from a long-term protection of that site and make it better. And that is coming forward in this spring, and should be in place in order to ensure that the next big music fest will be able to go off without a hitch.
Where would we see that in this budget, though? Because that's capital works, right?
It is not in this budget because we don't know the final details associated with that, and we'd have to deal with it in the context of deferring other park projects. We're getting some in-kind costs from the region, so as I said, we don't know what those numbers are yet. It's not that far advanced in the sense of the details from the regional perspective.
Okay, thank you. I can appreciate that. My other question was related to, and I may be out of turn on this one, is on CAP 124, related to the Upper Canada parkland and the park. And I know we've had some discussion with the Southwest Optimist Group, but we're looking at some substantial changes. Will we be having some public information sessions to sit down and discuss that with the community at large?
Through the chair, we'll be doing a master plan for the Upper Canada Park, and that'll include the sports fields as well as the neighborhood park piece, and it may even encompass the community center, because it's all part of those lands. Those lands are approximately 17 hectares in size, which is really comparable in size to the South District Park. Through that master plan process, we will have public consultation, and we'll be working with the Optimist Club as well.
Okay. So if it's comparable to the South District Park, are we looking at some of the same kind of amenities to be put in?
Through the chair. So this is a very different park in the sense that it's an existing park. It'll be park rehab of existing sports fields that are tired. There's poor orientation. Right now, our booking capacity is really underutilized, so we'll be looking at some of that stuff. We'll also be looking at what are the opportunities from a park perspective and neighborhood park amenities to what we could put in there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola, there is 5 people still in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about that district park. Where does it appear on our cap sheet? Is it on 169 or?
170 we're on.
One what?
We're on 170.
Through the chair, you'll see it on cap 170 under district park development. Okay. And the years 2015 and 16 will be allocated towards Upper Canada Park. The remainder years are our general provision for district parks that deal with upgrades to all of our district parks.
Okay, how did that get to the front of the line like this? Where did that come from?
It came as a need from part of the South District Park Master Plan study, and recognizing that site couldn't accommodate all of our sports field needs. On that, the South District Park site, we looked at multi-fields such as cricket and soccer and that. Baseball's not addressed on that site. We told the group that the site that we would look at would be the Upper Canada or Southwest Optimus site, would be one that's underutilized, and that we could would take the opportunity to look at the bookings that are there, orientate the fields a little better, upgrade the site, and come away with a district park that's comparable.
Okay, thank you. It's sort of an auxiliary to the South Park spending. Just a couple of other quick questions. Council received a letter from one of our constituents about the upgrade to the playground at Victoria Park. What was the amount of that upgrade, and where did the funding come from?
Through the chair, so the upgrade to Victoria Park is through the playground account, and we deferred 2 or 3 years of playground budget. Annually, what we do is we upgrade anywhere from 4 to 5 playgrounds annually. We deferred that money to tackle the Victoria Park playground, which was approximately $300,000.
Thank you. Just a comment on I'm not in favor of doing any shifting around on the South Park City here, because looking at everything, there's about $67 million in our capital forecast. So I think I'm not going to argue about that, but I think we need to let it play itself out the way it's been laid out.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, Councillor Fernandez asked partial question for McLennan Park redevelopment, and I was trying to figure out what that 165 amount was. So further clarification on that, did the line share initially when the funding for McLennan Park development was put in place, did it come from DCs, or obviously there were other funding sources too, but DCs were a component of that too, was it not?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't remember all the funding sources, but some of them were grants from the provincial and federal government at the time. Some of it was DC and some of it was CC.
Okay, and because this is the final coating or layer of completing the parking structure or the surface parking that's there right now, can that not come more from a DC component, or why does it have to come out of capital or current? Because this is the final step. It's not that. Explain it to me. It's my assumption that, in my mind, that final coating, it just means it's incomplete, and now's the time to finish it off.
Yeah, through the chair, it's been a long overdue resurfacing. Just like your roadways, typically there's a base course and then there's a final course. We haven't got to that, and in this case, it's primarily funded out of capital because there's not the DC component available.
Initially, when the cost to pave, that part of the park, did that have a DC component? I'm just saying, I'm maybe still not understanding or refusing to understand, because I'm hoping that still could be funded out of DCs as opposed to capital or current. Is this not a final completion of finishing off the asphalt component of that? Or you're saying it's a resurfacing, and at the same time, you're also saying it's a final layer.
Yeah,
so
through the chair, it is the final.
I can understand when it's complete, it's finished.
Mr. Hagee?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still completing. I can understand when future years it needs to be resurfaced, and at that point, it would make sense of coming from capital or current. But the way you're explaining it, in my mind, I'm hearing it's not fully complete, and this is a final step.
Mr. Hagee?
Through the chair, for outdoor recreation, we have a cap as to how much funding can come from development charges, and in essence, if we were to increase the DC component here on McLennan Park, we'd have to reduce by the exact same amount in somewhere else within the forecast. So there'd be no net win. The CC would just move from the McLennan Park project to a different one. So it's a bit of semantics as to which project it falls into at this point.
Well, it would be just bigger impact as a deficit to DC as opposed to, if you don't want to completely balance it out, it would just mean it'd be a.
But we're limited as to how much DC funding we can allocate each, and we're at that cap.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. That answered that part of it. Councillor Fernandez also touched on some works that need to be done with remediating the Great Lawn. I know this is not appropriate for today's question, but it's just a quick update because Mr. Whitmer was talking about it. So where are we along with that? We still haven't established what the full component of that work will be, or we're still figuring that out with the region?
Mr. Whitmer?
Okay.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Hummel.
All right, through you, Mr. Chair. Right now, we are working with our consultant on the final grading plan. We've been back and forth a couple of times and have a draft in front of us now. We're reviewing it. Hope to have comments back to them, I've indicated Wednesday or Thursday, and then have a final draft sent off to the region next week. So ideally, we're looking for that approval sometime next week. In turn, then the region forwards it to the Ministry of the Environment to let them know what we're going to do. So we're very close to having that final plan on the table.
Okay. I still had another quick question on my own time. So the last point I was interested in wanting to know, and I was hoping to capture as part of this year's budget. I think it's no secret, and what the difficulties that the park has had with the bathroom facilities. And the last repair that needed to be done, also, it was my understanding the staff were going to look at winterification of that facility so it could have winter usage as well, as opposed to current in previous years it was shut to the public. Did that happen with the final repair to the washroom facility there, or there is now a winter usage component?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The washroom is open now, same as our Victoria Park washroom. They shut once it gets dark, but they are maintained. They are winter plowed and maintained for use.
The reason why I was asking that is, and why that was of some interest to me when I had heard of it, was that I saw it as a utilization of perhaps additional activities in that park. We have a toboggan hill, that's up to question, with certain changes around what other cities are doing. But still, we looked at perhaps having a ice rink there as well. And with the ability of having a winter facility or a bathroom facility in the winter, that was one of the missing components in the past. Can that be done now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, it's the ice rink was a part of the original concept plan. We do have water stub that we could certainly add a rink. At this point, we can certainly look at it for 2016 winter. We typically meet in August to go over new rink requests and volunteers, if that's the direction we're going to go. So we certainly can move forward and look at it.
So it would have to be part of 2016, it's not something that we could take advantage of 2015-16 winter then?
No, that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, let's move along now. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, on page 170, a question regarding skateboard parks. I know last week that we had a meeting or a session presented by the consultant on finalizing a skateboard park at Fisher-Hallman Park. The money that's allocated here and for 2017, is that only related to that one park, or is that other facilities as well? And how does that work?
Through the chair.
$500,000 on 2015 and 2017.
Yeah, through the chair. The money allocated in 2015 is for Fisher Park. That's for the construction. That's $500,000. The money allocated in 2016 is for the design for the skate park at Southwest Optimus or Upper Canada Park. And the money allocated for $500,000 in 2017 is for the construction of the skate park at Upper Canada Park.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you. Just some questions, comments with respect to the district park and again on the Southwest Park. On the district park, I just want to be clear. I heard part of the description that you made earlier. Are we contemplating simply replacing existing diamonds there, or are we actually looking at adding new diamonds there?
Through the chair, you're referring to Upper Canada Park?
Yes.
District Park there? We would be not adding new. There's actually not new available space to add any more diamonds. We would be reconfiguring them.
Okay. And, I mean, is the park not functioning well? I mean, I haven't heard a lot of complaints in the past about that facility, so I'm surprised to be seeing, such a significant investment being proposed there at this time. And how does that line up with our leisure facilities master plan?
Mr. Hummel.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The minor ball, minor softball, girls, boys, as well as slow pitch continues to grow. So availability at our diamonds is starting to max out. in comparison, if we look at a place like Bright Up or Wilson Park, our diamonds at those facilities are being booked on average 550 hours each. Southwest Optimist or Upper Canada Park, they're in the range of about 240 hours apiece. And it was really basically when the park was constructed many years ago. It was a wetland area, and as they filled, they built a diamond, or at one time a soccer, football field. The orientation is slightly off. We don't have the appropriate facilities. The groups are looking for outfield fences, etc. And because of that, they're not wanting to go there. So our numbers are so low. So the redevelopment is an opportunity to reorient, get us to a point, light the diamonds so that we can get these up to 500, 600 hours a piece, and to anticipate the growth of these minor ball groups that are coming through.
Okay, and how does, when you say we're not using those parks as much, what's our overall utilization, I guess, in terms of ball diamonds and so on? I mean, are we at capacity? Are we at 80%? I guess I'd like to have some understanding around where we're at on some of that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I certainly can get you that number. We do have it available. I don't recall right offhand, but our diamonds, we've put a lot of time and effort over the last 10 years into them. And this past season, even with the weather conditions that we did have, the Bud Park, the Peter Holman Ball Yards, the amount of hours booked is substantially greater than we've anticipated or have had in the last 10 years. And a lot of it is the quality. So we're hearing from the minor sports group. We've met with them. We'll be meeting with them again. The numbers and the bookings are going up, but we can certainly get you what the percentage is right now based on what we anticipate.
Yeah, I think it would be good to have some additional information for Budget Day on this one in terms of what's being contemplated, what some of the challenges are. I mean, there's just a very brief overview on IP Cap 09 right now, and some of those additional numbers so that we understand how that compares to both other needs from other sports in the city, as well as other parts of the city that don't have any recreational amenities right now, as opposed to some that maybe aren't at a perfect level, but are certainly functioning well for the community. And then just on the following page with respect to the South District Park, I think again I just want to speak to how this is going to, in my mind, really add to the quality of life of the residents in that part of the city. In fact, as it fully develops over time, and potentially as we see at some point in the future things like the Bud Park soccer fields move down there, potentially at some point, I think it's going to really become a facility that is a citywide facility, much like we see in some other parts of the city and in other communities. And so I think it's important that we're making the necessary investments on that in the upcoming budget, and looking at if there are opportunities for partnerships like Councillor Galloway Seatlock has identified to explore what they might look like.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, through you, Chair Davey. I just also wanted to make a comment about the Southwest District Park, and I think some of the suggestions that have been put forward are rather reasonable, and I would hope staff would endeavor to help facilitate that and make that come to fruition sooner, because I know in particular on the west side, and that is including in my ward, I think that I represent, that I think the citizens would benefit on the entire west side, because it's just, I think as Mayor Verbanovich had mentioned, he sees this as a city park, and I see this as a city park as well. And I think it being our Rim Park version minus the costs of financing, but I think that will add a lot of value to our community.
Let's hope you don't get quoted on that one. Councillor Fernandez.
I just want to make a comment because I'm hearing an awful lot of one-sided support for the Southwest Park. But I look to Councillor Schneider, who has had massive growth in his ward, and I don't know what kind of parks you have. I mean, you have some, but we certainly not an area park to support the amount of growth that we've seen off of Lackner and Ferry Road, and so I think let's balance everything. There are areas of the city that are other areas of the city that are underserviced, and certainly I think Ward 2 is definitely one of them. Yes, Ward 4 does have a park. We're very
I'm starting
blessed.
to see a bunch of people click in here. This is out of line in terms of the budget discussion, so I don't want to hear any more comments about any ward-specific things, if it's at all possible. Before I go back to Councillor Galloway-Seelock, I will say that the South End definitely has been clearly underserviced for many years, and I'm going to reserve judgment until I see the issue paper coming back, but I'm certainly open-minded to the idea. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
And that's all I ask council or committee is to be open-minded with the suggestions that I've brought forward. We can refer back to the Leisure Facility Master Plan of 2005, where it's been identified that these major park components need to be put in place for the city as a whole and the Southwest. This is by far not a ward-specific issue, and anyone who thinks that is just out of their mind, because it's not. This is going to be a facility that's used by many.
Let Councillor Galloway-Seelock finish. You can rebut.
I was just saying it's not a ward-specific issue, because it's not. There's nothing. I didn't mention anyone's name. I didn't say anything to anyone. I'm just saying it's not a ward-specific issue. It's for the whole entire community. There's going to be people who are using it for soccer. There's going to be people who are using it for disc sports. There's going to be people coming from all over the city and the region and the province to use this facility for different tournaments and things. So it's by far, it was identified in the Leisure Facilities Master Plan as the quadrant of the city that's missing amenities. There's nothing in Ward 5, and we need to move forward on that, not just for the residents of Ward 5 who bought their homes and were expecting these facilities to be built between 2012 and 2018. We are going to be lucky to have the first piece of one of these facilities in 2018. That's not fair to the residents of not only Ward 5, but those that I used to represent in Ward 4 and those I used to represent in Ward 6, because they're in close proximity as well. But it's going to be a district park that's going to be used by the community, and I've just simply asked staff to come back with a consideration. I'm quite happy with what they've brought forward, but I think I can push just a little bit harder, and I think staff are willing to look at that as well.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez, privilege.
I just resent being called out of my mind. I think that's disrespectful.
Okay. Let's move along. There's no more questions, so we're going to combine a couple of natural areas here. So we'll take pages 171 to 173 at once. Any questions on those? 171 to 173. I'm not seeing any. Move on to 174, sidewalk. Major sidewalk repair and replacement. Councillor Fernandez.
Just a quick question. I heard Ryan say that some of this was going to be tied in with road reconstruction, but this is completely separate on its own?
That's correct. In my overview, when I was talking about, you'll see on later pages how some of them will have a TS, and those are where there's a sidewalk infill. This is separate from that.
Okay.
Like on CAP 183, for example, you'll see T and then TS for
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so, sure. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm sorry. I forgot in the issue paper with regards to the Southwest, and sorry to go back there, to just include the piece around the sponsorship strategy as well, the components that we feel we can potentially get sponsorship for with that respect. Just if we can add that to the issue paper.
Okay, very good. So we're now on page cap 175, utilities. Actually, we'll do 175, and I'll just do water first. 175, 176. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I see replacement water meters, and I believe I saw some. I'm not going to be able to find the numbers quickly enough. So some.
There is an issue paper on this.
Yes, there is an issue paper on this, as well as some balances in this. So we're looking at 234,000. Is that on page 107? Meter sets. Is that new or is that replacement? It's 234,963. Halfway down the page.
While committee is referring to that too, you can also refer to cap 126, which is the water meter replacements.
Through the chair, the water meter sets is basically for new and replacements.
Okay, and I guess in looking at the issue paper, I wondered if it was possible to see a graph of the number of meters, the age, and the lifespan of meters, something that would give us a sense of you know, is it a bell curve? Is it a sharp curve? What are we looking at in terms of the age of our meters and the number we have and how we're doing the replacement? You're talking about a level funding of $1,360,000. I need to have a sense of how many meters that means that we're replacing. I think that would be helpful to understand.
Through the chair, there's 20,000 water meters outstanding. What we're looking at is just over 5,000 water meters to replace every year for the next 4 years.
So 20,000 meters
that are over the age limit that we're looking at.
Over the 13-year?
That are over 20 years, actually. We're trying to get to a 15-year, but we have a number of meters that are over 20 years.
Okay.
So if you look at the total meters that we're looking to catch up, it's 20,000. So we divide that into 4 years to get to the 5,000 per year.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that was the only question I had on that. Let me click. Yeah, I think that was it. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
On those water meters, as was pointed out, $1,000,036 on page 126. Yet when I look at cap page 175, totally different figures. And unless I'm adding it wrong or replacement of water meters, you got 768 for 2015, and I don't know where that figure comes up.
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, if you take a look at the first 4 years, you can see that they're higher than the rest of the forecast by about $300,000 per year.
Which page are you on?
175.
Same line.
Okay.
So you can see that 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018 are higher than all of the other years. So those are the 4 years that have had the increase that's referenced in the issue paper. So it's been spread out over those 4 years.
So if you look at the the 1,000,036, so that's 340,000 a year, right? On page 126.
Right, and so if you were to look at last year's approved capital forecast, it showed replacements of $428,000 for 2015. You can see that's been increased in this budget to $768,000 for 2015.
Okay, so that 340,000 applies for those 4 years to bring it up to 770-ish, whatever. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I didn't understand what that means there, but now I see what you've done. I'm just trying to understand what it is with the water meters. They have to be replaced every 4 years?
Through the chair, the expected life of a water meter that you should be looking at is 15 years.
15 years.
That's correct.
And you say that if you don't do that, you have this problem where they start to not read properly?
As the water meter ages, it slows down and the accuracy of the meter goes down. So you're not gathering the income or the revenue for the water that's being consumed as well as the wastewater that's being generated.
Yeah, I'm surprised the technology has not improved to correct that kind of a problem.
These are mechanical meters, and with mechanical meters, they do slow down. There are magnetic meters, but they are very costly.
Have we looked at whether it's worth? Do they last much longer? Or?
Through the chair, we did a pilot study where we did replace a number of meters with magnetic meters. We are reviewing the stats on those meters. The life of them are to be greater than 15 years. We're expecting to be around the 20 to 25 years.
Okay, you say that because of these older meters, we've lost. Do you have any idea? Can you put a figure on what kind of revenue we've lost and what kind of revenue we would lose in a year?
It all depends on the type of meter and the age of the meter. What we're looking at is over time, you're probably looking at about 4 to 5% loss for the older meters. So if you take 20,000 meters and 4 or 5% of that, you could be looking into substantial money.
So this will be with where you're going now. You're gonna correct this issue, right?
With this 4-year plan, we'll be updating our backlog of water meters that are over 20 years and slowly move towards getting to a 15-year replacement.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I have another question. What is this meter inventory system? Is that it's $150,000. What does that do?
It's in combination with the gas meters. The gas meters are regulated through Measurement Canada. We currently have a process that's very manual. What we would like to do is to take this manual process, convert it into an automated system. Every meter that we get from the manufacturer has a barcode on it. So if we can implement barcoding technology with the software, we can better track our meters, the location of the meters. When Measurement Canada asks us to sample meters, we'll know exactly where those meters are that they're asking us to sample, instead of going through a manual process of sorting out where these meters are located. So probably within 4 years, you would see a payback from the manual process to a fully automated system.
And what would that payback be?
The total cost that you see for this program. So we're looking at the software and the barcoders about $500,000. Payback would be within that 4 to 5 years.
That we're going to save $500,000?
After the 4 or 5 year period, that's correct. Due to the efficiencies. With the manual process, you have to remember that the techs that are out there have to manually enter all this information. We have to bring it back to our offices, enter it into a computerized system, which takes away from the work of the staff doing meter changes. With an automated system, with a barcoding system, everything would be automated. Hence, you would get more productivity out of the techs installing water and gas meters.
Well, how does this tie in? I thought our staff were going to using computers to talk back and forth and do things. Is this part of that?
It's totally separate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions on this. So you said there's 20,000 meters that are over their age limit and 5,000 of those are set to be replaced per year. Do you have an idea how many water meters there are out there total?
Approximately, we have about 56,000 water meters.
56,000. Okay, just to make, it's not explicit in the issue paper, but just to make the business case for this then. So I'm assuming that the loss per year is, over time, will far exceed the budget impact that we're looking at, which is significant itself. And
that is correct.
Put another way, so if I took those 20,000 meters and I added 5% to their bill, it would exceed the 1.3 million or something along those lines where the business case makes sense in the long run. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, I guess my question is, what's the danger in, yes, some people will get a break and they won't be billed accurately, but what's the danger in letting some people get a break their water meter goes past their life cycle until it gets replaced versus saving this $1.3 million? Has that been looked at?
The opportunity that you're going to receive is to get a more accurate reading of the revenue going through the meters. The percentage of losses can be substantial because as the age of the other meters start to increase, then your losses are also increasing, and your population of older meters will far outweigh the initial cost of trying to catch up with these meters that we're replacing today.
Okay. In terms of consumption levels, do we have any sort of internal system where water meters that have historically registered high consumption are replaced sooner than those that have lower?
There's no way of determining which meters are running slower or faster. It all
No, I mean the absolute consumption of the business or residents. If I would, for the city's finances, it seems to make sense that if there's a home that uses significant amounts of water versus one that uses negligible amounts, I'm not sure we need to be replacing the one that uses negligible amounts at a quicker pace. I'm basically asking if there's prioritization based on consumption.
It's not based on consumption, it's based on the losses that we're obtaining, and it depends on the meters itself. Like I said, every meter is different. You just can't classify a water meter all the same. They all have different characteristics. They're all manufactured a little differently. So to determine which meters are doing what is with the system that we have in place today, we're not able to specify which meters they are, which are giving us the highest loss throughout the city.
Okay, I'm not going to ask for an issue paper, but would it be possible to just get an estimate on the amount of the loss we're incurring per year based on old meters? Okay, appreciate that. Councillor Fernandez, question?
You just asked exactly what I was going to ask for.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions on this item. I believe we have gas next, so we're looking at pages 177 only. Any questions on gas? I'm not seeing any. 178. And Councillor Fernandez?
Actually, it's in conjunction with the previous page. We had a pretty intense presentation last week related to our water pipes and our gas, not our gas, but our water pipes. Where does that show up in this capital forecast?
Mr. Chapman? Through Mr. Chair, we're coming to that. That will fall under full reconstruction, which starts on page 183. That's where the majority of our water and sewer mains are replaced through that program. So I would suggest starting on 183, that's where you'll see that program reflected.
Okay, I'll hold off to that.
Okay. So we are on 179 now. Any questions on 179? Not seeing any. 180 and 181. Full reconstruction. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, on 180, I was just there on some regional projects here, like the Weaver Street Borden to Queen. It was budgeted at 4.1 million. Now it's down to 3.4. Are they doing? And the same thing with the Lancaster Union to Victoria. It's down by about $1 million. Are they not doing something, or what is?
Mr. Gross?
Whatever they're not doing, can they not do it all over?
The amount that's budgeted for 15 is the amount that that is anticipated to be spent. There may have been changes in scope or in some of the costs.
Okay, that's as far as you know, because the figures were different last year.
Correct.
So you get these figures from the region?
The figures that we get are the ones that we develop in conjunction with the region.
Okay, I just thought there might be some explanation. $1 million is $1 million.
No further questions? Councillor Singh?
Yeah, for LRT utility relocation program, so I'm guessing some of the work that's necessary for that would be accelerated for the areas that it's needing to be done, as opposed to when we would have done it ourselves, correct?
That's correct.
We can't recover any of these costs from the region?
There is an agreement with the region that deals with the age of infrastructure and the amount that we can recover depending on its age.
Okay, having looked at that program, that agreement, is it fair for us? It's cost balances over the long run?
It's reasonable.
We haven't sold a farm?
We may have bought half.
Okay. Mr. Chair, for Ottawa Street, if that could be voted separately, my parents own property along that stretch.
Okay. I'm not sure. Yeah, we're not actually voting on anything separately today, so. Yeah, we're not voting on anything today? No, so remind me for final budget day, so yeah. And just on the agreement with the region on LRT, I remember looking closely at it with Ms. Houston a while back, and it's fair. I mean, if the pipes were slated to be replaced anyway for certain, then of course that's our burden. But if we were replacing anything that was under a certain time frame, the region was picking up their fair share of the cost, just as a heads up. So moving along, Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. Just very quickly on Ottawa, Highway 7 to Lackner, I see there's, I guess, resurfacing that's there in 2017, or reconstruction costs. I'm just wondering what that's related to, because A, that's a regional road, and B, I think the region's looking at a project on that stretch of Ottawa Street right now. I thought it was sooner than that, but maybe not.
I don't have an answer for that particular question. I can find that out.
Yeah, sure. If you can just email that would be fine, or just included with everything for final budget day. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, sorry, I think I wasn't clear in identifying which part of the Ottawa Street. That's Charles to the Expressway. Again, I know we're not voting on anything, but I'll identify again during budget day. So,
thank you. Okay, where are we now? We're on, so we're at 182, and we'll go through, we'll do a few pages at once here. 182 to 186 we'll do. Questions on those? There shouldn't really be. Councillor Fernandez?
I just wanted to be to reiterate the question that Mr. Chapman said that I should be asking now, is how many of these streets fall into that category that we had talked about last week at Operation? In terms of the...
Which category?
In terms of the water main breaks and the work that was stated to be needed to be done.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, essentially they all do, all the way through to page 204. Again, these are the projects where it's the condition of the water and sewer mains that are driving the need to reconstruct the whole road. If it were not being driven by that subsurface infrastructure, it would be sitting on page 182 as simply a surface project.
Okay. I guess I had sent a number of questions to Mr. Tiagi and Mr. Gross about this. I'm hoping to have the answers before final budget day with relation to a plan that was apparently discussed in 1997 related to where we were going and some maps. So I guess I'll wait for that until final budget day, because what I'm hearing from the research I did is that there was a plan at that time to start working towards replacement and making sure that we were on track. And at that time, council was told that things were in a really good situation. So I'm wondering what's happened since that plan was apparently approved, and now is it just that everything's falling?
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to get into details at this moment.
You're expecting a response from staff?
I'm hoping for a response from staff that will answer those questions.
Through the chair, I do have an initial response if you wish to hear it.
If it's brief, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm not aware of the report or the program that's being referred to, but I do know that in 2002 we developed the Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program. I was part of that. At that time, it was intended to bring the city up to date with its infrastructure within 30 years, from 2002 to 2032. The basis was to replace approximately 8 to 10 kilometers of reconstructed infrastructure per year. On that basis, there was a cap, a spending cap established annually so that the rates for sewer and water, there was no storm at the time, it was CC, would not fluctuate too much. And those caps are in place today. They're in the order of $20 million. What has happened between 2002 and 2015 is that the cost of reconstruction has gone from $1,800 per meter, spiked in 2010 at $3,600 per meter, and is currently in the order of $3,000 per meter. Bottom line is we're doing half as much work for the same dollar value, which means that we are replacing only half as much infrastructure as was intended. On that basis, the replacement cycle of our infrastructure has gone from 80, 90, 100 years to approximately 160 years. This was the 160 years that was talked about at the operating budget. The work that's being done now, and I will try to be brief, is work that is replacing infrastructure that was never replaced since its initial installation.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Taggi to add, but just in the interest of time here, I think we should just take, since they're all full reconstruction, we're going to go right to page 204. Mr. Taggi?
Just a quick comment, Mr. Chair. I think given that some of the studies were done a number of years ago, I think it will be our plan to bring back a full report to Council in future on state of infrastructure and the capital needs that we really feel that we need for future years.
Very good. Okay, I have 3 people in the queue. Councillor Etherington.
Just a very general question through you, Mr. Chair. In my ward, the King Edward neighbourhood, is it the scope of that project which results in so much cost, or it's a lot of money?
Through the chair, that is we decided to approach the project on a neighborhood basis. There's more than one street involved, and it was primarily to impact the neighborhood only once to get that. The work is expensive. There's no getting around that. It's in line with the cost estimates that we've been working on. It's just an expensive project.
Okay, thank you. And on page 185, the Palmer Kennedy project, which is not until 2017, does that include sidewalks?
The Palmer Kennedy project was the one that was deferred. At the time it was brought forward for contract last year. That project will be brought forward again this year for consideration, and when it is brought forward, there will need to be a decision made on whether or not to include sidewalk.
Thank you.
In other words, square one on that. I don't see any further questions. 204, so we'll take page 205, service reconstruction. Any questions on that? Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, there's a substantial increase in the amount of resurfacing we're going to do. Of $4 to $5 million over the period. I'm just curious, somewhere, and we seem to be putting a lot of the federal gas money towards that. Somewhere I was reading that there are new criteria for federal gas money, and it said drinking water. I'm just curious as to whether some of that money, this money, can be funneled towards the water operation and thereby reducing the ultimate fees that we charge for our water to help with reducing the 9.9% increase that we're looking at this point.
On cap 4, page 4, actually, it does have the additional categories, but you'll see that drinking water and
That's
wastewater.
not drinking water, so I'm just saying...
Yeah, those aren't new, though. But
Pardon?
Those, as far as water goes, those aren't new. Those are in the existing
Okay, well then...
gas tax.
Are we funneling any money from the federal gas into the water operation?
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, yes, full reconstruction projects have benefited from federal gas tax funding in the past. Our philosophy in this budget was to allocate as much of that increase as possible to the new categories, cultural and recreational projects. And our feeling there was that there was a large backlog of work. There's so little ability to fund that from other sources, so that's where we placed the emphasis. But certainly that's subject to Council's direction.
And that's fine, but we could funnel more towards water if we so chose.
But obviously it would have to be pulled away from those other projects.
That's right, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Whitmer, just something to add? No? Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, on page 205, I just want to be clear with respect to the Huron Road widening. That would be with respect to Fisher Home into Trustler Road, is that correct?
Correct.
I think we need to probably make that determination for next year's capital, just to not confuse, because we did just do a full one from Fisher Home into Strasbourg and beyond. It's probably Battler. And then I had a question with respect to the issue paper on the laneway rehabilitation. I just have to find that page.
Yes.
It's 127.
127?
Yeah.
The issue paper?
I think so. My question is, it talks about that the work has become significantly greater than anticipated. What's attributed to that? Why is it just our costs were that off, or is the work more in depth than we thought it was going to be?
Through the chair, the laneways in the city are essentially back alleys that have been forgotten, and they've been many of them were built originally on topsoil with very little gravel, with some surface treatment. When we went in there the first time, we assumed that we could do some reasonable resurfacing, surface work to bring them up to speed, up to the good serviceable level. That planning went out the window when we found out what was really in there. A lot of them are in low, wet areas, don't have drainage, were built on topsoil, the subsoil is clay. So it's really a total reconstruct of those laneways to full depth granular and asphalt. In addition to that, they don't have any storm sewers, so we were trying to determine how best to drain the base so that it doesn't break up sooner than it should. One of the things that we're trying to do is to use new porous pavement, better ways of draining laneways than to put pipes in the ground. That's one of the reasons that that laneway funding is being funded from the stormwater utility, because there are some potential areas, some potential candidates where we can use porous pavement instead of having to put in pipes. So we want to do some pilots. We want to investigate that, because that will in fact reduce costs.
Okay, thank you. I just think in the future, when we're dealing with something that has a significant increase, that we need to have some of that. Not every situation is going to be different, but a little bit of that detail to justify the added cost. I think then we'd have a better appreciation for why it's being put there. So if we can just think of that when we're putting issue papers together in the future for across the city, I think it's important that we have that detail.
Thank you. The balance was trying to determine how much detail to put in.
And that's fair. Thanks.
Councillor Fernandez?
Are we on page 205? On the
we
full,
are.
yeah. So
Yes.
the pavement resurface. I realize we haven't. Again, it's the details, and I've just a quick question on: have we identified the streets that we're going to be resurfacing?
That program is currently being developed and would be developed based on the budget.
Sorry, based on?
Based on the budget.
On the budget, okay. I just want to quickly, I've been hearing an awful lot, both from my students and landlords on Amherst, that it is appalling on that road, and it is indeed. I was down there this weekend, and it is indeed. So if there is criteria for how we decide on what streets we resurface, I would really appreciate just a little quick overview from some staff on that street. I think that would be greatly appreciated by everybody on that street.
We can provide the overview on how the decisions are made for the resurfacing of streets.
Okay, thank you. How do we advocate for a street, though? What I just did?
If you would send in an email, please, with the name of the street, then we can certainly get back to you with the criteria and where it sits.
Great, thank you.
To be fair, Mr. Gross, I think you need to qualify that. You will provide the condition of the street, but in terms of what gets done is entirely scientifically based.
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Yaneski?
Yeah, I've also had
Councillor?
some residents who have expressed some concern about conditions of their streets and resurfacing, so I'd be interested in seeing what that list that you come up with for this year as well. Just getting back to the laneways and just trying to maybe understand the overall objective. We're talking about laneways that are unopened by physically. Is that correct?
Through the chair, no, that's not correct. These are laneways that are currently open, that provide access to garages, to businesses. They are laneways that are used by residents. They are not closed existing rights-of-way.
Yeah, and I said it negatively, and I think that I agree with you. So basically, the laneways that are physically there, the ones that have never been opened, we're not touching those at all, even though on paper they're still legally there.
That is correct.
Okay. Of those that are there, there are a handful, more in the core area, that have singles or have dwellings still facing an address off the laneways. Are they not serviced at all with sanitary and water mains as well? And so if you're looking just resurfacing, are you also maybe looking at reconstruction, total reconstruction?
Through the chair, I'm not familiar with the homes you're speaking about. They may face a laneway. They could easily have servicing coming off the street on the other side.
Okay, and I don't know where the servicing comes from, but I know I've seen a handful from my experience that front onto that, and it's more curiosity than anything else. Because you just talked about resurfacing and maybe going deeper for, more work needed to be done as opposed to a full reconstruction with underground services. So, but we can talk about that afterwards. Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving along to page 206. Councillor Gazzola.
No, I was just wondering where the money for the Margaret Ave Bridge is. Looking in the unspent capital funding, there's only a debit for there of $1 million. Is it a case that the monies were being transferred from other projects and that those transfers have not been done?
Mr. Chapman? No, that list is net of encumbrances, so the fact that we've issued a PO to the contractor now would impact the balance in that account.
You've issued the PO, but have you paid it? Or?
No, but that's an encumbrance now because that's an open purchase order against that account.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any other questions. 207. Mayor Verbenovich?
Thank you. On 207 and then again on 209, there's a number of costs associated with the Highway 7 project and extension. I guess I'm wondering on the utility relocation, why is that something that we're having to cover when it's a provincial project? And on 207, why is it as far out as 2023? Because by all indications, something may be in the works sooner than that. Because my understanding, and Mr. Gross, you can help me, but I thought the work that was starting this coming year, somebody from staff told me this at some point, I think, is doing the advance work that needs to happen to Bingham Center Drive, I think, in order to deal with some of the offloading of traffic.
Through the chair, referring to CAP 209, the last item, Highway 7 utility relocation.
Well, 209 and 207.
Right.
207, you have Highway 7 extension, secondary.
I'm not familiar with that amount and why that's there.
Okay.
I can find that out. I do know about the amount on 209.
Okay.
That was there was a meeting regarding the Victoria Street Bridge widening. In order to widen that bridge for the purposes of the Highway 7 expansion, there are a number of Kitchener-owned utilities that are either within the existing right-of-way of the highway or on easements or other properties outside. The highway has the right to ask us to relocate our utilities that are on their right-of-way. So what we've done is we've allowed for, and this is our best guess at this time because we don't have a good inventory of exactly what those are. It's a best guess of the utilities that we will be responsible to relocate.
Okay, and that's for when the bridge closes, or when the bridge is demolished and the new bridge is built?
The utilities would need to be relocated before it's demolished and built so that everything is out of the way.
Okay. And that's happening in 2015?
The plan is for that to happen in 2015.
Okay. At some point, can we either by email or at a future committee meeting get a bit of an update as to what's happening on Highway 7 and when and where, just so that everybody's up to speed on that?
Through the chair, just a little bit further, there is a report and a plan that has been prepared by the consultant for the MTO for all of the utilities that will need to be relocated. I haven't seen that yet. That needs to come back, and that will then provide the basis for moving ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gross.
And just very quickly to follow up on that, I think I heard you say, my understanding was the bridge wasn't going to be closed until 2016 or 2017, but if I heard you correctly, the dollars are here because we need to relocate it prior to the bridge being reconstructed. Is that right?
Through the chair, the utilities need to be relocated before any construction work is done.
I understand. Thank you. Okay. We're now on pages 208 and 209, Sanitary Network. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm just curious on the Freeport pumping station upgrades. Last year we had 5.1 million in there. Now we've got 12, almost $13 million in there. What is the difference? What has happened?
Through the chair, the Freeport pump station is essentially in two pieces. One is the upgrade of the pump station itself, which is a major endeavor. The second is the installation of new force mains that will go from the pumping station on King Street, across the Highway 8, and outletting on the Wabanaki Drive sewer.
Okay, but where was that last year? I mean, why is it all of a sudden?
The 2015 amounts are for the force main. It was over 2 years. It was spread over 2 years.
What I'm trying to say is I don't see that in last year's capital forecast. What is it? It's the same issue with the old Mill Road pumping station. It was in last year's budget for 4.2 million, and now it's in here at 7.3 million. What has happened over the period of the year that changes those figures so drastically?
Through the chair, the old mill pumping station has not changed. It has simply moved to 2015 and 2016. That has not started yet.
Mr. Chapman? Oh, 1 second here. Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, I think the difference, Councillor Gazzola, is the 2014 DC study. So the figures that were being carried here were based on costing that had not been updated, but through the 2014 DC study, all of that costing was reviewed, and this reflects a more accurate estimate.
All right, that explains it. There you've got revised figures that you did with the DC charges, yeah, because the capital figures are totally different. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. We are now on CAP 210, stormwater, which I presume budget paper 128 we would take in tandem. So it's 210 and 211 we're on right now. Any questions? Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I just wanted to, if I could have a little more information on this RAIN program that we're putting more money into. Why are we doing that, and what's the benefit of it? Or?
Through the chair, the RAIN program is a community program to which the city has been contributing over the last 2 years. Last year it was $228,000. This year it's intended to be reduced to $150,000. And following that, we don't see contributing to it any further. The purpose of the RAIN program is to assist residents as well as businesses on the best way of handling rainwater on their property. They are available, the folks that run the program, to go out and to consult with residents, to give them advice. It's part of the benefit, if you will, of the stormwater management utility in helping people to obtain credits on their property.
Yeah, no, I realize that, but last year we budgeted $230,000. Has that all been spent?
To my knowledge, it will be spent, yes.
Yeah, but we didn't indicate from there that we're going to carry on with the program in 2015. Now you're saying definitely after 2015 the program's ended?
That's the intent.
Or do I come next year and see something in for 2016?
Through the chair, the intent is that this would be the final year.
What happens if we don't do it for this year?
There will be no funding from the city. I suppose there would be a reduction in service.
Mr. Chapman? Through the chair, there was also significant provincial money attached to the program that required cost sharing. If memory serves, I believe Council did deal with this issue earlier in the year, and so I suggest that as a part of our follow-up, we can just report back to remind Council of some of the history here.
Thank you. I think that's in order. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, I should have asked this question on CAP 207, and that was the Strasbourg Road North and South. In 2014, we had allocated $14 million. Now, when I look at it, they've broken out into two pieces, and we're at $24 million. And that's one of them is a Class C estimate. How much higher are we anticipated that this could go? I mean, that's a $10 million additional cost from what we had projected last year.
Through the chair, the Strasbourg Road South, the estimates for that are based on the EA that was recently completed.
Okay, so it's just the EA that has bumped it up?
Yes.
Okay, going to the pages that I'm supposed to be on the Dune Creek, the limited culverts. Just remind me, is that tied into the work that is being done for the Dune South pumping station, or is that completely separate?
Through the chair, is this for 2016?
Yes.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that. I was concentrating on 2015.
Okay.
I can get that information for you.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you. And unfortunately, this is out a couple years. The Mid to South Strasbourg Watercourse. I believe that there was some presentation done to the Environmental Committee, and I just want to know that this is what that was talking about at that time. Can you also help me understand what other is for the 1375?
Yes. I don't have that information.
Oh, you don't have that. Oh, okay. So, sorry. So I'll just restate the question so that finance staff know what my question was. That what is the other for the Mid to South Strasbourg Watercourse, which is 1375, and does the Dune Creek culverts, is that tied in any way with work that's being done around the pumping station? And even the Blair Creek Road and Bridge, I thought there was some tie-in with that. So maybe just some clarification around that would be helpful.
Okay, no further questions there. Page 212. Traffic calming. Transportation. Councillor Gazzola.
Now, I'm just curious on the new item there. We're throwing in $100,000. We haven't really, from what I can see, this is the sort of thing we're getting into in, I think it's Ward 10. They haven't really tried this yet. We don't know the results of what's going to happen. Is that right?
Okay. Mr. Eden?
Through the chair, we've estimated approximately $10,000 a year. We're estimating that it won't just be a neighborhood mural type project. It could be some landscaping or the different signage or other types of traffic calming features that aren't typically done through our more robust process, and it's really intended to be neighborhood led. So we may want to revisit that in a few years' time, but at this point in time, that was our best guess in terms of an amount that would be reasonable for the city.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it, but I think we're getting too rich and we can start putting money in for things that we really haven't experienced yet. So it's okay.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, I noticed that the cycling master plan implementation, was that always capital out of current? I thought that was under parking before.
It was. Mr. Eden?
Okay.
Through the chair, it was previously funded from the parking enterprise. However, as part of the operating package presented last week, it was recommended that we remove it in order to make the parking enterprise more favorable for the next few years and then transfer it back to the parking enterprise once we increase the revenue in that enterprise.
Okay. I just want to express some concern about that, because that puts it in a very tenuous situation in terms of the ability to cut. And I know that Cycling Advisory Committee has been working very, very hard to keep that money in that pot so that we can move forward on. And I know we've identified that, so I would like to just express my great concern about moving that out of the enterprise.
Mr. Chapman, do you want to comment on that?
Sure.
We share that concern, and in fact, that's the reason why it's been moved out. Parking Enterprise is in a large deficit position. Their capital program in the near term has basically been slashed back. One of the actions we could have taken and recommended is that we also pare back that program, as we have all of the other programs in parking, to help them balance their budget. We know how important cycling and TDM is, which is why we said let's pull it out so it's not dependent on parking's revenue or deficit. We can commit to it here. Certainly it's not our intent to touch this program. That's why we've moved it from parking, given their financial position.
Okay, so I will answer the Cycling Committee tomorrow when they ask those questions. The other question I had was regarding lighting. And actually, Councillor Galloway-Seelock alluded to it a few meetings ago, and we all received an email. I apologize, maybe she can refresh my memory as to, there was some concerns about the LEDs and the night sky. Not quite sure exactly, but there was some concern about that.
Yeah, and just before we get too deeply into that, that's probably not going to impact the budget decision we have, but that is coming back. I recall it was in the paper somewhere, the entire LED lighting plan is coming back to committee.
Okay, well, then I'll just leave it for that then.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, I have a bit of a contrary opinion to what Councillor Gazzola outlined for the community-led traffic calming. So my question is, how many, with a small amount of 10,000, how many streets could we potentially do with that amount each year?
Through the chair, it depends on what type of features are added. So for instance, there's some signage that could be added at a couple $100 per sign. If some landscaping was provided, maybe approximately $1,000 worth of landscaping. So it would really depend on what was being envisioned.
Okay. So we'd be looking at doing multiple streets, not just, it wouldn't be a matter of one or two alone.
Through the chair, we will be bringing back a formal report later this year on how the process works and how it's involved, but it is anticipated to do more than one project a year.
By the end of this year, then we would have a better understanding. Okay, great. I'll make a quick comment. I think this is a direction, something that we've heard from our constituents that's necessary. This is not our typical street calming efforts. This is something a little bit more sensitive to meet the instant requirements of a particular neighborhood that may be dealing with traffic calming issues, but where they sit at a very low priority, but not to say that those concerns aren't valid. And this helps to meet those concerns at a more rapid pace than, of course, our very limited amount of street calming that we do citywide. So I would strongly support this come budget day.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just want to touch on that as well. I touched on it earlier today and received a response from Mr. Chapman, but I want to just get the traffic staff perspective with regards to the community-led traffic calming. My concern is that having been the one to bring it forward, it's kind of being put in the community-led focus, and that wasn't necessarily the intent. It could be one of the pieces that's the outcome, and I just want to make sure that that's what traffic staff is really looking at. It's more comprehensive. It may be a mural, it may be something else that does get driven by the community, but it may also be something where we are able to bring forward a concern and it's addressed in a different way than our typical traffic calming. Is that the understanding that you have with the report that will be coming forward?
Through the chair, that's correct. So it would typically be initiated by a councillor or a citizen from the community.
Right. Okay. But it's not just going to be initiatives that are specifically have to be community driven.
Through the chair, that's correct. Staff may install the features, so it's not just a mural painting that the community would design and develop.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because the language kind of looks like it pigeonholes us into something that has to be community-led. And I'm interested to really see that report. Obviously, this year we're putting $10,000 in over the course of 10 years for $100,000. But I'll be interested to see what we can do for that amount and if that figure may need to be increased in order to have a more rapid response to the community for things that can have that short-term impact. Because I really do believe it's something that we need to look at and may need to address sooner than later. Thank you for that.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, on page 212, the issue with the lighting, there's 5 categories for it, and I'm just trying to understand how they all relate to the objective as outlined on page 08, where staff commented on lead street lighting, and there's 18,000 you're heading in a particular direction. I know this was just commented on just a second ago, but you've got 5 categories. I'm just trying to understand why you're going in one direction, yet you've got 5 sections.
Through the chair, they all relate to different components of capital maintenance requirements for the street lighting system. For instance, alterations to street lighting is for roadwork related capital street lighted changes. So when Hydro has to go in and make changes, that budget covers that item. Under street lighting, new installation, that's for new installation of street lights or walkway lighting that's requested from time to time. The next one is for engineering studies. So street lighting miscellaneous, it covers engineering studies and other things that come up. Incandescent replacement / ornamental is for pole replacement. And then the last one, street light group relamping, is for the changing of light bulbs, the cleaning of lenses, as well as the changing of photocells, which happens on a 10-year cycle.
So what was the fourth one about, the ornamental what? Explain that one.
It's for pole replacement, essentially, so changing to an ornamental style pole or changing poles that are damaged through vehicular collisions.
Oh, okay. I thought they were more for heritage type, but that's different, or?
Sometimes they're covered off through that account, but it's also due to vehicular collisions with poles.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, touching upon the lighting with the LED, just wanted to know if staff have ever done a comprehensive review on the benefits of rolling this out throughout the city.
And I think that's going to be coming back. Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, we're working with the region. We had started down that pathway last year, and then the region and other municipalities decided to get on board, so we decided to pool our resources and do one study for the whole region with specific outcomes for each municipality. So we'll be bringing that forward back. We see a number of benefits with LED replacement based on preliminary research that's been conducted.
Okay, and there was one other area that was touched upon, and I know I was notified, and I think Councillor Galloway, Sealock was, and it was regarding to light pollution and whether or not the type of LED lighting, will that be?
Yeah, we just don't. Actually, might have missed that
Sorry,
question.
I was looking at an email.
Oh, okay. That will be coming back as part of it. Okay, Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment to Councillor Singh first. I'm not opposed to what's happening with the community traffic calming. I just said I thought it would be nice to have some experience before we start allocating funds to it. We may find that we want to allocate more, but I'm totally in favor of it. KCI parking project, we got into that last year or a year or so ago, and I wonder where that sits at. Is that, because I noticed there's appears to be an over expenditure in our accounts.
We're on page 213 now, too. So
well,
yeah,
I want
to. Through the chair, I believe you're referring to capital page 112 for that comment. Is that the KCI parking contribution, the balance of 161,000?
Yeah, but it seems to me it's overspent by 161,000.
Through the chair, we had a loan that we're looking at paying off, so we paid that off a lot faster than anticipated in order to save on interest charges. We pay 50% of the cost of that, and we have 50% revenue split with the hospital.
So we're doing okay there, is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, we paid that off more quickly, so that we saved interest charges over time. So we had the ability to pay it off in advance. So it is a better situation, even though it looks like it's overspent.
Okay. Okay. Then on 213, I do want to make a comment on the cycling master plan. Quite frankly, personally, I do not feel that the parking enterprise should be charged for any of this. To me, it's a legitimate thing. The the cycling and all that, but to me, it's more of a recreational facility operation. And I don't see that parking should be burdened with that. Just my opinion.
No other questions on 213? Yeah. So I think that wraps it up. Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, I do have answers. There were a couple of folks watching that have answers to two questions asked, one by Councillor Fernandez and one by Mayor Verbanovich. The Dune Creek culvert question, those culverts were installed by a developer in 2010. The budget item is to reimburse the developer the costs based on the front-ending agreement. And the CAP 207 number for the water main for Mayor Verbanovich. This is for a secondary water main feed to the Bridgeport area. It's a DC project that was identified in the DC background.
Okay. As promised, if there's any questions that are lingering, Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, the one question was with regards to trails, community trails and all that. I can't recall where that was. It's looking like somewhere on CAP 168. I just wanted to get staff, if they can look at community trails that are looking at being capitally improved, that we look at trails that are abutting schools, looked at it first if possible.
In terms of prioritization?
Yes.
Mr. Whitmer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that was our plan originally, to look at those that are immediately adjacent to the schools in conjunction with the school board so we can prioritize them with them. And then obviously, if they need to be upgraded in some way, shape, or form, then we would do that as well.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez?
I should have asked this question about the laneways, but the laneways, my understanding is that they are not for through traffic. They're just servicing residential or possibly businesses. So if we were to say no or cut that budget in half, what would be the implications? Maybe that would be a question that we can hear back from, maybe not necessarily today.
It might be straightforward. Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the laneways are through roads. They are not one-way stops. So they do go from one street to another street. We have been trying to address some of these laneways for quite a while. We have had complaints from various residents because they can't get at their garages and use them the way they should. The funding for it was removed because of the Margaret Avenue Bridge, and people are looking forward to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. I'll turn it back to Mr. Haggie.
Well, we just save and transfer over. There was one other follow-up question about what the other funding is in one project. That's a regional component. So the city shares DC, and the other piece is regional. I believe it was just over $1 million or maybe 1.3 million on the it was some Mid-Strasbourg project, and the other funding is regional. So we're not going to have that on the list either.
Okay. It's on CAP 210. Mr. Chapman?
So again, Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, I'd say we'll put the list up on the screen without comment. Council members can review it and just let us know if anything's been missed or misstated.
Perfect. Scroll. Okay, before I get to the questions, I would add only for Highway 7, the bridge detail. I would ask that we officially double check the timing of the expected Victoria Park Bridge replacement. Okay, Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, maybe I got this wrong, Mr. Chair, but I don't see any mention at an issue paper on the additional details and information on the incentives for affordable housing in multi-unit buildings. Are we going a different route on that? Or?
Actually, that's a good point. Would it be for Mr. May? Would you want formal motion? Do you want to work with Councillor Etherington to bring that motion forward?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, what was that?
Well, I'm not sure whether this information, if it's clear enough here, or if you want to work with Mr. May in terms of bringing forward a motion. It's not necessarily going to be related, I don't think, to the budget process, but I'll leave it to your discretion.
Okay.
So, because if I recall, the interest wasn't to necessarily impact the budget and do something right away. It was to do more of a full report in terms of what other municipalities are doing, what some of our options are. So I think that might, actually, I would even suggest, personally, I would suggest that be part of, I'd bring notice of motion to council. But Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff's default will be to take that option 2 that I described, which is to do our research on what other municipalities are doing, to look at the broader context and report back later this year within existing resources. If there is a desire from council to look at option 1, which was bring in an outside consultant to fully develop the program this year, that would require an issue paper for final budget day.
That's what I had in mind.
You were interested in bringing forward?
Well, there's a choice of 2 things there. If we go for the one where we do the hire to get the in-depth research, then obviously that's a budget issue. If we don't, it's not. I'd like us to look up both.
Okay, well, I would propose then that we bring back an issue paper outlining those 2 options, and then we'll deal with it in final budget day.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Rabinovich?
Just, with respect to item number 15, when I indicated that I was sort of looking at how the issues around that park compare to other parks, but also specifically in terms of how the ball diamond need relates to pressures in terms of needs in some other sporting areas as well.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez?
I should have asked this question earlier, and Mr. Gross is still here. Is it possible to get a number of the streets, the names of the streets that were done under the Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program? Because we still have $3.9 million left in the budget. Is it possible to get an understanding of what has been done this year?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, just a little bit more clarity. You want a list of the...
Yeah, because we still have $3.9 million in surpluses in that budget under the Accelerated Infrastructure. That's on 109. I just wanted to have a sense of what either the number of streets that the names of the streets we've had done, or the number of kilometers, so that we can understand where we are and why we still have such a significant amount of money left in that budget.
this is under unexpended?
Yeah,
Under the full reconstruction?
under accelerated infrastructure replacement program.
Through the chair, I can respond to that briefly. What I did was I looked through it and I summarized it into three categories. There's about 3.6 million in projects that are finishing off and that are underway. There are 4.6 million new, and those they're on the list because of encumbrances for the pre-survey and the geotechnical work that's associated with them that we have to do in advance. There's also the 1.4 million in there for the Palmer Kennedy deferral. So that's also part of that list. So grouping it into those three, it breaks it out.
Okay.
I trust that.
Yeah, I think
responds.
that helps. Yep, thank you.
Okay, not seeing any further questions or comments. Could I get a mover for this moved by Councillor Ioannidis? No comments or questions. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. And we are adjourned. Thank you.